arrived at the summit room. Requesting to take your seats, please. Respected Comptroller and Auditor General of India, Secretaries to the Government of India, senior officials from the Office of the CAG, representatives of the state government, representatives of the industrial associations and federations, seniors, team leads, KPMG, and participants, a very good morning to you all on this winter morning at Bharat Mandapam, the 29th of January 2026. Welcome to the Conclave on Pan-India Horizontal Audit on ease of doing business in micro, small, and medium enterprises. A gracious welcome marks the beginning of a meaningful event. Protocol reflects respect, and respect defines excellence. A formal welcome signifies the value we place. May I now request Sri Pravir Pandey, Additional Deputy CAG, to kindly felicitate Sri K. Sanjay Murthy, Comptroller and Auditor General of India. Thank you, sir. May I request Sri Rajiv Kumar Pandey, Principal Accountant General, to kindly felicitate Dr. Saurabh Garg, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. Thank you, sir. May I request Sri Manish Kumar, Principal Accountant General, to kindly felicitate Sri S.C.L. Das, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. Thank you, sir. May I request Sri Sarath Chaturvedi, Principal Accountant General, to kindly felicitate Sri Manish Sabarwal, Chairman, Team Leads. Thank you, sir. I am Satish Mohan, Senior Deputy Accountant General from the Office of the Principal Accountant General Audit to West Bengal, and it is my pleasure to be your Master of Ceremonies today. We are privileged to have with us the Comptroller and Auditor General of India, the Supreme Auditor of the nation. As a constitutional authority, the CAG provides vision, mission, and sound guidance for the audit of both the central and state governments. Many states have accepted the invitations for the conclave. Additional Chief Secretary, Secretaries, Directors, and the representatives from the state government are also present among us. Micro, small, and medium enterprises constitute a vital pillar of the Indian economy, contributing approximately 30% of India's GDP and accounting for over 45% of country's export. The sector provides employment to nearly 30 crore persons. In this context, there is a strong imperative to provide for ease of doing business. May I invite Sri Pravir Pandey, Additional Deputy CAG, the mentor for the Pan-India Horizontal Audit on ease of doing business in MSME, to deliver the welcome address. Please, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to welcome Shri K. Sanjay Murthy, Comptroller and Auditor General of India, Dr. Saurabh Garg, Secretary, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, Government of India, Shri S.C.L. Das, Secretary, Ministry of MSME, Deputy CAGs, Additional Deputy CAGs, and other senior officials from the Government of India and state governments. I also warmly welcome the distinguished representatives from CII, FICCI, ASSOCHAM, PhD CCI, FISME, and other MSME entrepreneurs. I extend my greetings to my colleagues from the Indian Audit and Accounts Department who have come from all parts of the country and whose continued support provides the foundation of this Pan-India Horizontal Audit Initiative. For the kind information of everyone, this event is being webcast live. It's a privilege to speak today in this important conclave, and that is not just about policy, but about the lifeline of our economy, the micro, small, and medium enterprises sector. The MSME sector is widely recognized as the backbone of Indian economy, contributing around 30% of India's GDP and over 45% of India's exports, while generating large employment opportunities at comparatively lower capital cost, next only to agriculture. It is central to achieving the national economic growth objective, inclusion, and sustainability objectives. While MSME sector would be a boon for development, there are critical constraints, gaps, and challenges to this sector. Ease of doing business is a national priority and a key pillar of Viksit Bharat 2047. To advance this objective, the government initiated governance reforms through the Business Reforms Action Plan BRAP in 2014, with latest BRAP issued in 2024 and District BRAP in 2025. Over the years, governments at both center and states have undertaken significant reforms to simplify regulations, digitize services, and promote trust-based compliance. These have mainly centered around initiatives relating to decriminalization, deregulation, and digitization. We are looking forward to the address of Mr. Manish Sabharwal on these aspects. The execution of these initiatives has manifested in business reforms, single window systems, reduction in compliance burden, improved access to credit and technology, development of industrial infrastructure, and focus on the beneficiaries. On these aspects, we look forward to the strategic vision of Ministry of MSME, the state governments, and the observations of the industry representatives present here today. These initiatives reflect a clear intent to move from control-driven regulation to facilitative governance. However, intent alone is not enough. What truly matters is how these reforms translate into outcomes on the ground and make doing business for the entrepreneur easier. In this backdrop, detailed deliberations on this subject were held in the Office of the Comptroller and Auditor General of India and in the Audit Advisory Board with team leads, our knowledge partners, and the concerned verticals of the department. It was felt that a pan-India evidence-based assessment would indicate whether systems are delivering what they ought to. A timely and relevant assurance is required on the effectiveness and efficiencies of the policy reforms in the MSME sector. After a series of discussion in the formal and informal domain, the audit guidelines and audit design metrics were framed for this Pan-India horizontal audit. These guidelines and metrics are being used for audit by the 30 accountants general of states with slight local variations. The CAG is uniquely positioned as he has an outreach which extends across ministries and states. An essential objective of this audit is to have a pan-India picture of the ease of doing business in the MSME sector, cutting across central ministries to the point of implementation of reforms and policies in states. The pan-India audit involving 30 accountants general in the country is being led by Shri Manish Kumar, Principal Accountant General, West Bengal, as the lead auditor. This audit is a one of its kind exercise. This has an integrated approach and cuts across all many central ministries and the state governments. In this audit, we are attempting to go beyond the traditional definition of our stakeholders' engagement and planning to engage with the industry, policymakers, experts, and entrepreneurs, in addition to government offices and functionaries. MOSPI is supporting us critically for ground level beneficiary survey to frame our observations based on empirical data and robust sampling. This conclave provides a valuable platform for dialogue. Policymakers bring strategic vision, industry bodies present aggregated concerns, entrepreneurs share lived experience, and experts offer comparative perspectives. When these voices would come together, the result would be richer. The insights shared here will not only strengthen our audit process, but also contribute to more responsive and inclusive policy making. Ultimately, our collective effort should aim at one outcome, enabling MSMEs to focus less on procedures and more on productivity, innovation, and growth. I again warmly welcome all present here today and thank the CAG of India for kindly agreeing to chair this important conclave and give his guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful introduction and setting the tone for the today's conclave and its significance. Our next speaker is Sri Manish Kumar, Principal Accountant General, the lead office for the Pan-India Horizontal Audit on Ease of Doing Business in Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. Sri Manish Kumar, Principal AG, will brief on audit methodologies in Ease of Doing Business for MSMEs. In this session, he will also outline approach framework used by this office to evaluate. This will set the foundation for the discussion and the upcoming Pan-India Horizontal Audit. Requesting Sri Manish Kumar, Principal AG, please.
Thank you. Respected CNAG, senior officials from the Government of India, senior officials from the Indian Audit and Account Departments, state governments, friends and colleagues. I am going to make a presentation on the methodology we adopted in framing the audit guidelines and what is the status so far. Our journey began in July 2025 when CNAG came to Kolkata and requested me to prepare a concept note, and he gave me certain insights about the progress of West Bengal in MSMEs. And he asked me to prepare a concept note to see what can we do. Then I started looking at the resources. We looked at the World Bank Doing Business Report 2020, Be Ready Report 2024. Then we searched the Niti Aayog website. We got hold of Niti for the State Best Practices, study report, some international best practices. We searched the DPIIT reforms, Business Reforms Action Plan, reducing RCB 1993, reducing compliance burden. Then we looked at the MSME's GUI cluster development, GUI schemes. At the same time, I interacted with the state government officials of Government of West Bengal, of MSMEs, what they are doing on this particular subject. We got through the SIDBI reports, RBI and industrial partners interacted, and we prepared a concept note. Based on the concept note, a go-ahead was given to prepare a detailed audit guideline and audit design matrix. But that time we were not aware of we were not hitting the key points of the EODB. Then we had a great interaction with Mr. Manish Sabharwal from the team leads, and he tutored us and gave us shared the resources on the regulatory burden on the MSMEs, and he taught us about the 3 pillars of EODB, that is decriminalization, deregulation and digitization. And the principle behind this single window system of the digitization is personless, faceless, cashless, paperless and interventionless. And he shared all the resources what he had and some certain case studies. Based on these, we prepared a guideline. Parallelly, I interacted with the Government of West Bengal officials, their KPMG partners. He demonstrated us the SIRP Sathi, their single window system. He talked about the decriminalization measures taken by the Government of West Bengal, process simplification, and there we shared about the West Bengal is the only state where the fire safety NOC was allowed, and groundwater extraction up to the 350 kiloliter when the is not involved in the process is based on the self-certification. These measures were taken by the government of West Bengal for the process simplification. Based on that, we prepared a guideline that was in the month of September 2025, and the formal presentation was made by the ADI in the Audit Advisory Board, and I made a presentation in the senior management in September 2025, and the formal announcement for this particular topic was made in the 32nd AG's conference, which was held in November 2025. From October to December, we started holding stakeholder engagement, and parallelly, all the accountant general who are participating, there are 13 numbers, they held the similar exercise in their state. I personally interacted with the MSMEs, Government of India, and the different departments of the Government of West Bengal, MSMEs, Industry, Labor, Power Department, ULBs, and we met the Development Commissioner Field Office in Kolkata. We interacted with the DIC and Facilitation Council and Sahayata Kendra set up by the Government of West Bengal to assist MSMEs at the district and block level. We interacted with the MSMEs cluster owners also, industrial experts. My parties came to Delhi and interacted with the FICCI, SHM, PhD Chambers of Commerce, CII, Industrial Level Industrial Association, FOSMI. Based on their inputs, we further refined our guidelines. These are the three pillars of our audit objective of the guideline. 1, 2, the first is centered around the policy initiatives and the reforms undertaken with the government, each state government, to improve the business environment for the MSME in their state. The second audit objective is about the institutional mechanism, which is DIC and facilitation center, which is functioning efficiently to support MSMEs in starting, operating, and growing their businesses. And last one is we are going to see whether the state government, with the process simplification and digitization, has been able to address the key bottlenecks, which is the access to finance, land, infrastructure, electricity, skilled labor, etc., that hinders the EODB for the MSMEs. These audit objectives, 3 audit objectives, are broken into sub-objectives, which are further broken into audit questions, which are 69 in number. We have got detailed document which call it audit design matrix, which is 30 pages long, and those audit questions are further linked to the audit evidence and audit processes. There are the focus areas under each audit objectives 1, 2, 3. Like on audit objective 1, we are focusing on the evaluation and reforms in decriminalization, deregulation and digitization, streamlining of the regulatory and compliance process, and functioning of the single window system and tax reforms. And functioning of the cluster CFCs, Cluster Facilitation Council, will come under audit objective 2. And at the field level, at the ground level, when we interact with the MSMEs and visit the cluster development, we'll see the bottlenecks, whether it's working or not. Our 3 audit objective basically mirrors the 3 pillars of the Be Ready report of the World Bank. I'll just give you the glimpse of the audit design matrix, which is, just I said that audit objective is broken into sub-objective, and it is further broken into audit questions, which is leading to the audit process, detailed audit process. Based on when I prepared the guideline, I distributed my guideline based on my experience to all the state accountant general. I requested them to customize these ADMs as per the local needs, because each and every state has got at the field level, they have got their own schemes running to support the MSMEs. That activity was done. Then we prepared a self-evaluation toolkit and culled out the common areas which everybody has agreed to focus on. Those are 17 in numbers and 62 sub-areas. That mapping has been done, is complete, but we still feel that our ADM is quite agile. Every day when we read the newspaper, we come across some articles, we interact with we do the industrial partners interaction, we come out new things. So we keep on revising the ADM, and today after deliberation, next week we'll sit together again and we'll see whether there's a need for revise the ADMs further or not. Then we are going to freeze it, and then we start the field audit in the month of April. Latest revision was made when we came across the articles where the accounts aggregator and open credit enabler network, they are helping to the problems of the MSME credit. Those has been taken into consideration. this audit approach, the subject is very complex and it's not very easy to handle that. We have taken the integrated audit approach. In state accountant general offices, there are many departments like MSMEs, Industry and Commerce Department, a corporation, ULBs, power, environmental, PCBs, labor and fire. The responsibility to audit these offices are distributed between two audit offices in the bigger state, Audit 1 and Audit 2. Like in West Bengal, I am Principal Accountant General Audit 2. My counterpart audit ULBs, labor and fire. So we need an integrated approach to audit all the departments through single window system. In some smaller states, we have got only one accountant general offices. Parallelly, we have got the presence of development commissioner at the state capitals, and some bigger state we have got many offices. We need to visit that office because they also monitor the cluster developed by the government of India. So we have got another setup of CNAG. We call Director General, Principal Director of Central Offices. There are around 16 offices. So we need an interaction at that level also. There are 30 offices. So my office has been nominated as a lead office. I work for this particular topic under one ADI, which is Sri Parveer Pandey sir. One of the biggest problem of the MSME is the taxation part. And in our CNAG, in CNAG of office, we have got a dedicated section, dedicated wing, we call Central Revenue Wing, which have got separate setup. So we have co-opted their effort to audit the reforms undertaken in the tax part, like CBDT, CBEC, and customs. So in our effort, that offices are contributing to our effort. We have this office, we cannot complete this exercise unless we reach out to the entrepreneurs at the ground level. We need to do surveys, to get whether they're getting the reforms on perception-based survey. We have decided, it's not that we haven't done survey earlier. Earlier we have done survey by sending our own party, but this time we have decided that we will involve the professionals. So MOSPI has got impanel vendor. We are going to involve them to conduct a survey on behalf of all of us and give us a report. At the same time, we have approached MSMEs and DPIT, Government of India. We have approached entrepreneurs also. We have interacted with the industrial experts. So this is the integrated approach we have undertaken, integration within the department and integration across the government departments and central government departments. After formation of the guidelines, we need to sit together. We needed to sit together. We conducted the regional workshop in Mumbai, Puri and Delhi. Mumbai, we have called 5 offices of Western region, Puri, Northeastern and Southeastern region, and Delhi. Yesterday we conducted with the 12 offices where some problems were discussed, problems from the Udyam data, timelines, scope, surveys, what is the integrated approach, how to go about it. Everything was discussed. Now there is a commonality. We have approached that how to conduct this audit. So regional workshops were held at 3 places. At the same time, this month we have initiated a webinar, or subject-specific webinar coming from the audit design matrix. We knew that the TS IPAS, single window system of Telangana, is one of the best. So we have asked my counterpart, PAG Audit Telangana, to conduct this webinar, and it should be interactive. There was a question and answer session also, and we got the demonstration of the TS IPAS. My office conducted on the Silpa Sathi, the single window system of the West Bengal. The Mathri system was demonstrated by the AG Audit to West Bengal, where the experts were invited from the government departments. We came to know that the one district, one product, the Uttar Pradesh has taken an initiative, and they are the best performer of ODOP and the GI tax. So I requested the PAG Audit Uttar Pradesh to conduct this webinar on 13th of January. Rajasthan office conducted a webinar on Raj Nivesh, and finally the front runner, the Gujarat, they conducted a webinar on the investment facilitation portals. These are the common functionality I have just taken out and mapped how this Silpa Sathi, TG IPAS, and Mathri and industrial from the Gujarat is doing. We are not going to look at the only yes or no answer. It's not only the mapping. We will go 2 steps ahead. We are going to see whether these functionality are tested against the faceless, cashless intervention less. All those principles will be applied on this system, and then we come out with the audit report. Okay. MSME is a big umbrella. There are around 28 or 29 small industries working under the MSME's umbrella. It's not, and there are different acts and rules of central government and state government applicable to each and every industry. So it's not possible to reach out to do the study of everything. So what we have done, we have formed a sampling. We have asked we have devised a formula where each and every accountant general will concentrate on the top 4 or 5 industries, and those 4 or 5 industries, if they have got sizable presence in a particular district, we have applied a formula and selected those districts. This exercise is complete, and just for the illustration, I have given the 6 examples, but all the 30 accountant general offices have now ready with the industries and the districts where we want to visit and see the functioning of the CFC and the clusters and the working of the DIC and the Facilitation Council in those districts. And by doing this analysis, it's come to me is a notice that most of the offices, the food processing and the food products are being looked at by the 16 states, textile, handloom and garments by 15 states, agro-based industry by 6 states, and handicraft and handloom by 4 states. Some states have selected the service sectors also. Yes, we talked about the MOSPI impanel surveys. We are ready with our audit objective. We are also ready with our survey objectives. We have survey objective. We have formed a technical advisory group. That is also ready. Now we are going to float an RFP, take the administrative approval from the headquarters office, float RFP, and the TAG will shortlist the A-listed vendor who can do the survey on pan-India basis, and that will take around 1.5 months. By middle of the March, we should be ready with the onboarding of the vendors. From our responsibility, the audit responsibility, the tentative survey questionnaires are ready, but we will discuss with the vendor. They can offer some best questions based on the perception. So some work is ready. We have already downloaded the Udyam data from the open government sources relating to those industries and those districts. We have already sorted. All the accountant generals are ready with the Udyam data. For example, in my state, in my district, the 6th district, if I see there are 29,000 of MSME Udyam data, and if I take 5%, we will be doing around 5,000 there we need to do survey. Roughly in my state, in Pan India, 1.5 lakh survey would have to be done by the impanel vendor. This is the timelines. We are in the month of January, February and March. We'll call it a pre-planning stage where we do lots of file work, sampling approval. If some webinar we'll continue to do, because I think 1 or 2 topics are left, we'll do in month of February. April, May, June, July, 4 months we are doing it. We are going to do the field audit, and while conducting the field audit, we have used a collaborative tool of MS team. We'll keep on sharing our best practices, and we call it as a peer learning. I learned from Telangana will learn from each other. So it's a peer learning exercise. 15th, 16th or 17th June, we have reserved it for doing the midterm review. Generally, midterm reviews are conducted by the additional deputy CAGs and DI level officers, but this particular, seeing the importance of the topic, CNAG has agreed to participate in the midterm review. That will held tentatively on Hyderabad, 15th, 16th and 17th. Concurrently, the ADI Railways will do the review at Mumbai, Shillong, Kolkata, Shimla and Bengaluru with the smaller groups. August, September we have reserved for the drafting of the report and quality checking. October, November is the time where we will take the approval of headquarters. That means CNAG. We are going to get audit products. What? State audit reports. There would be 30 plus 2, 30 exist and 2 UT reports. We are going to have reports, audit reports, which we will be placing in the winter session of 2026. See, some of the states, they don't have winter session like union government. So in those states, it will be placed in the ensuing the budget session of 2027. but it's going to be the standalone report for the bigger state like UP, West Bengal, or Maharashtra. For the smaller state like NERs and Goa, it will be included as a chapter in their own audit report. For the Government of India, we will issue a management letter. Management letter will be the compilation of the EODB reforms and the best practices across the states on different subjects. I will provide a recommendation to DPIT and MSMEs. We are developing a common template because the subject is very vast. If you lose the sight, there is a tendency of writing 100-page report, but we have decided that we will not exceed 40 pages. So I am working on the report template. It will take another month, and those templates will be shared to all the accountant general's offices, and they will have to report on that. And we will highlight the best practices of other states in each other's report. The value addition, what value addition we are going to get from the report, there will be a gap identification. Highlight the procedural duplication in spite of having the single window system. If still manual system is in vogue, we are going to highlight. The shareholder feedback this report will throw. It will have a pan-India impact, benchmarking of the good practices in the other state. We will be highlighting that, and it will have an actionable recommendation, who will act, what will be done, and by when. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your thorough overview of EODB audit methodologies. Now, we are happy to hear from Team Lease. Please welcome Mr. Manish Sabharwal, Founder, Chairman of Team Lease, who will address the conclave on ease of doing business in MSMEs. Mr. Sabharwal brings extensive experiences working with MSMEs. Requesting Sri Manish Sabharwal, please, sir.
Thank you very much. You know, my favorite poet is Ramdhari Singh Dinkar. He says, Shama shobhti us bhujang ko jiske paas garal ho. You know, only the strong can be kind, benevolent, and generous. You know, what makes a country strong? Obviously, 10 more Rafale squadrons and 2 more aircraft carriers. But they may be downstream from economic power. And it's an interesting debate globally about where does economic power come from. Does it come from supply, which is your human capital, or does it come from demand, which are your enterprises? You know, I work for a people supply chain company. We've hired somebody every 5 minutes for the last 25 years. But we have only hired 5% of the kids who came to us for a job. So obviously, I think supply matters. But in the last 18 months, I've been rethinking that a little bit, because we have given 60,000 children to the manufacturers of iPhones in the last 18 months. They take 6 weeks to make them productive. 25% of the world's iPhones are now made in India from 2 years ago. So the same children in a different environment were suddenly productive in 6 weeks. So supply matters, but let's also think about demand. And I think a lot about demand because I know that entrepreneurs can create 2 kinds of companies, a baby and a dwarf. A baby is small, but is going to grow. The dwarf is small, but is going to stay small. And I have the privilege of my first company being a dwarf and my second company being a baby. My first company was, 100 crores in 5 years. My second company is 14,000 crores this year. But I raised more money in my first company than my second company. So the difference between a baby and a dwarf is not more food. It is really in DNA, in thinking about how you architect the company. And India's enterprise stack is a real challenge. We are a nation of dwarfs, right? We have 63 million enterprises. I know Saurabh is taking that number to 70 in his new survey. 12 million of them don't have an office. 12 million of them work from home. Only 15 million are registered for GST. Only 9 million pay GST. Only 1 million pay PF or ESI. Only 90,000 companies post a job on Naukri on any day. There are only 31,500 companies in India with a paid-up capital of more than 10 crores. So in a $4 trillion economy, you have 6.3 crore enterprises, but you have only 31,000 companies which have a paid-up capital of more than $1.2 million. It makes absolutely no sense. We are an outlier on informality, on dwarfness, on number of enterprises by any standard with any country. Now, what could be the possible explanations for this, right? There are 5 geographies of work. I know we're talking about the last one, but let me just walk you through. There's a physical geography of work, right? Where do enterprises locate? Do you take jobs to people or people to jobs? And we have a problematic geography of work, right? We only have 52 cities with more than 1 million people. China has 375. We have 6 lakh villages. 2 lakh of those villages have less than 200 people. Will you really be able to take jobs to a village But mega cities are a problem, right? In 1973, there were only 3 cities in the world with more than 10 million people: Tokyo, Mexico, and New York. Now there are 31 cities with more than 10 million people. 28 are in Asia and 12 are in India. And so the physical geography of work is becoming a problem, right? I live in Bangalore. The average taxi travels at 8 kilometers an hour. Most people can walk that fast. So you really have a problem with our urban geography. But that is not a binding constraint. Bangalore will still continue to grow. We have a sectoral geography of work. How much of our labor force works in farming, how much works in services, how much works in manufacturing. I think the most disappointing number about India is 35 years after 1991, 44% of our labor force still works on farms. Software is a rounding error. It's only 0.8% of India's labor force. And manufacturing is a disappointment. Only 11% of India works in manufacturing, which is the same as post-industrial United States. The financial geography of work is a problem. China's 350% credit to GDP ratio is a problem, but India's 50% credit to GDP ratio is a problem. The right number is 100%. The human capital geography of work, I talked about it a little bit, but that is a problem, right? 265 lakh kids took the class 10th exam last year, 105 lakh failed. 160 lakh kids took the class 12th exam last year, 80 lakh failed. 80 lakh who passed, 50 lakh went to college, and 30 lakh sort of disappeared. Obviously, I met a BA in English in a recent job fair whom I kept asking questions in English and he kept answering me in Hindi. I said, English is like Windows, it's an operating system, it's a vocational system. He said, आपको सच बताऊं सर, मैंने अपना BA English हिंदी में किया है. So obviously we have a problem with our college system, we have skill system. But the most important geography of work I would submit to you is the legislative geography of work. How does land, labor, capital combine to become an enterprise? We don't have a shortage of land. You could give every Indian household half an acre, they would fit into Maharashtra and Rajasthan. We don't have a shortage of capital when we deserve it. 90% of our venture capital, 80% of our private equity, and 50% of FDI since 1947 has come in the last 8 years. So when we deserve it, capital will come. But economists call it total factor productivity. How does an entrepreneur, whether an MSME or a big one, combine your land, labor, capital into an enterprise? And that becomes entrepreneurship, that becomes technology. Some people call it innovation. You can call it what you want. But how does it combine? And I would submit that we have made it very difficult for small entrepreneurs to combine land, labor, and capital. I call it regulatory cholesterol. You can quantify that into the 67,000 compliances, the 26,000 ways to go to jail, the 6,700 filings, which was 18 months ago. Now there's been a number of changes with the new labor codes, with the number of initiatives, but you could quantify regulatory cholesterol. And this comes from what I call 6 pathologies in thinking about regulation. The administrative state largely, but also the legislative state. The first is prior approval. Why do you need prior approval outside national security, environment, harm to others, and public health? You can have self-registration, you don't require prior approval, yet there are 540 prior approvals required at the central government and at state government even more. There is a compliance blind spot, and the government you read from left to right. You read acts and rules, while entrepreneurs read from right to left. We read compliance, guidelines, circular, notification, government order, office order, master circular. And this leads to my next point of instrument proliferation. There are 4, the parliament, I think the constitution is quite clear. There should only be one level of subsidiary legislation. There should be acts made by parliament, there should be rules made by the executive, notified in the Gazette. But there are now 14 other instruments, guidelines, circular, notification, master circular, which in some sense, sometimes they get notified, but I can give you an example of 40% of them not notified in some ministries. And it makes no sense it's impossible for even a ministry to keep track, right? So while we talk of a single source of truth between enterprises and citizens being important, I believe there should be. India Code, which is a website run by the Ministry of Law, which is incomplete now and will be fixed hopefully later this year, does not offer a guarantee that if a law or an act or a rule is not in India Code, then it need not be followed, because I know many examples of notifications and everything. So this instrument proliferation is a problem. I think the unwillingness to accept then enforcing the unenforceable, good intentions, close to this, the 299 people who wrote our constitution distinguish between directive principles and fundamental rights, because the wonderful debates were about, can you enforce fundamental rights? So we want education for everybody, we want healthcare for everybody, but can we make it a fundamental right? No, let's make it a directive principle. So they accepted that life is second best at best. They accepted that a state which makes laws but does not enforce them diminishes it, right? Now, is criminalizing ticketless travel the right way to deal with ticketless travel? We're the only country in the world where ticketless travel is criminalized, right? You should charge 4 times this, you can deboard the person, you can do what you want. More importantly, there were only 8 cases filed for the 80 crore travelers last year for ticketless travel by the Indian Railways. Now, I can guarantee you there are 8 ticketless travels on every train in India. So is the deterrent working? This is an interesting debate in government, right? That jail as a deterrent. So, the Railways believes that it's working. See, there are only 8 cases filed. But I could make the case that the deterrent is not working, right? Because you're enforcing the unenforceable. I think process is punishment is the consequence of this. But process is punishment only for the innocent. The guilty don't really care about, the guilty love it when the process is punishment. It is when the innocent is the process is punishment. So these 6 pathologies, prior approval, instrument proliferation, compliance blind spot, enforcing the unenforceable, process is punishment, often arise from no single source of truth. There is no place where you can go. Digital arrests are now reaching 25,000 crores in scams over the last 3 years. Why? Because it's plausible that there is a law that you have violated for which you could go to jail. It is possible that there is a corrupt policeman out there. So I think decriminalization has been a success in accepting that, look, this deterrent is not working. So Jan Vishwas 1, its methodology may have not worked as effectively, but Jan Vishwas 1 removed 50 of the 26,000 ways to go to jail for an employer because we asked the departments to surrender it. I think Jan Vishwas 2 and Jan Vishwas 3 are going to be at a magnitude of difference, because deregulation principles have been published by DPIIT in consultation with MSME and everybody else, where they've specified 5 principles for decriminalization. It also depersonalizes it for the ministries. You're not leaving your fingerprints on the murder weapon of decriminalizing. So I think principles have been a nice way to do it. So I think Jan Vishwas 3 will actually take it to about 75 times what was done in Jan Vishwas 1. So decriminalization is on track. I think deregulation, adopting now the new principles, there are new Jan Vishwas Siddhant, which is the deregulation principles, which says, why do you need licenses and where self-registration can work? All inspections should be random and risk-based. You should restrict the number of instruments. I think deregulation is more complicated than decriminalization, but the work on Jan Vishwas Siddhant, they have just been sent to all ministries. They are also making good progress. I think the third leg, and that's a lot of what CAG has also focused on rightly, which is because it's more specific, is digitization. So digital public infrastructure exists quite strongly for citizens, but for enterprises it has not existed. The paperless, presenceless, cashless, presenceless, which they have nicely adopted, is not that hard for enterprises, but we don't have a single number. We've got Aadhaar for 1 billion people, yet every company has 23 different enterprise numbers. Entity DigiLocker doesn't exist. We don't need notaries, right, if you have a DigiLocker. Digitization can't be defined as PDFs. See, I think one of the banes of digitization in government is we have paved the cow path. We have an ATM machine with a teller sitting behind it. But PDFs are not digitization because they're not machine readable, they're not subject to interchange transfer. So moving from PDFs to APIs is a key element of ease of doing business. And so adopting API Setu, which MIT already has, is a key part, and then India code. So, to sort of wrap up here, I think ease of doing business is shifting from the bird's eye view to the worm's eye view, to the daily life of employers. How many filings do you have to do? How is an inspection carried out? Why aren't licenses perpetual? Why would the Ministry of Labor issue a 6-month license or a 1-year license? Because you have to come back. You can withdraw the license if it is not, right? So I think the daily life of employers, and most days it sort of feels like banging against a wall, but lately with the HLC, the high-level committee, Mr. Das and Dr. Ajneesh have contributed heavily to that. The recent sort of Sahitya Akademi Award winner, the book is a wonderful book by Shukla called Diwal Mein Khidki Rehti Thi. So I feel lately we have accepted ease of doing business, and your project at CAG also reflects that. I think the challenge is sort of overcoming the status quo, the inertia. It's not always vested interests, I'm realizing. But there is a worry, right? If you decriminalize, will tax revenues go down? There are 37 offenses in the tax code. All 37 are criminal. Do they really need to be? If you sort of restrict, for example, some ministries who have been asked to look at restricting their number of instruments they use in the business of government will stop. I'm not sure that's true. So we have to be a little careful. So I think, finance infrastructure skills for India as binding constraints have shifted from being a dagger in the heart to a thorn in the flesh. I think ease of doing business, regulatory cholesterol is a thorn in the flesh, particularly for MSMEs. I think for larger companies, like for me, I have 170 guys in regulatory affairs whose full-time job is handling the regulatory cholesterol. It's highly unlikely that MSMEs can have that. But without employers, there are no employees, and most employers are MSMEs. I do want to flag that ease of doing business or deregulation does not mean Purna Swaraj for employers. I think if no laws and no regulation made countries hotbeds of entrepreneurial activity, then Swat Valley in Afghanistan and Waziristan in Pakistan would be hotbeds of venture capital, but they have no venture capital. So we have to find the Madhyam Marg here, which is really between protecting employees, protecting the environment, protecting public safety, and allowing entrepreneurs the freedom to. I have been asked 106 times in my life by a bureaucrat, who allowed you to do this? It's a profound question from a theory of knowledge perspective, because things are permitted till prohibited, or are they prohibited till permitted? But I think by sort of putting this on the agenda, CAG, CAG is sort of the conscience, the hearing aid, the seat belt, the mirror for the government. And I'm sort of delighted that you have sort of put this on the agenda for sort of thinking about the components of mass prosperity. I think MSMEs and ease of doing business are closely sort of linked at the hip. And we've delivered the world's largest democracy on the infertile soil of the world's most hierarchical and diverse society. Why didn't we deliver? Why have we not become the world's second or third largest economy? Why, when we have become the world's largest democracy? And I think there are many reasons for that. It's complex. But I think democracy is harder than prosperity, right? Just like running a government is tougher than running a company. Our goals are finite, our time horizons are specific. So my sense is that if we take this to the logical conclusion, if you are able to codify deregulation principles the way Jan Vishwas Siddhant articulates, and please audit for Jan Vishwas Siddhant, since now the government has adopted that. If you audit all the criminal provisions for the decriminalization principles articulated by DPIT, which also have been adopted for government, and if you take the sort of ease of doing business digitization vector, which is move from PDFs to APIs, move to paperless, presence-less, cashless, move to a single source of truth for citizens and enterprises, you will be doing a really important service to mass prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manish Sabharwal, for that engaging perspective. Your points on ground level challenges for MSMEs were very enlightening. Following this, we have Sri S.C.L. Das, Secretary, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, The Secretary will deliver speech on policy reforms, their impact on MSME growth. His talk will cover policy changes and how they are fostering a favorable environment for MSMEs. Please, sir.
Good morning to all. Honorable Comptroller and Auditor General of India, my esteemed colleagues from the central government, the state governments, my esteemed leaders of the industry, Mr. Sabharwal, and the chambers of industry present here, other stakeholders. First of all, thanks for this opportunity to be part of this very pioneering event. I would like to congratulate the Honorable CAG for taking this initiative, which is clearly the first of its kind, and I would say unique and significant in many respects. It takes the whole framework shift from the traditional audit to focus on delivery by system, the outcome, for a particular sector which is very foundational. And I would really urge the chambers of industry present here to really take this message, because there is a very positive subliminal message underlying this conference in the theme and the sector which has been chosen, EODB and MSME. I would take these the two keywords rather than audit or performance audit. So I would urge the chambers of industry to really take this message, the promotive value of this particular event, forward to our stakeholder, the MSMEs on the ground, because the government and the nation as a whole, the industry and government are coming together to actually very seriously look at ease of doing business for MSMEs. It would be actually, there cannot be the pivotal importance of MSME cannot be overemphasized. No serious pathway to Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-reliant India, or eventually a Viksit Bharat can sidetrack systemic and systematic development and strengthening of the MSMEs. The principal 5 E's which you call in MSMEs, why they are important for the economy, for employment, for export, for empowerment, and for environment sustainability, apart from several others, make it fundamentally important to really focus as a country on MSME growth. However, let me also make a very frank statement here. Except those in the government and in the industry, like our very esteemed colleague here, Mr. Sabharwal, and others who work for the MSMEs, for the rest in the government and in the industry, I must say that MSMEs are very inadequately understood. The fact that they are such a highly stratified sector, so widely divergent in scale, but more importantly, the kind of pain points, the characteristics which are so different from the industry at large. Even much of the industry doesn't really understand the pain points of MSMEs, not to speak of the government systems. Some of the very key diagnostics of the Indian MSME sector, a couple of which have been very astutely and aptly, already flagged by Mr. Sabharwal: dwarfism, the disproportionate burden of compliance which MSMEs share given their vulnerabilities and limited capabilities. So EODB has different nuances for the larger enterprises and a very acute nuance for the small enterprises, because on the one hand, the capabilities are limited, the vulnerabilities are high, and the burden of various regulations and requirements is disproportionately placed on MSMEs. So all these aspects actually, I think, add up to my view that this kind of a event, looking at delivering outcomes from the Supreme Audit Institution of India, I think is a good, encouraging and significant start, and should be taken forward in its wider ramifications. And I think with the core message the focus being on EODB and MSMEs and less so on the audit framework, because then the really learnings will be there. So to only highlight the point that MSMEs are generally inadequately understood in terms of the real operational grassroots nuances, I think we have, so as part of this event, we have an excellent presentation which will give a nuanced view of both the pain points and the progress made in the MSME sector. Let us not also underestimate or underemphasize the remarkable progress which has been made in the recent years in this sector with the combined efforts of central and the state governments on the one hand, and collaborative approach of the government and the industry and academy on the other hand. So that aspect, it's important to understand the large delta of progress which has been made in this sector. So our presentation, I think, is a substantive one, while on the other hand, it will give the lay of the land. What do we mean by MSMEs? It is not a single entity. It's a very diverse sector. What are the key pain points around which we build the enablers and policy reforms? And what has been some of the major impactful areas of progress made in the recent years, and which in turn need to be carried forward till we really substantially achieve our goals of Atmanirbhar Bharat and Viksit Bharat. Now, before I really pass on to my esteemed colleague, the Development Commissioner, to make that presentation, I would, in a kind of a wrap-up, I would just simply briefly flag those 5 principal channels of reforms and EODB, ease of doing business, or the overall ecosystem approach, how the government as a whole, through a spirit of cooperative federalism, as also by its own initiatives at the central level, and with very proactive participation from industry leaders like Mr. Sabharwal and the chambers of industry and our MSME stakeholders on the ground, how we are moving forward in a convergent, collaborative, and coordinated approach. So these 5 channels of strengthening the MSME ecosystem, which is so very foundational to the overall economic growth and movement towards a large developed economy, are first and foremost the legislative. And in this direction, mention has already been made of massive efforts done and underway on decriminalization on the one hand. There are also legislations in the states and the center, including in my ministry, which are underway, where the legislations are not necessarily regulative, but they're promotive, yet more meat and substance needs to be added to those legislative framework, which are essentially promotive and development in nature, to improve the outcomes and delivery. For example, let us say delayed payments. They are covered by legislation, but they need to be made more effective as a legislative frame, as also on the implementation on the ground. So legislative domain is the principal domain on which much has been done, and a lot more is being currently underway in the central government, including in my ministry. The other is the policy domain, again, both at the central and the state levels. And there are some very major policy instruments which have come up in the past, and several which are already on the anvil across line ministries. So there are several ministries, including the central government, particularly in the central government, which handle MSMEs in a very substantial way as sectoral ministries, textiles, DPIT, steel, food processing, etc. So there are several policy and program initiatives which are underway, which I will not, for paucity of time, not dwell here, but only flag them. There is, for instance, a policy on public procurement, 2012, substantially updated in 2018, which is a very enabling, empowering legislation, policy instrument. So this is one instrument which we are very happy about, in the sense that it empowers, enables the MSMEs the central procuring CPSUs and government to mandate, they are mandated to procure at least 25% from MSMEs, of which 4% should be from SC/ST-led entrepreneurship, because please remember, empowerment is part of our MSME ecosystem goals, and 3% should be necessarily from women-owned enterprises. Again, gender empowerment, inclusivity is very much part of the MSME ecosystem goals. Thirdly, and very importantly, already touched by Mr. Sabharwal, is the regulatory aspect. And here, the exercise currently going in full steam in various levels in the central government, across central ministries, is really on reduction of compliance burden, deregulation, reduction in compliance burden, whether they relate to land-related matters, whether related to environmental clearance matters, whether they relate to Factories Act. And a major reform which has already happened is the notification of the 4 consolidated labor codes, which are now being further taken, decoded and further taken on the ground at the state level for further notifications. So labor laws, environmental regulations, land-related regulations, building bylaws, all those plethora of regulation, that's a massive framework, massive exercise is already on in the central government, and that is an area where results are showing up and would show up substantially in the days to come. The second tier of this deregulation, reduction in compliance burden is at the state level. Again, that is being done, steered by the Cabinet Secretariat in a cooperative federalism framework. So the central government entities and the state government are collaborating together to look at a lot of those compliance burden, because industry continues to be a state subject as well. So those compliances and regulations which are at the state level, they are being freed. And some of the states, I must say at this forum, because the AGs are here, they have done really very encouraging and pioneering work, many of on their own initiatives also, but a lot of it has come through this framework of deregulation and reduction in compliance burden exercise being jointly carried out as a combined entity in this framework. And fourthly, the ease of doing business in terms of positive instruments, in terms of the financial and other signaling. Those exercises have been already touched upon earlier, so I will not dwell it, except to say that as a substantive agenda, it is being carried out across the sectors, and much of it is being derived, the agenda setting is derived from industry and government collaboration, and a lot of feedback, good feedback and suggestions are coming from the industry. And finally, and equally important, is those enablers on the supply side. Those continue to remain, because this is a highly underserved sector. Today, less than 1/3 of the MSMEs, we have 7.4 crores. This figure is likely to reach 8 crores by the end of financial year. 7.4 crores plus MSMEs of all shapes and kind, primarily the small ones, 98% of them micros, all digitally registered. However, it's a highly underserved sector in terms of all the supply side enablers, whether it's a credit, whether it's a skill, whether it's a technology, access to markets, access to infrastructure, common facilities. In all the supply side enablers, it is a highly underserved sector. Less than 1/3 of them have a loan account, and the credit penetration, even though in the recent years, credit goes to our public sector banks for having actually achieved a higher annual growth rate, but in terms of what remains to be done, is still a massive challenge. So the supply side, the input side enablers, they are a very important area. With all the things done on the deregulation legislative policy side, things wouldn't work in terms of actual output, in terms of actual contribution to GVA, the gross value addition in manufacturing or in services or in employment creation, if the supply side enablers do not substantially permeate the entire MSME system, and our really upward mobility goes up, the characteristic dwarfism pervading this sector really is mitigated, and in the long and eventually goes away, and there is a robust, dynamic, upwardly mobile MSME ecosystem. So this is broadly these are the five broad areas of endeavor, combined national endeavor from central, state, and industry stakeholdership, through which an effort is being made to strengthen the MSME system. There have been several gains, but this needs to be continued because our goals of Atmanirbhar Bharat and Viksit Bharat are tall and laudable. And I take this opportunity to once again thank the CAG and his team for taking up this aspect, which I think adds one more kind of a pillar of support in terms of the ongoing agenda. Thank you once again. And now I will request my colleague to make the presentation on MSMEs.
Respected CAG sir, respected Secretary MOSPI, respected Secretary MSME sir, Mr. Manish Sabharwal ji, officers from the CAG, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be making a brief presentation on the state of the micro, small and medium enterprises. It is a dynamic sector, and we will also be presenting about some of the key enablers on which we are working, including our efforts on reducing the compliance burden. So MSMEs have been basically the Prime Minister has been mentioning them as the engines of growth and also backbone of our economy. And the reason is 31% of our GDP comes from them. We know 45% of the exports are from MSMEs. But the most important factor, I think, is the inclusive growth. Inclusive growth, we say, because MSMEs provide 33 crore employment to 33 crore people, and we are the second largest after the agriculture. Now, we also believe that MSMEs are a part of India's story of resilience. In 2020, when COVID was there, the economy took a hit. Internationally, all economies took a hit. And thereafter, the fact of resilience of Indian economy lies in the fact that within 1 year, the economy rebounded. And if we look at the international estimates for the last 10 years, on an annual basis, the American economy has grown at a rate of 2%, European economy is at a rate of less than 2%, between 1.5 to 1.7, and Japanese economy at 0.7%, whereas Indian economy has posted a robust growth rate of more than 5%, 5.5%, and recently, if you look at the quarter figures, it is more than 8.3%. We believe that if MSMEs contribute 30% to the Indian economy, then the resilience of Indian economy, a large role is played by the MSMEs. Now, talking about the key enablers, in Ministry of MSME, we believe that the challenges that are faced by MSMEs, actually, all these challenges are opportunities for the ministry to work on. And the key enablers, there are basically 6 key enablers on which we work. One is formalization, second is access to credit, facilitating technology, enterprise and infrastructure development, access to market, and ease of doing business. Now, on these 6 aspects, I'll just give you a broad glimpse of some of the initiatives that we have taken. In fact, we implement more than 18 flagship programs in Ministry of MSME, and these 18 programs are all bucketed in these 6 enablers or the areas where we work in. First of all, what do we really mean by MSMEs? So, micro, small and medium enterprises in India are categorized basically on 2 parameters. One is the investment in plant and machinery, and second is turnover. So, presently, the turnover criteria for the micro is 10 crores, for small 100 crores, and for medium 500 crores. And for investment, the criteria for micro is 2.5, small 25 crores, and for medium 125 crores.
In the last year's budget, we revised the definition. In fact, the earlier definition, the difference between the earlier definition and the present one is that the turnover criteria has been more than doubled. And for the criteria on investment in plant and machinery, there has been a 2.5 times increase that has been done, and this has been done consciously because we believe in MSME and also in Government of India that MSMEs need to grow big. We believe that MSMEs, the micro should become small, small medium, and then medium should become large. So the idea is to provide them with more economic space, and idea is also to provide avenues for more investment. So I mentioned about formalization as one of the key enablers. In fact, in MSME space, there is a particular term which is formalization gap that people refer to. And formalization gap is there are more MSMEs working in Indian economy, and there are far less which are registered with the Ministry of MSME. We believe that registration creates enablement for the MSMEs to get benefited from various programs of the government. So if you look at this graph on the left side, as on 1st of April 2023, there were only 1.6 crore MSMEs which were registered with the ministry. As per the MOSPI's ASUS data, the number of MSMEs present in the Indian economy were more than 7 crores. So there was a formalization gap of 4.5 crores in 2023. We worked with the state governments, we worked with MSME associations, and we actually reached out to the MSMEs through the MSME registration drive, and that number now has increased to 7.5 crores in a span of 2.5 years. So there has been a very sharp reduction in the formalization gap that has happened, and for that I would like to thank all the state government officers from MSME ministry or department which are present here, including the MSME associations. Now, as Secretary MSME sir has said that MSMEs are a very diverse, diversely spread. We can see that the spatial distribution of MSMEs. So naturally, if a state is big, having a large area, large population, we see that the number of MSMEs there are more. But the effort of the Ministry of MSME is that for any micro, small or a medium enterprise which is located in any part of the country, we want them to get registered. If we look at the profile of the MSMEs, we have a very unique, I would say, situation in India where 99% of the enterprises that we have, these are micro enterprises. The number of medium and small enterprises is less than 1%. But there is one more thing that I would like to emphasize. If we look at the distribution in terms of the activity of the MSMEs, we find that most of them, about 43%, are in retail, in services there are 36%, and in manufacturing 21%. So it is a conscious effort of the ministry to push the MSMEs more towards manufacturing, and you will see that many of the programs of the past and especially in the recent years are focusing on giving a push to the manufacturing MSMEs. Gender-wise distribution, I think that those numbers have improved. There are over 40% MSMEs which are owned by women, and if we look at this slide, basically what we have tried to show here is for the micro enterprises. If we look at the micro enterprises and if we look at the distribution of number of micro enterprises in terms of turnover, although the turnover criteria is 10 crores for the micro enterprises, but we see that the most concentration of the micro enterprises is within 1 crore range. So there is a large bandwidth for growth. Between 1 crore and 10 crore, there is a huge bandwidth for growth, and this is where the Ministry of MSME is focusing. Similar thing we can see for small enterprises. Although the turnover limit has now been increased till 100 crores, but we find that maximum number of small enterprises are within the turnover range of 30 crores, and there is a huge bandwidth for growth. Similar thing we see for medium enterprises. Now, the second enabler that I mentioned was access to finance. Now, access to finance is the key thing for any enterprise. We believe in Ministry of MSME that every entrepreneur who owns the enterprise, they know what is it that they can do to take it forward. The only thing is, can we provide them with access to finance? You'll be happy to know, as per the latest economic survey, 13% of credit growth is there in the MSME sector compared to 6% in the larger sector, meaning thereby that the banking and the financial system is also cognizant of the fact that more credit needs to go to the MSMEs. If we look at the figures between 2014 and 2025, the credit outstanding or the credit flow to the MSMEs has increased from 10 trillion to more than 35 trillion. So there is a 3.5 times growth happening in this sector. Now, as Secretary MSME sir said that MSMEs are, somewhat misunderstood also. So normally we have seen in our interaction with the bankers that there is a high perception that they think which is involved with lending to micro or small enterprises, and I think this is a myth. That perception is incorrect. This is the data from RBI. If we look at the NPAs of the micro, small and medium enterprises, they have reduced, and presently the NPAs associated with the MSMEs are 3.5% only. So I think that is one of the reasons why the credit flow to MSMEs also has been growing, because of the better performance of MSMEs. There is another term that we use in the MSME parlance, which is credit gap. So the appetite, although the credit has grown for the MSMEs, but is it enough? Answer is no, because the appetite for credit is much more than the credit that is being provided through the formal channels. And one of the enablers that or one of the leverages that we use is a scheme called credit guarantee for the micro and small enterprises. This is basically to increase the bankers' appetite to lend to micro and small enterprises. In case there is a default, we provide 75% to 85% of that default back to the banks. So therefore the bankers, they find it much more easy to lend to the micro and small enterprises. This is our endeavor. So the scheme was started in 2001. So between 2001 and 2022, in 22 years, the total credit guarantees extended were 3.2 lakh crores. And then in 2023, we were given a target that additional 2 lakh crore of credit guarantees you have to issue. I'm happy to share with you, in a span of 3 years, that number, we have surpassed that number. So against a target of 2 lakh crore, we have provided 6 lakh crores of credit guarantees in the last 3 years, which is almost double of what we had done in the previous 22 years. So this is a work which is going on, and we are working for providing additional credit guarantees worth 20 lakh crores in next 5 years. TREADS is one endeavor of Ministry of MSME to address the issue of delayed payments or the payment or funding of the MSMEs. And here what we do is that the micro, small, medium enterprises, they can upload their invoices on TREADS, and the bankers discount their invoices. So instead of waiting for the buyer to actually make payments, they can get payments before the credit cycle is over. And if you look at the figures here between 2022 and the recent figures, the volume of discounting has increased. It has increased from 4,000 crores to more than 7 lakh crores. So there is a more than, I would say, there is about 50 times jump that we have seen in this sphere. And the idea here is that instead of the seller keep on waiting for the payments of the release of payment by the buyers, can we do it institutionally under TREADS? So there is a huge response that we have got here, and we also believe that it is not only the traditional credit which is a requirement for the MSMEs. We also focus on equity infusion. So there is Self-Reliant India Fund, through which we infuse equity into the MSMEs, especially the startups. And we have seen wherever that equity infusion has been done, that equity infusion has led to 4x or 5x times growth into to these enterprises, and also we have seen that these enterprises have been able to raise equity from the market as well. Public procurement policy was mentioned by Secretary MSME. It is one of, I would say, the key incentives that we provide to MSMEs. There is a mandate that all central ministries, including CPSEs, will procure at least 25% from the MSMEs. Plus, there is a price preference that we give, and that price preference is 15%. So, if I am a micro or a small enterprise, if I participate in a tender, and let us say the lowest bid in that tender is 100 rupees, even if the price I have quoted is 115, I will be given, part of that order for providing or for supplying, provided I reduce my price from 115 to 100 rupees. So we are not compromising on the price as such, we are giving them preferences. And I'm happy to share, if you look at this data between 2020 and now, against 40,000 crore of procurements, that number has increased to more than 71 crores. And we find that against 25% of the mandated target, 47% of these procurements are being done through micro and small enterprises. But that is the broad picture. There are some CPSEs and some other entities where that number is less, and we keep on continually pushing them to attain these targets. Empowering scheduled caste and scheduled tribes is another another endeavor of the ministry, and here again you will see that the support that has been lent to the SCs and STs through the scheme, that has increased from 99 crores to 3,544. So what I'm trying to say here is that in the past few years, the pace of handholding and support to the micro, small, medium sector has increased, but we know that improvement is a continuous process, and we endeavor to we always work towards it. There are technology centers established by Ministry of MSME for handholding and supporting the micro, small, medium enterprises. One of our technology center in Bhubaneswar, we manufactured 433 components for the successful Chandrayaan mission. So again, there is as Secretary Sir said, that MSMEs are misunderstood. People think that MSMEs, the quality would be low, they'll not be able to provide good logistics or take larger supply orders. We have MSMEs who are supplying to ISRO, we have MSMEs who are supplying to the Indian Defence Forces, our own technology centers. We have produced components for the light combat aircraft. In fact, the list is ever growing. In fact, if we look at Ministry of Defence and their positive indigenization list, lot of MSMEs are now participating there. And we have recently also done an MOU with the Director General of EME, their Army Corps workshops and the Technology Center of the Ministry of MSMEs. We will work together to support and collaborate with each other. We are going to expand this ecosystem of technology centers. Initially there were 18, now there are 13. We aspire to go up to 53, and we are also going to establish 100 extension centers. We believe in the ministry that in order to cater to the requirements of MSMEs, it is not the central ministries alone. There is a huge role which is to be played by the state governments. So we have tried to support the state governments through the RAMP program, wherein we provide funding to the state governments. We tell them that you do an analysis and gap finding of the MSME sector in your state. You design what kind of interventions you want for your state, which are relevant to your geography and your needs, and decentralized funding we give through this World Bank supported program. So all the states and union territories are a part of this program, and they are also working towards implementations of policies and programs for the development of MSMEs. PM Vishwakarma is a scheme. I will just want to touch on this scheme because this was launched by the ministry in 2023 on 17 September. Under this scheme, we were told to provide benefits to the artisans and craftspeople. In fact, the Honorable Prime Minister had guided that all artisans and craftspeople living in the villages who have traditionally been practicing these arts, can we support them? So under this scheme, we provide them with recognition, we give them skill upgradation, we give them collateral loan, we give them digital incentives including modern toolkits. Only two things I want to emphasize about this scheme. I'll skip everything else. The target given to us was registration of 30 lakh artisans and craftspeople in next 5 years. That is till 2028. In a span of 2.5 years, we have achieved 100% registration of the artisans and craftspeople. These are all biometric based registrations that we have done. In fact, there is a 3-layered verification of the enrollments. One by the Gram Panchayat Pradhan, second by the district collectors, third by a committee headed by the bankers and the officers from the Ministry of MSME. Sir, I am happy to report that even the Gram Panchayat Pradhans who are doing the first level verification, we did biometric onboarding of these Gram Panchayat Pradhans. And in the process, we ended up cleaning the database of Ministry of Panchayati Raj, because the database that they were working on, about 1.2 lakh entries were outdated. So, but this is a collaborative approach. This is a scheme being implemented by 3 ministries. The numbers are here. We are providing skill and credit to them. One point that I want to emphasize about this scheme is that the entire scheme is being implemented in a whole of government approach. The Ministry of MSME, Ministry of Skill Development, Department of Financial Services, we are all collaborating. It is a scheme which is implemented in a 100% paperless manner. Now, please imagine in our country, onboarding a beneficiary in Ladakh, in Andaman, in other interior areas, everywhere, there is not a single paper that is being used. We have an API integration with about 69 entities of Government of India, and this scheme, including the transfer of benefits, like if there is a monetary transfer of benefit, that is online, and if there is, let us say, giving out of the toolkits, that is also paperless. And in fact, sir, I would like to emphasize, for the toolkit delivery, we did a process re-engineering by giving e-voucher based deliveries. Like in state governments, normally in education department, we give laptops. So there is procurement of laptop done, then the laptop is sent to the district or the block level office of the education department, then the distribution takes place. But then in such a system, there are also chances of rent seeking. Here in ministry, we wanted, can we do the delivery of toolkit at the doorstep of the beneficiary without involving any other government entity? So the procurement of the toolkit was done through GEM. There was a third party which was hired for inspecting these toolkits. There was a special portal designed with help from NPCI by creating e-vouchers, and India Post we onboarded, sir. Initially, they were not doing e-voucher based deliveries. So we redesigned the system for them, developed a new system for India Post, trained more than 50,000 postmen. And now, sir, these toolkit deliveries are being done directly at the doorstep of the beneficiaries or through the post offices. And once the delivery is done, sir, a video is recorded, it is uploaded, and only then the redemption takes place in order to ensure that the benefit is going to the right person. And once the redemption is made on a real-time basis, the money gets credited to the account of the vendor. So there is no system of passing of any bill for the vendor, sir, under PM Vishwakarma. So this is something that we designed with the intent of creating ease of doing business. Some initiatives on EODB that we have taken in the ministry. Udyam registration portal, sir, is completely online. Again, we have API integration with CBDT and with various ministries of Government of India. There is a Samadhan portal, and there are various initiatives that we have taken. But in the interest of time, I will just like to focus on 4-5 points pertaining to the EODB exercise that we have done within Government of India, and that what we are doing with the state governments. Sir, under the Companies Act, the definition of the small company of Ministry of Corporate Affairs, sir. So that their definition was paid up capital of entities up to 4 crores and turnover up to 40 crores. Whereas our turnover recently has gone up to 100, and even previously, sir, for the small companies, the turnover was 50 crores. So meaning thereby that companies which were actually small under our registration were not being treated as small companies under the Companies Act, and they were treated as large companies, thereby increasing the compliance burden. So we worked with Ministry of Corporate Affairs, sir, and we are happy to share in the month of December they have aligned their definition, reducing the compliance burden for many of the small and medium enterprises. Sir, ease of prepayment was an issue with the MSMEs. In fact, sir, banks were charging prepayment charges if an MSME was wanting to repay loan before time. Now, sir, it does not make any sense. If I've taken a loan and I want to repay my loan before time, why should a bank, impose prepayment penalties? We worked with the RBI, sir. RBI issued a circular in July 2025 abolishing the prepayment charges for the banks. Sir, another, Mr. Sabharwal mentioned about the land, labor, and capital. So, land is one of the critical factors and critical constraint for the MSMEs. Now, sir, we had a regulatory requirement through CPC, through the Central Pollution Control Board, that 30% of the land is to be mandatorily reserved for under green cover in the industrial estates. And we were basically interacting and requesting with our partner ministry, Ministry of Environment and Forest, that 30% of the land if we are reserving for towards the environmental activities, and then on the remaining 70% land we apply the FAR and other principle, then how much is land available for the industrial development? And land is the fixed asset. Sir, Ministry of Environment and Forest, they collaborated, sir, and I'm happy to report that this requirement has been reduced from 30% to 10% now. And we also requested that can we make a layered distinction between micro, small, these requirements or compliances for the micro, small, and medium enterprises? Sir, for micro and small enterprises, for green and white category micro and small enterprises, there is no requirement of having a mandatory even 10% land for the green cover. Similarly, for orange and red, that number is 10% and 15%. Under GST, sir, GST again is a Government of India subject, so we are engaging very, I would say, very keenly with the GST authorities, sir. The request that we have made is that, sir, presently the system is every return has to be filed on a monthly basis and also on an annual basis. So there are various GSTR forms that are to be filled. What we are saying is, can we have annual return with monthly payment, and can we do away with the requirement of monthly reporting? So this is something which is work in progress. Similarly, for quarterly payment and monthly payment, sir, this is what GST allows for transactions up to, for entities with turnover up to 5 crores. We are requesting them if that number can be increased to 100 crores. So again, this is a work in progress, sir. Now coming to the EODB efforts with the state, sir, I will only focus on 3 or 4 points. Sir, one is the consent to establish and consent to operate. These are basically requirement from the state pollution control boards, and these are huge regulatory compliances. Now, if I want to establish an entity, I have to first take consent to establish. Now, sir, consent to establish, why is it mandatory for the state pollution control board people to visit that site and then keep the person waiting and just to give him an intent to establish? So what we have recommended here is that for the consent to establish, it should be based on self-certification for micro and small enterprises, and for consent to operate, which is after the person has established the unit. So that consent to operate, can we give it to, can that power be given to third parties, sir? Because third party certification, if it is there, I worked as chairman in state pollution control board, sir, so I know the limitation of the manpower that we have. Given the number of MSMEs, sir, 7.5 crore MSMEs, if they are there, including all, there is not enough capacity in the state pollution control board, sir, to actually regulate these practices. So this is again work in progress. There are examples, some good states like Tripura, Odisha, they have done good work, sir. We are nudging the other states. In fact, Secretary Sir mentioned about the high-level committee and a task force which has been constituted under the chairmanship of the Cabinet Secretary Sir, where the secretaries have been allocated states, and every secretary, whenever they visit the state government, sir, this is the agenda that they pursue. Then map approvals and the town and which is given by town and country planning and municipal bodies, sir. Here again we are saying that for map approval, no architect would make a map which is violative of the town and country planning norm. It is only after the map is approved and actual construction is done that the variations may take place. So why can't the map approval be give that power be given to the registered architects and the completion certificate again to the third party agencies? Then sir, industrial parks, when we look at most of the states, what happens is the allocation of the land in industrial parks has two problems. The first problem is the plot size is large compared to the requirement of MSMEs, and second is, sir, the auction model which is there basically de facto it excludes micro and small enterprises, sir, because the larger enterprises they have a greater chance of getting the plot in auction. What we are proposing to the state government is that within the industrial estate, can there be a carve out for micro, small, and medium enterprises, and that auctioning also be limited to micro, small, and medium enterprises. So this is again work in progress. Single window system has already been emphasized, sir. It's single window, but at the back end there are multiple windows. Can there be administrative authority or legal authority given to the head of the single window so that mandatory clearances are addressed at one single point? So, sir, we are very happy to collaborate with the CAG towards this endeavor, because we believe that ease of doing business is something which is already very high on the agenda of Ministry of MSME. In fact, the audit that will be done will give us more leverage to work with the states, and it will also provide state with the opportunity of learning from the best practices of other state. In fact, during my interaction with Mr. Manish sir, what I've requested is, normally people see the audit exercise as a gap finding exercise and or a fault finding exercise. That is the traditional, I would say, a perception or a view. Can we make it a participative activity wherein it is not a fault finding or a gap finding exercise? It is an opportunity for the stakeholders to learn from each other. So with this, sir, thank you for giving your time. Thanks, sir.
So we have very important stakeholders present here, that is the state governments. And if you will kindly permit, I'll invite a few of them. May I invite Mr. Anurag Bajpayee, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Manipur, to give his views, please.
Very good morning. Honorable Controller General of India, Secretary MOSPI, Secretary MSME, and senior officials from central and state government, and representatives of industry associations. Manipur faces challenges of geographical remoteness, fragile logistics, and institutional capacity constraints, as we all know, which affect economic activities. But yes, MSME is a strong sector there in Manipur for economic activities, and these are mostly women run. That is why this ease of doing business or deregulation becomes very important for promoting the economic activities in the state of Manipur. And in the phase 1 of deregulation and compliance reduction, we have taken up various priority areas, and out of 23 areas, we have completed 17 areas. And 3 we could not take up because of the precedent rule there, which will be taken up when the popular government will be formed. And 3 remaining were not pertaining to the state because of the sizes of the enterprises. In phase 1, the officials, I must say that they were not much aware about the requirement. So the pace was slow, and the state was passing through a different, kind of situation. So that was a little slow. But in phase 2, we are very much, into it, and we are moving fast. Rather, The state visit is yet to happen, but before that, we have already started our work. So phase 2, we are moving very fast, and within time, we will be completing our priority areas which have been assigned by the Cabinet Secretariat. The state is focusing on, as Additional Secretary has pointed out, the Udyam registration. Yes, that is very important area, particularly to, integrate MSME into the business activity. So we are focusing on that. Moreover, we are also working on this improving quality of the core infrastructure gaps. And just now, Additional Secretary has also pointed out about the industrial estate, because, sir, in our state, it is mostly micro industries, micro processing industries, because the capacity is limited. And the state government is also focusing on, improving the internal strength, the local strength, because in the state of Manipur, it is agriculture, horticulture, and forestry. So MSMEs are mostly based on these kind of products. So we want to work on internal strength, and that is why in industrial estate, we are already looking at, working on the factory sheds of that size which are required there. Then common facility centers, and the facilities where the means good machines can be brought. All these things we are working on that only, and we want to improve that. But nevertheless, this performance audit, when we talk about performance audit today, it will certainly become a vital tool in further improving this compliance reduction, deregulation, or improving the entire industrial ecosystem in the state of Manipur, because it will help the state government or the officials to look into identify the details or these processes which are repetitive in nature. So we want to look into that, and we are working on that, and that is why we are here also, and performance audit or the process audit, both the things will be very much essential for all of us, and particularly in such kind of states where such kind of constraints or the fractured infrastructure is there. It will also reduce the gap between state and national framework, particularly the reform framework. So performance audit, we are welcoming in our state. And finally, I like to mention that all the efforts made by the central government or the state government, it will improve the investors' confidence. That is what we are looking at. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Bajpai. May I invite Mr. Hage Tari, Secretary and Commissioner, Government of Arunachal Pradesh.
Thank you, sir. So myself is Secretary in Government of Arunachal Pradesh, Mr. Hage Tari. Honorable CAG and most respected senior officers of the CAG, and of course, Learned Secretary and Additional Secretary of Government of India, MSME, and all the state representatives and the senior officer of presidency and distinguished guests. Sir, I have not made a structured presentation as such, because I have been requested that I should give some highlight that bit. So, sir, first of all, and I'm extremely grateful to present here and a part of being this August gathering. So I have left the cabinet meeting tomorrow, so I participate here. Rather, cabinet meeting later on I'll participate. Agenda was there, so I came all the way yesterday night. So first of all, and I'm extremely grateful to this part of again. Sir, from State Government of Arunachal Pradesh, I highlight on 1 or 2 points. Number one, and which just now we have highlighted, our Cabinet Secretariat and initiated a very, and it is a wonderful program called is Deregulation and the Reduction of Compliance Burden. Phase 1, sir, we have given a recommendation of 23 priority area, the state government, and that we have Arunachal Pradesh, we could able to successfully able to 14th. Then there is some which is not applicable, and this 23 out of 10, we are only 3 which we only just timeline left out for us. The second priority area, yesterday I was given presentation to all the senior officers headed by Chief Secretary to about this second phase which they roll out by Cabinet Secretariat. 15th of the January, the Special Secretary Cabinet has held a meeting for all nodal officers. So I was also there. There they have the 23 more priority area plus 5 more optional, and if it is implemented, that's given to us. So this is going to have a large impact on the state government policy shaping, because especially in the MSME area, one of the which main focus, especially peculiarity of special Arunachal Pradesh, let us say, we have the two peculiarities. One is land is owned by the community base, unlike any other states where the title can be changed and mortgage can be done. Whereas Arunachal Pradesh, it is owned by the community-based land. If we were to acquire the land to make a road or and to set up some industrial activities, we need to acquire the land and which we need to pay a compensation. This is another which area we have been confronting with that. For this, which the Cabinet Secretary had given this priority area for reduction and large liberalization, especially CLU and zoning, and they have given a lot of inputs given through this, and we will able to do especially ease of doing business and much better. And if you can include in policy, that the state government is taking a measure, sir. Number two, sir, another peculiarity is that forest is another, just now I think Additional Chief Secretary Manipur has pointed out, because forest and environment, we are covered with 17% of the Arunachal Pradesh covered with forest. So if you are to take activity, let us say MSME sector, and we need to undergo, because it does not fall under state government. Under the Section 219 Conservation Act 80, it is central government is to clear. So here we have to apply to forest portal, and if we were to set up some food processing industry, we have to all the way go to New Delhi. Then a lot of committees and timeline is not being properly is being set, very frankly. So it takes enormous time. So which is one of the area, and because forest coverage, because by virtue of forest coverage, so this Additional Chief Secretary has just mentioned, it is reduced into 10%. It is absolutely, it is measure has been well taken. This is another which we have confronted. Sir, in this forum, I like to play one of the area which, especially ground level, we have seen is that banking sector. This is another, especially the civil, where the small those micro enterprises, they're trying to do and approach the bank, but due to civil, and they have availed some loan from somewhere else. Due to this, they got stuck and they got unable to do anything, and the bank is says so long is not clear, you cannot get loan. At ground level, this is one of the area we had a lot of discuss with the banks, and bank is having their own limitations. We cannot just liberalize and when the civil is exist. Whereas this is one of the sector where intervention of the government of India, maybe and the RBI, may be required. Then thirdly, sir, this is about the which you have come across is that the Ministry of MSME has introduced a scheme called RAMP scheme. Sir, it is absolutely a very good scheme, and also the promulgation on micro enterprise like PM. This is absolutely helping especially the women sector in the self-help group, and play a key role in state shaping, for which the liberalization of little banks and giving this loan to the small micro enterprises, especially northeastern state, particularly Arunachal Pradesh, is mostly it is only micro enterprises. Medium is very, very minimum by virtue of maybe transportation and due to logistic problem. So micro enterprise level and banking sector have to play a very, very key role, which need it to be incorporated and the part of EODP. So this is one which aspect we thought, and I'll make play before this August gathering. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. One of the activities of Pan-India horizontal audit on ease of doing business in MSME sector is conduct of an entrepreneur survey. This survey aims to capture the perspectives of MSMEs. I now invite Dr. Saurabh Garg, IAS, Secretary to the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, to address the conclave. Sir, please.
Good morning and thank you, respected CAG, my colleagues from Government of India, the state governments, and all the senior officers from the Office of CAG and the states who are present. It's a pleasure to be here, and I must first compliment the CAG and the Office of CAG for, in a way, looking at areas where expansion or doing some pioneering work, because I think this is something which has been unprecedented. And I must compliment the CAG and the officers of CAG for thinking of doing this kind of a compliance audit, looking at areas which have up till now not been looked at. And secondly, also to compliment for looking at ways on how to improve the data collection, because evidence-based data collection, evidence-based policy making is something that we are also focusing on. And I must also mention that the credibility of the office of the AGs at the state level is something that would lend so much more weight to what you are doing. So a compliment to all of you, and the comprehensiveness of the presentation that was made by the AG West Bengal initially. It shows the diligence that has been done while preparing for this. So I just wanted to mention that first. The second is on MSMEs. I really don't want to focus on the data sets around MSMEs, but just one or two pointers I want to mention. I think the fact that 99% of the MSMEs are micro enterprises, and the data which the DC MSME showed that perhaps nearly more than 90% of them are what I might call nano enterprises, below 1 crore. So it just shows the kind of distribution of enterprises that we have, that when we're talking of micro enterprises, we talk in terms of crores. We move to small enterprises, we are talking in terms of lakhs. We move to medium enterprises, we are talking in terms of thousands. And if we go to mega enterprises, we are talking in terms of hundreds. And I think we just need to step back and just think that what is it that, on the one hand, in 1 in every five households, we have an entrepreneur, 35 crore households in the country and nearly 8 crore enterprises. But yet we are talking in terms of mega enterprises, which are in a few hundreds. And it is in that context, if we look at the nano enterprises, we do an annual survey of unincorporated sector enterprises every year. Within that, we look at what are the kinds of enterprises that exist. The largest number are obviously household enterprises. That means what we call owner enterprise. There's only one person owner, a lady doing tailoring at home or some such activity. So within households also we have two categories. One, households who operate within their house premises, and a second, household enterprises which operates outside the house premises. A vegetable vendor who has a thela outside the house would be in the category of someone working outside the house enterprise. And it's very important to make that distinction, because the kind of external regulations, I'll just leave it at that a person who's operating outside the household enterprises has to face. The second level where we go from household is whether that person has any hired workers or it's only own worker or own family. And I think that's another distinction, that because obviously if it's own family, there's no formal wage employer or employee-employee relationship, but that's the second category of differentiation. And the third is that the large number of household enterprises don't maintain accounts. So we have this distinction. Does that household enterprise maintain accounts or doesn't maintain? If it does maintain accounts, there's a slightly higher level of formalization that we were talking about. And perhaps the productivity levels are much higher. So I just wanted to mention that there are different kinds of micro enterprises, and when we talk of micro enterprises, we are talking at this level of differentiation. And when we talk of productivity levels, that's where the real differences come up, that despite the number of enterprises being crores, when we talk of proportion or the contribution to GDP, it's the few mega or medium enterprises which have 80% of the GDP contribution. So I think we need to just keep that in view when we are talking of micro enterprises. And associated with that, the fact is that when we talk of government interventions, a lot of it is focused on the schemes and the programs that we are doing. What is the budget that we are set aside for that, and what are the targets that we have? But perhaps we need to focus as much on, I would say, no budget or zero budget interventions, which are perhaps what Mr. Manish Agarwal was mentioning about just removal of compliances. They are zero budget, they are so easy to do, but perhaps we don't have targets out there. So we need to maybe have a target that every department has to set aside 10 zero budget interventions which need to be removed, 10 compliances which need to be removed. And I think we need to keep that in mind, that our focus on on setting targets for zero-based activities or interventions is as important as perhaps having a scheme in that area. The third thing which I want to mention is the fact that we are talking about collecting more data. And the motto of the Ministry of Statistics is data for development. It's an oft-repeated thing that if you don't measure anything, you can't manage it. And in fact, the Honorable Prime Minister in the last Civil Services Day in April 2025 mentioned that all civil servants need to become experts in data-driven decision-making. I think this was a statement he had made. In fact, when I make presentations, I put that slide of the Prime Minister having that video of that statement. But I think what the CNAG is doing is just precisely that, focusing on data so that the policy making is so much more evidence-based. And we're talking about one of the pillars of ease of doing business being digitization. And that is one of the areas that we are focusing on data harmonization. For digitization to succeed, as was mentioned, that we can't have PDFs and image files. One of the basic things is that data needs to be machine readable. And machine readability is all the more important when we're talking of use of AI and ML, where data is the raw material for artificial intelligence. So our focus on data harmonization is on having standards or classifications based on standards, definitions which are not divergent, quality assessments which can be done, data which is interoperable so that different ministries' data talks to each other. In fact, one of the things that we just resolved was a definition of pakka and kacha houses. I don't know whether you know that Ministry of Rural Development had one definition, Ministry of Health had another definition, the census had a certain definition, the NDMA had a certain definition. So there's a National Statistical Commission which we try to ensure that when we talk of a certain pakka house, we're talking of the same in different ministries. So data harmonization is one of the biggest objectives that we are pursuing, and that is in the broad ambit of ensuring that data is a strategic asset, a recognition that data is an asset. In fact, the system of national accounts, which the United Nations Statistical Commission defines, which is the basis for GDP calculations, the 2025 version recognizes data as a strategic asset. And it's like as much as a factor of production like land, labor, capital, and knowledge, data is increasingly becoming a strategic asset. And I think the focus of the CNAG for improving their data collection and using data so much more effectively is something that we are so happy to be associated with you. I'm sure all the AGs, since they are here, the state governments are here, I would request them to lean on the regional offices that we have. In every state capital, we have a joint secretary level officer from the Ministry of Statistics who would be happy to participate. And I'm told that they are already being a part of helping them design the surveys and the samplings that is going on. Just to add, one other thing is following the Chief Secretary's conference, which happened in December, chaired by the Honorable Prime Minister, one of the topics for discussion in the Chief Secretary's conference was more using data more effectively. And as a follow-on to that, we are doing in April 2026 a summit with all state governments and the ministries in Government of India, how to ensure that the data we can leverage more effectively to ensure that it is used for decision making and that we respond to the pain points based on the data that comes in. So I just wanted to mention this and hope to have the participation of all those present out here. One last thing, I noticed that there are a lot of representatives from different industry associations, and I must compliment the enterprises, the different industries, who for the past 75 years have been supporting the annual survey of industries and the annual survey of unincorporated sector enterprises. It's because of the data sets that they give that the various aspects of whether it's availability of credit or what are the pain points that are being highlighted. And I would just urge the industry associations that they may tell their constituents that whenever these surveys are done, the data remains anonymous. In fact, what the CNAG would also be doing, the data would be anonymous so that it can't be traced back. But it is so essential to be able to identify what are the areas of interventions that are required. And we do 3 sets of surveys which in a way cover the entire enterprise sector. The formal sector, we have the annual survey of industries, which covers the manufacturing enterprises, the annual survey of incorporated service sector enterprises, which covers the formal service sector that we are doing for the first time, and the annual survey of unincorporated sector enterprises, which covers the service and manufacturing industries in the informal sector. A combination of these 3 covers the entire enterprise sector and which helps to give a lot of the information which is used, whether you look at the Mudra scheme, which came up because a realization that it's the informal sector not having enough credit availability or a host of other interventions. So my request to the industry associations, please do inform your constituents of the importance of providing this information. And lastly, I think when we're talking of Viksit Bharat 2047, it's interventions like this that are being done to have more focused information available so that our objective of becoming a developed state by 2047, we can achieve that. So once again, thank you all for being here and thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comprehensive overview. We are happy to have with us Sri K. Sanjay Murthy, the Comptroller and Auditor General of India. As the nation's Supreme Auditor, the insights of the Comptroller and Auditor General of India on the audit of ease of doing business in the MSME sector will be truly invaluable. Requesting the CAG of India to kindly address the conclave, please.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Mr. Saurabh Garg, Secretary MOSPI, representatives from the Government of India, Dr. Rajneesh from MSME, Mr. Manish Sabarwal, senior management of the CAG, representatives from industry, entrepreneurs, and colleagues from my office. At the outset, I just thought I'll spend 5 minutes only to give you the context of
why we are doing this, while it has been presented by Praveer Pandey. I just wanted to tell you that this is not the only one that we are doing. This might be one that we have done, which is first off the block to such detail that Manish presented today. But as an organization, the themes of ease of doing business as ease of living is something that is priority topics for us, which will be cutting across departments, geographies, states, center, and local bodies. Two of them I will like to just mention briefly, which has a bearing on MSMEs also. One is on logistics. This is another topic that will be conducted as a pan-India audit on how logistics is functioning at the moment and what needs to be done for the respective stakeholders to act upon to make that more efficient. So again, that's a cross-ministry, cross-sector thing. Railways, road transports, and in our organization, as Manish said, now we have different units. We have so many big verticals in place that coordinating amongst verticals itself is another big challenge within our organization. But these attempts that we are attempting now are bringing all these verticals together to look at such topics holistically, such that we can give some insights to the line ministry and to the respective state governments to act upon. Because as you said, data-driven audits is, or data-driven decision making is the need of the hour. And unless we have these type of inputs available to the line ministries and other stakeholders, I think we will be contributing towards their decision making ability. Having said that, the inputs that we have got from Mr. Manish Sabharwal as a member of our advisory board have been invaluable in structuring this entire debate on how we are supposed to do this audit going forward. But I can only assure you that the amount of consultations that my officers have done has been quite an eye-opener to all of them about the amount of initiatives that the government has taken towards this end. The presentation by the Additional Secretary MSME itself, if I have to rely on two figures that he mentioned, one was on the formalization drive that you mentioned, this increase from 1.65 crores to 7.58 crores itself guides you as auditors to what areas you need to look at in your own state. Without this data available to you, you yourself were blind as to where do you go and start your job on. The second item, we do compliance audits across the board, across PSUs, autonomous bodies, etc. But the emphasis on seeing 25% procurement compliance audits, I think the figure that he has given to you today, going from 40,000 crores to 71,000 crores, going from 19% to 47% of their procurement, should be an eye-opener to all compliance auditors as to the scale in which such type of initiatives of the government has on procurement policies of various entities if which you audit. Now, if these are the areas that we have to focus on, the other one, which again pertains to something that will affect MSMEs, is on compliance burdens in the urban areas, in which we are focusing on 100 cities at the moment, and building approvals and so on and so forth, mobility, water supply, transport. These are all topics that will be covered in due course. This is just a beginning. I think we have got inputs from everyone as to how we should address such type of a difficult audit. And with the inputs from all the stakeholders will only benefit each of our state AGs in designing a matrix which is suitable and relevant to their geography specifically. And when this activity happens during the course of the year, I strongly urge all of you who are there to be in close touch with our officers, such that the uniqueness of the unique peculiarities of your state and your enterprises in your state are reflected in that, as told by the two secretaries who had an opportunity to just speak here from the state governments. Now, with this, the ability to impact policy change is something that I just want to highlight to all my officers here, that these type of pan-India audits, while we have been doing it in the past, we have somehow not consolidated them to give a view to the concerned line ministry. But there were two activities that we did in the recent past, in the last 6 months, which was on the audits of IFMS systems in the respective state governments, as well as on e-procurement of the respective state governments. Now, these have thrown up such fantastic insights, but they were all state-led audits. So all these state audits were residing in the respective assemblies of respective state governments and never reached the line ministry. But having consolidated those inputs and shared it with MIT and with expenditure, we have found a great receptiveness to act upon those things, and that we are really encouraged to see the response that the line ministry gives in trying to address these things. And I'm really hopeful that in the weeks to come, we will see some significant changes being made by the Department of Expenditure or MIT in these two factors itself. And the type of innovations that was just highlighted on Vishwakarma registration and distribution of toolkits is another item that I think we should study deeply, because I think if the efficacy of such type of systems that they have put in place will play a major role, where so many state governments are doing the similar type of things but with different processes. Sharing a good example of that would go a long way in all the state AG's reports which are doing a similar type of a scheme. So I would stop here and thank you all for participating and coming to this very, very important meeting of ours, and especially to Secretary Mosby, who right from the beginning has been supporting us on various matters in which I think the Office of CNAG has gained tremendously with the type of insight and supports that you have given, and to Manish Agarwal for sparing his time always and repeatedly at whenever we have approached him. We are grateful to them, and to all the state governments who have come here, as well as to Dr. Rajneesh for a really insightful presentation, which I think many of us in the Office of CAG would have greatly appreciated to realize the amount of work that is already been happening, and where we as an organization can contribute towards furtherance of this great task that is on hand. So thank you everyone, and thank you once again. I hope to listen to all the entrepreneurs as well as the industry representatives in later part of the session to see how we improve upon the work that we do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Your guidance sets a strong direction for the upcoming audit. We shall proceed now with a presentation of mementos. May I request Sri Praveer Pandey, Additional CAG, to kindly present the memento to Sri Saurabh Garg, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. Thank you, sir. Once again, I request Pandey sir to kindly present the memento to Dr. Rajanish, Additional Secretary and Development Commissioner, on behalf of Sri S.E.L. Das, Secretary to the Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. Requesting Pandey sir to kindly present the memento to Sri Manish Sabharwal, Chairman, Team Lease. Thank you, sir. To permanently capture the memory of this conclave, may I now request all the delegates and participants to proceed for the group photograph at the stairs near South Plaza. The dignitaries for the first row may kindly take the seats as per the arrangements, followed by a tea break at the leaders' lounge. All the participants after the tea break may kindly be seated by 12:15. All the participants after the tea break may kindly be seated by 12:15. to 15 minutes on specific topics. Each industry associations and federations will speak for about 10 to 15 minutes on specific topics. I will introduce each speaker briefly. The Confederation of Indian Industry will speak on policy advocacy and institutional partnership for enhancing ease of doing business in MSME. First, may I call Mr. Sunil, Chairman, CAI, National MSME Council, and Mr. Ashok Saigal, Chairman, Policy Core Group, to discuss policy advocacy in enhancing ease of doing business in MSME sector. Please, sir.
Good morning, Honorable CAG Shri Sanjay Murthy, Shri Praveer Pandey, ADAI. I would also like to acknowledge presence of Dr. Rajneesh, Additional Secretary and Development Commissioner, MSME, respected dignitaries. At CII, we see ease of doing business not merely as a ranking exercise, but as a continuous national capability building journey, one that directly shapes competitiveness, employment, exports, and investor confidence. The perspectives we share today are consolidated from structured feedback across MSME members and our engagements with central and state institutions, including recent dialogues with auditor and regulatory authorities. Our intent is simple: to strengthen what is already working and to co-design institutional mechanisms that make service delivery more predictable, transparent, and growth enabling. At a strategic level, industry suggests three important shifts in policy design. First, moving from process-based to output-based grading under Business Reform Action Plan, where performance is measured through actual approval timelines and predictability rather than only the existence of procedures. Second, adopting a business life cycle approach, extending reform focus from starting a business to include operating and closing a business, which is essential for capital recycle and risk taking. Third, addressing the last mile implementation gap, ensuring that the intent of reforms reaches the factory floor through structured monitoring mechanisms. Slide 2. Compliance costs, both initial and recurring, often become a large constraint than operational cost for small enterprises. Entrepreneurs engage with multiple departments, portals, and institutions, which increases transaction time and uncertainty. Credit access, payments, and infrastructure readiness continue to shape investment sentiment at the district level. These are not systemic failure, they reflect the complex nature of a large federal system. They also represent a significant opportunity for collaborative institutional refinement. Policy reform direction. Observations at the ground consistently highlight the need to simplify labor compliance through a single annual digital return and to move factory and environmental approvals to risk-based online frameworks with deemed approvals. There is also a strong emphasis on operationalizing the MSMED Act payment provisions, including automatic interest beyond 45 days and escrow-based mechanisms for large buyers. Another recurring issue is uncertainty created by differing technical interpretations across states. Deemed approvals should be formal, auditable, and legally equivalent to timely approvals, so that banks, utilities, and regulators can rely on them with confidence. Strengthening delivery institutions. It is observed that district industry centers perform valuable coordination roles but often lack formal authority, digital tools, and interdepartmental leverage to resolve issues quickly. Single window platforms are evolving, but integration across departments remains partial in many states. Banking and utility processes are digitizing, yet turnaround times still vary significantly by location. Our proposal is not institutional overhaul, but targeted strengthening. DICs should evolve into single point relationship managers with formal authority to coordinate between departments, banks, and utilities on behalf of MSMEs. This should be supported by digital performance dashboards similar to the US score type systems, showing department wise timelines and pendency to drive transparency and accountability. Grievance system should coverage into a single MSME portal with auto escalation to the district collector or secretary if issues remain unresolved beyond 15 to 30 days. Partnership architecture. It is proposed that DICs should function as structural relationship managers with KPIs and digital tracking. At the district level, monthly collector led review reforms and open house sessions for MSMEs can resolve approvals, utilities, and credit matters in a coordinated manner. At the state level, coordination councils can monitor credit flow, grievance resolution, and incentive distribution. These mechanisms are designed to complement existing governance structure, not duplicate them. To take this further, may I now invite my colleague Mr. Ashok Sehgal, Chairman for Policy as part of the CII National MSME Council. Mr. Sehgal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chodia. Let me thank Mr. Murthy and all the other senior government officials who are here, because as we're talking of institutional partnership, the fact that so many people from so many heads of departments and ministries are here shows that there is institutional partnership, and we hope that the CAG survey which you're carrying out will further encourage more partnerships for results, as Mr. Chodia has mentioned. Now, we strongly feel, as was mentioned by Mr. Sabharwal in his talk, that the era for PDFs is over because they are not machine readable, they don't collect data, they're not processable data, and they don't lead to the kind of data analysis which would lead to decisions which has been already mentioned in the earlier session. So a digital compliance portal with one-time data entry and sharing of that data across the various people who need that data within the government would be a very great step towards reducing the compliance burden of giving the same information again and again and again to many different departments. So this data sharing is something which we really wish would go forward. Then the other point which was raised was this consent to establish and consent to operate. We feel it is a very important point because somebody decides to set up an enterprise. He gets a consent to establish. Time comes for him to operate it, and somebody comes and says, you can't operate because of this, that, and the other, something that was not earlier stated when he was given the consent to establish. At that time, it should be made clear that you must comply with this when you begin operations, and then afterwards go and audit it. Go and check that he's complying. If he's not complying, penalize him. But at that time, don't put a stop to the whole project and make the entire investment infructuous. This is a major step which I think we must eliminate, that step of consent to operate from all procedures, not just environment and pollution, but from all other license approvals which are given. Any approval to given must be considered as a consent to operate, and if the person is violating those conditions, by all means withdraw that license or penalize him for that. MSMEs
in certain states have been given these benefits. And that is very good. Rajasthan and Kerala are two states where MSMEs are allowed to establish themselves, operate, and then they're given a 3-year window to complete all the other procedural formalities which may be pointed out they need to have. This is a model which should be replicated in each and every state. Along with that is the issue which has been raised that inspectors must be facilitators and not penalizers. So any inspector who comes and observes a non-compliance, particularly in case of MSMEs, must recognize that often the non-compliance is not because of an intent to not comply, but because of a non-awareness. Point out those deficiencies, educate the party enterprise concerned, and give them reasonable time to come into compliance before you start imposing penalties or threatening to shut them down. Finance has always been a major problem with MSMEs, and I thank Dr. Rajneesh for pointing out the NPA rate of MSMEs and the CGT-MSE scheme. If you look at it, we're talking of less than 4%, 3.7% or something, NPAs in MSMEs. And CGT-MSE will cover 75 to 85% of that through its guarantee. That's, let's say 25% remains uncovered. That means that it is less than 1%. There is no reason for any bank which has got a CGT-MSE guarantee to feel that that investment and that loan to an MSME is a risky investment. How many loans can they give where the risk rate is less than 1%, and why should they be shy of giving those loans and investing in those MSMEs? The NPA norms are dictated, or the definition of SMA accounts, stressed accounts, is by international recognition. But NPA is a peculiarly Indian decision of the banking system to say that if you're in default, for so many months, you will face this penalty. There is no international obligation on that. That is an internal decision which we have taken, and we should recognize that if somebody is non-performing for 3 months or 4 months, does not automatically mean you cut off all his means of finance. When Mr. Gadkari was Minister of MSME for a short while, he explained this very well. He says, like a hospital saying that you're too ill, so I'm not going to take you in. The thing is to cure that person or to cure that industry rather than to cut off the medication available to him and help him to come back to health. There are steps within GST compliance which need to be simplified for MSMEs. That has been talked about in the morning session. And the accounting methods, which are also touched upon on the explanation of the types of industry, many of which are home enterprises and do not maintain accounts. Similarly, for the threshold for having audited accounts and reporting to MCA can be simplified, keeping in mind the data which is now available on the different sizes of enterprises in the micro sector and small sector particularly. Industrial infrastructure, particularly land, is a major constraint for MSMEs. I'd like to mention that we are suggesting that there should be more plug-and-play facilities. Industrial parks that have been set up have often become areas of investment or speculative investment by people, and particularly in the states where tax exemptions were given, you find many industrial areas which have become ghost areas because people moved in there, took advantage of the taxes, and then moved out, and nothing is happening there. There should be more plug-and-play facilities, but with the provision that if the activity is not carried out for a certain amount of time, that allotment lapses and the government can take it back at the original cost, not at whatever is the increased cost due to the passage of time, etc. It should be resumed that you're not fulfilling the condition for which it was allotted to you. That would free up a lot of space for new industries to move in and establish operations to having these ghost industry towns. Smaller parks can be set up within especially for MSMEs, either within the existing industrial parks or within a short distance of them, let us say 10 to 20 or 30 kilometers, where MSME clusters would feed into the large industrial establishments which are set up by the larger corporate sector. Allotted lands and sheds, sorry, I've mentioned that. Similarly, facilities in these things is like common effluent treatment plants, common facilities for water supply, so that every person does not have to go and dig his own tube well and take permission for extraction of groundwater. These kind of facilities must be provided in the in the parks meant for the MSMEs. Finally, the market access is what people are looking for from MSMEs as part of the growth engines. For this, market access should be considered both domestically as well as internationally. Domestically, ONDC is a step forward, and e-commerce is another step forward, we have in CII used this and seen good results from, particularly from the Northeast region, that people have been able to come onto e-commerce and then sell their products throughout the country, being sure that the product will be sold, it will be delivered, and the payment will come. So in collaboration with the payment platforms and e-commerce platforms, CII has been doing this exercise for the last 3 or 4 years, and we have found very good results out of this, and we would recommend that this should be replicated. ONDC, we feel, needs to be geared up to a faster speed and greater coverage, and can certainly be a big help in doing this. For exports, umbrella cluster brands need to be created. We have had an India brand building exercise. Now that has to be fine-tuned. For example, nobody says that Indian tea is good, Indian rice is good. You say basmati rice is good from Dehradun. You say Darjeeling tea is good. So in the same way, brand clusters must establish international brand identity. For instance, I would give as a thought that if we could establish a Tirupur brand for ready-made garments, then the marketing margins which are being taken by companies like Banana Republic, Gap, etc., which source from there, that marketing margin would accrue to India, and also the brand itself would gain opposite countries like Bangladesh or Vietnam, which would then still be dependent on international brands, would enable us to reach more markets at lower cost because the marketing margins are not as high as some of the private companies are doing. On exports and, of course, imports, we've talked about data integration. There is still a lot of gap between DGFT and customs on data sharing. At the time of advance authorization, you still have to go and register that with the customs people, should be electronically transferred, submit a lot of physical documents still, retire your export obligation, again you carry documents back to DGFT. All this needs to be integrated and seamless, because once your advance authorization is there, everything else can be tracked with sharing of the digital data which is available on the various systems. Within the finance side, there is this another major lacuna which we want to point out, and again, the CAG team can do a good job in this is the facilitation councils. They're mandated to give a decision within 90 days. It doesn't happen. The facilitation council gives a decision. The recovery of the amount awarded does not happen. So a digital platform for updating an approach to a facilitation council with a timestamp of when you upload your grievance and when it is resolved is a mechanism which should be set up and monitored, so that any facilitation council which is not following the timelines or the award is not being honored is then automatically flagged, and it is ensured that that happens on time. So I think summarizing what you're saying is that there are a lot of institutions which are there. The institutions need to be integrated, that there is a sympathetic approach from the institutions is evident from the gathering which we have here. And we would urge that the government take steps to onboard all the other institutions within the government, because it's not only a cooperation between the institution, the private sector and the government, but it is the gap of cooperation between the institutions of the government that needs to be looked at and addressed in a more holistic manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sunil Soria and Mr. Ashok Sehgal from the Confederation of Indian Industry. May I now request our delegates from the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, that is FICCI, will speak on driving digital transformation and regulatory simplification for MSMEs. I request Ms. Harjinder Kaur Talwar, Vice President, FICCI, and also the CEO of Comvisions India Private Limited on to speak on regulatory simplifications for MSME. Please, ma'am.
Good morning, and thank you, the Office of Controller and Auditor General, for inviting FICCI to this important discussion. Sir, MSMEs are backbone of Indian economy. They create jobs, drive exports, and contribute in every which way manner in Indian economy growth. So we are sitting on 7.4 crores MSMEs today, and if we have to achieve the goal of Viksit Bharat 2047, MSMEs must move from survival to scale. So my colleagues have spoken a lot about other things, and my focus would be on to speak about three things that I want to talk about here. Three pillars which have to be there is simple compliance, number one, number two, strong digitization, and number three, inclusion. Inclusion because I'm a woman and I definitely wish that more and more women can be part of MSME ecosystem. We are 49% of the country, and there is no way country can look at becoming the leading economy of the world if women are not involved. So towards this, FICCI has a very strong women's cell, which is called FICCI Ladies Organization. And we have 22 chapters, and we keep on working towards women empowerment, especially in MSME ecosystem, because most of the women are micro and small enterprises. Most of them that we cater to are smaller enterprise. The compliance is one of the biggest pain. A recent FICCI survey where we said that 57% of the industry wants easing of compliance. This is a top policy ask. Another FICCI survey said that 90% of industry wants simpler custom processes. The ask is clear. If customs become simpler and more predictable, MSME exports will scale much faster. My own experience as a businesswoman who is a medium-sized businesswoman is that the new definition of MSME has given us wings. Now that you change the upper limit of MSME to 500 crores, we don't consider ourselves small businesses anymore. We can participate in global tenders. We have no thing which is holding us back in getting the investments in India without losing the status of being an MSME. We don't want to lose the status of being an MSME because we get many benefits there. So an industry is always looking at, not losing this status and getting the benefit out of MSME. So once you change the definition, that wing you've given to industry, and industry is very happy about it. Second, the industry, India is a large economy, and we are traveling in the world. The world is looking at India as a factory to the world now. So that introduction has been taken care by Government of India. And now if we can take care of few compliances and few digital glitches that we have, we are there. We reach there. Allow me to give you some examples in this forum where I will say where the industry is facing some difficulties. There's no doubt that digitalization in some departments have given us huge recognition. Take it GST digitization, take it taxes digitization, take it mobility digitization. I'm myself into FASTag industry, which is the biggest mobility platform in the world. We do settlement of 4 million mobility transactions in a day, India does. And the world is looking at us, trying to understand how India has created such an ecosystem. So the capability of India doing the digital inclusion is there. And as I said, we are the factory to the world. As far as software is concerned, there's no reason why Indian digital solution providers can't look at a solution to Indian digitalization, which is required in India. Allow me to give an example, as I said. So most of the MSMEs today, thanks to the policy, thanks to the definition change, are looking at doing their IPOs. And these are SME IPOs. So what is required for that? Let's say I'm a LLP, I'm a partnership company, I'm a private limited company. I need to change the company name first from a private limited to a limited company. For me, the first step in that is registrar of companies. I'll go and change my form of the company there, and I'll get certificate of incorporation. Now, once I get the certificate of incorporation, the TAT for doing the compliance in other departments is 100 days. It's 30 days, where I need to change the MSME registration, my PAN, my bank account, my GST name, and then I can operate having my bank account in the new company name, and then I start transacting. The day I get certificate of incorporation, I am a new company now. I should not be operating in my earlier company name, which is an LLP or which is a private limited company. Why I'm talking about this? Because there are many people who've come and spoken as Vice President of MSME to us that this is a problem. PAN card change, name change in PAN takes around a week. GST, there's no definition or no limit on how much time do they take. After a GST name will be changed, then I'll go to the bank and ask them to change my bank account. Then bank account will be changed, then I'll go to the, probably other licenses that I have, those also will be changed. Now the problem is an MSME is working and they are changing their form and they're coming to become a limited company. They cannot stop doing their business. And if I'm doing my business or raising an invoice in the old company name, that becomes a sort of legal issue also. And tomorrow, if there is an inquiry, the MSME has to answer probably. So the take is, or the request is that moment the company name has changed, pro rata or by seamless integration, it should be affected everywhere. The company is saying that I've changed my company name, I've done my paperwork, and now allow me to do business without going to GST separately, to PAN separately, to MSME portal separately. Please do it. Whether it starts from MSME portal or it starts from ROC, the decision is with the government of India. How do you do it? Similarly, the name change of a company in other portals also is a bit difficult task. For example, GEM. Let's say the company is supplying for public procurement. So GEM, if I want to go and change the name, once it is from private to public, I can't do it. Similarly, MSME, if I want to change the name, it allows the addition of name, but the basic name definition remains the same. So these are few things where, if I can do a seamless integration, even if the departments are many, if we can do a seamless integration of how a company has to just go and apply at one place, maybe registrar of companies, I'm done with it. Rest of the things should automatically happen. And the entrepreneur is not scared of not meeting the compliance. So that's my first suggestion. And then TREADS. TREADS is a very beautiful bill discounting platform that you've given to MSMEs. We don't have to really think about that, how about my late payment or delayed payment. But many of the suppliers of MSMEs are still not registered on TREADS. So if they are not registered on TREADS, my bill discounting doesn't really hold any sort of importance here. Can we make it mandatory for the bigger companies to be part of the TREADS ecosystem so that bill discounting can happen seamlessly? Similarly, GEM portal and exports and customs. I've already spoken about customs. My colleagues have spoken about customs. And customs is a must-do reform in the country. There are many things happening in customs. For example, if I give you my example, sir, we did an export of a large-scale system integration project, which was a 5-year project. It had supply and it had services. And obviously, when we procure the items from the market, we procure the items at a price, say 100 rupees, but the supply is with 5 years of maintenance. When we pass it through customs think that we are doing money laundering. They don't understand what is a system integration. And most of the companies from India are doing services export, then the supply export. We are not doing supply export. We're not doing goods export. We're doing services exports. And so the customs have to understand and they have to be sensitized about the service industry in India. That service industry in India is working like this. We are doing services. The micro enterprises and the women, we need hand-holding, sir. It is that, okay, some strata of women have reached a certain stage, but the other strata is really scared of the compliances there. For example, if you take GST, a very simple example, they have multiple verticals. They have intelligence, they have audit, they have enforcement, and they have arbitration. If there is one problem in any department or any compliance issue, first notice will be received by one vertical, then second vertical, then third vertical, then fourth vertical. My request is, if there is one objection being raised by one vertical, let there be seamless integration or at least the pass of information to other verticals that this case had come. This is the reply given by MSME. This issue is closed. Now, if you have further inquiry, please go ahead and do it. But once the MSME has given a reply, so what happens is MSME is sitting in the office and one department is only doing these compliances nowadays. It is good to have information. It is good to have all the compliances done, but it is increase our cost, that we are only doing, one department is only doing the compliances, and the cost is a lot here, which can be avoided. My take is that a small bakery is not a chemical plant or not a medium-sized company. So self-certification should be allowed to that small bakery. Let him come and say that this is my compliance, these are the, papers I'm giving, and I undertake that whatever information I'm giving to you is correct. That way, government will be able to focus on the other important issues. The bigger companies' compliance can be met with, because everywhere we're short of manpower. The manpower doesn't need to go and sit at a bakery shop to understand and take the compliance on the smaller issue, but they can look at the bigger picture where industry needs to probably adhere to the norms. Definitely required is a faceless, paperless, time-bound resolution. For example, I'd given you an example of where, GST name change is pending. In case of a company which approached us, it is pending since 35 days. So say that if the company has applied and you've not done a change, after 1 week, it is deemed accepted. Those kind of changes will help push the work of MSMEs, plus it will erase any corruption which may be underlying in this case. So I would close by saying this, that ease of doing business is not about fewer laws, it is about better systems. Sometimes we think of an operational issue and we try and solve it. But let's solve the operational issue first and then build a digital system around it. So once we solve the operational issue and build the digital system around it, I think we arrive there and we'll be able to give a seamless experience to MSMEs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Harjinder Kaur Talwar. The next one in our line is the Associated Chambers of Commerce and Industry of India, and they will address on bridging policy and practice, addressing ground level challenges and the risk for MSMEs. May I request Mr. Mayank Arora, Director Regulatory from the Associated Chambers of Commerce and Industry, to address this conclave on bridging policy and practices for MSMEs.
Thank you so much, Honorable CAG, Honorable dignitaries and fellow industry associations. While we commence this very important exercise, I am honored on behalf of ASSOCHAM to be associated with this national initiatives. And I believe, we have to start with the end in mind, the end being, building a Viksit Bharat by 2047. So that is the goal. To achieve that goal, I believe what is the biggest structural challenge that we face as an economy? It is, in our mind, it has to be the fact that we have over 50% of our population working in producing around 17 to 18% of output, which is, the majority of the workforce being employed in the farm sector. How we move that from farm to the industry is the biggest challenge, and I believe that as part of the MSME sector, this is going to play the most important role, being the job creation engine that it is, and with the potential that it has to create jobs. So that is the objective with which whatever suggestions we are going to give are going to be around that. And the MSME sector doesn't ask for much; it just asks for a level playing field. And a reduction of entry barriers, ease of doing business. This is all that the MSME sector basically asks for, right? And as the presenter just said, we have the bridging the policy and practice gap that is there on the ground. So the focus is on that. First of all, key challenge lies in bridging the policy intent with on-ground implementation. While several progressive reforms have been undertaken at the national level, MSMEs continue to face procedural complexities, uneven implementation, and compliance burdens at state and local levels. Now, we already have a framework that is in place under the Business Reform Action Plan, or the BRAP, and an excellent initiative, and a lot of things can be borrowed from there, and have some kind of performance metrics there for each and every state to also adhere to. So when this initiative is taken, some of the key pointers can also be taken up from the BRAP, which is, like I said, rather than just giving the ranks, like if there is some kind of performance metric that can also be measurably incorporated, that is going to be really, really important. From the perspective of enterprises, the compliance framework remains fragmented and costly. So cost of doing business along with ease of doing business is important. MSMEs must file multiple returns and disclosures across various ministries and departments, often providing the same kind of information in different formats. So it was already mentioned by previous speakers as well, having a consolidated framework or a platform which, through APIs talks to each other, so that, the data can flow from between various departments at the state level and maybe at the central level. For smaller enterprises, especially micro units, the fear of penalties and criminal provisions discourage formalization and expansion. So, as an example, we have the legal metrology law, which is, there for consumer protection, but some of the provisions there are, have or entail criminal prosecution. So those kind of things, if decriminalization of such acts can be done, and as the chamber is aware, that there are multiple offices, it has to be at a central and state level. So that has to, they have to talk between each other to kind of have, seamless processing of those kind of rules. ASSOCHAM members have also highlighted the need for a consolidated compliance mechanism, self-certification for low-risk entities, and a shift from criminal to civil penalties, especially for first-time procedural defaults. Now, this is something we've already seen in the banking and the securities rules, where earlier there were no level 1, level 2, level 3 kind of AIFs or FPIs. Those were brought in to ensure that whatever compliance is there has to be risk-based. So if there are, let's say, in the environmental laws, there are certain organizations that are in highly polluting or in the red zones. So in that case, certain provisions should only be applicable to those. And so just to ensure that there are those gradings between category 1, 2, 3, if that can also be formally brought about, so that there is a clear indication across the various implementing agencies that, all right, this entity is at a lower risk profile, the other one is at a higher risk profile, and they can have that soft touch approach with respect to regulations. Other major concerns are in the functioning of single window clearance mechanisms. Most states have introduced digital portals, which is again something that is a metric in the BRAP itself. But in practice, these systems operate as a single submission platform rather than, the entire mechanism is not still single window. It has to be, by way of just the submission part is online. Everything else, especially site visits, though they are still part of the entire process. So if that can also be done away with. In fact, a long time back, our Honorable Prime Minister also mentioned this as an example where, he said that when we have a company having a boiler, it's in their best interest to ensure that the boiler doesn't malfunction, right? So there are certain things that can be self-certified rather than having the entire ecosystem kind of checking and rechecking the same thing again and again, and that leads to a lot of compliance cost for the organization to, especially if it's a micro small enterprise. Approvals are still processed sequentially by multiple departments with limited transparency of timeline and no automatic escalation. So again, there are timelines or TATs that are specified within the regulations, but it does not get escalated automatically, and a lot of follow-up is required, which requires additional resources from the organization. So that's again something that can be looked at, and the concept of deemed approval wherever possible should certainly be implemented. There was also a suggestion earlier mentioned about having clusters or industrial clusters. So this is very, very important. In fact, we ourselves travel to around 8 states in various multiple industrial clusters that are coming up. The biggest problem itself is, having those plug and play facilities available with common infrastructure. There are certain newer industrial parks that are now coming up where shared services are available. It's going to be a game changer for the MSME sector because, whatever costs can be shared, they're going to be the rupee less spent for that fractional ownership of that cluster is going to be very, very important. It could be like you have shared office spaces for services. Similarly, it can be done in the manufacturing space as well. Inspection-related issues are still a reality on the ground. Enterprises report overlapping inspections by labor, pollution, fire, and local authorities, often without prior notice. The lack of harmonized classification of industries across states adds to uncertainty. This is where I believe that risk-based classification of industries is also going to be very, very important. ASSOCHAM has recommended risk-based inspections, advanced intimation, and use of third-party certifications by professionals for routine compliances. So we don't really need to go to the, you have the government can, of course, or they already have certified institutions who can certify a lot of the requirements that are there as per the law. This would reduce discretion, improve trust, and allow regulators to focus on high-risk cases. Right. So this is a very, very important suggestion that we would like to make. Access to timely and affordable credit. Now, this is something that has already been discussed. This continues to affect MSME operators. Despite policy measures, many enterprises face delays in loan processing, limited collateral-free lending, and slow settlement of guarantee claims. Now, unlike very large-scale industries, which we have now seen, through a lot of production-linked incentives that are offered to larger-scale industries, we can also, as CAG, assess the performance of those larger production-linked incentives if some of the funds are in excess and have not yet been utilized, as if the industry is not able to utilize that, then that can trickle down to the MSMEs. Can those funds be utilized in a better manner to provide better return on investment from the government side as well? So that evaluation of the PLI schemes, how those funds could have been utilized or can still be utilized for MSMEs, the funds that are not currently being exhausted under the PLI schemes. Access to timely and affordable credit is something very, very important, and that can again flow from this. For MSMEs engaged in exports, procedural complexity remains a very important deterrent, and removal of deterrents, having no entry barriers, no operational barriers, and like it was mentioned earlier as well, exit barriers should be removed to encourage this industry. Multiple compliance requirements under customs, legal metrology, which we've already cited an example of, and sector-specific regulations increase transaction costs and delay shipments. Lack of integration among trade-related digital platform complicates compliances. ASSOCHAM has recommended simplifying trade procedures, greater reliance on self-declaration, and rationalization of logistics-related regulations, especially for smaller exporters who may lack the scale. Right, so they may lack scale, but if you see, the way we are going ahead, they are employing a lot more people. So it's very, very important to have the focus on this particular sector. In this context, the pan-India horizontal audit that has been now initiated on ease of doing business for MSMEs is timely and important initiative. ASSOCHAM believes that the next phase of ease of doing business reforms must focus on simplification, predictability, and trust-based governance, especially for MSMEs. This includes reduced discretionary powers, risk-based inspections, and greater reliance on self-certification and post-audit mechanisms, identifying systemic implementation gaps across states. ASSOCHAM believes that the audit findings can help shift the regulatory approach from control-based compliance to trust-based, risk-proportionate regulation. Now, this is again, like I said, something we have seen in the financial services sector as well. Capacity building of implementing agencies at state and district levels is equally critical to ensure uniform interpretation of rules and consistent facilitation for engagement with MSMEs. ASSOCHAM welcomes the Pan-India horizontal audit as an opportunity to capture realities from the ground, identify systemic bottlenecks, and align policy framework with practical business needs. We do appreciate this opportunity to speak here, and we hope that we get more and more opportunities so that we all can together build Viksit Bharat by 2047. I would like to just end by one very important fact that has been stated by the Honorable Prime Minister again on the fact that we need to have a minimum government and maximum governance, and this is an excellent opportunity to deliver on that promise. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayank Arora. The PhD Chambers of Commerce and Industry, that is PhD CCI, will cover the topic on access to finance, market access and global integration, fueling MSME growth. May I request Dr. H.P. Kumar, Advisor, PhD Chambers of Commerce and Industry, to speak on the topic. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, respected CAG, other dignitaries. Very good afternoon to all of you. We compliment the Office of CAG for organizing this important conference on the performance audit of ease of doing business for the MSME sector. PhD Chamber has been asked to speak on access to finance and market access and global integration. Well, I would say that access to finance is one such element, one such factor which can make the entire business community in the country, including the MSME sector, flourish or die. In fact, MSME sector has come to such a level, more than 7 crore enterprises. It is because of the progressive policies and programs of the Government of India and state governments with regard to making available easier access to finance and implementing innovative programs for providing financial assistance to the MSMEs. I would like to name a few of the schemes which have played a key role and the challenges which the sector has been facing and how these challenges can be overcome. Well, to begin with, I would say that the policy of classifying credit to the MSMEs under the priority sector was a landmark, in fact, decision of the government. And this is a very innovative policy which was implemented, with a view to provide substantial credit, priority credit to the MSMEs and smaller businesses particularly. While priority sector credit has done a wonderful job, initially it used to comprise of only micro, small enterprises, small traders, and some, tiny enterprises, cottage industries initially when the policy was implemented. But over a period of time, priority sector classification has a lot of large, cases also have been included in this. Like housing has been included, education has been included, medium enterprises have been included. Besides this, transfer of priority sector certificates have also come into practice. So what happens is, if one bank is not able to complete the target of priority sector classification for lending, they can buy, in fact, priority sector surplus credit from other banks. So this is basically a kind of an arrangement where the compulsion of providing a particular percentage, that is 40% of the total lendable resources, under the priority sector has been diluted. So this also, I think, needs to be taken care of and re-looked at. Credit guarantee is a wonderful scheme. Credit guarantee, CGTMSE, which has been implemented by the Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises and later on by the Ministry of Finance through various instruments, has played a very key role, particularly after the COVID-19 was implemented. This scheme was a very useful scheme, in fact, providing the immediate support to the suffering enterprises. There are some issues with regard to implementation of the credit guarantee scheme. As per the feedback that we have from the industry, particularly the micro sector, micro and small sector also, that the banks are not very keen on providing credit merely on the strength of credit guarantee. While I agree that the banks are free to assess, they have the, they have the discretion to look at the credit worthiness of the borrowers, applicant borrowers, and credit guarantee will not be the sole factor, in fact, for them to take a decision. But credit guarantee should give them sufficient comfort, and there should be a mechanism to verify and to have a data all over the country. I don't know whether it can be done at the ministry level or individually the associations can also do that, or some department. I think this is a matter which can be examined by the Office of CAG also, as far as performance audit is concerned, that how many cases are being considered and how many cases are being rejected. So The feedback is that a lot of cases under the credit guarantee uh, are not finding favor with the banking system. So that is another factor which I thought let me flag. There is a credit gap which has been assessed all over the country with regard to credit to MSME sector. Since I have been asked to speak on access to credit, so besides the good work that the government and departments have done, the banking sector has done, there is no denial that 7 crore micro, small and medium enterprises have come up with the support of this entire ecosystem, from the financial ecosystem as well as the banks. But then the gaps which are existing, if we can look at those gaps and improvise, I think the things would go much better. So the credit gap that I was talking is still reported to be 30 lakh crore, which has been assessed over the last few years, and this gap has been continuing. I think we have to have some mechanism, some direction, some scheme, some programs whereby this gap can be reduced. Because if we really want to go into the global markets in a big way and work on the Make in India for our self-reliant India, naturally we have to go for all out in terms of manufacturing and setting up new business enterprises. The problem is, for new enterprises, there is not much of the inclination of the banking system or the financial institutions to fund. While existing enterprises based on the balance sheets are being considered, there is no denial. But for new startups, new business enterprises, new entrepreneurs, the credit as expected is not available. So that is an area where we need to look at, and some program whereby the banking sector and of course non-banking financial institutions also can contribute substantially in this. And they can work together and provide a program with the maybe help of the government also, that all new enterprises, I understand that there is a scheme which is very popular named Mudra, which has done a wonderful job across the country over the last decade. Almost 33 lakh crore, as per the figure available, has already been disbursed since beginning, since 2015-16. So that is a big money, but that amount is only up to 10 lakhs, which was raised to 20 lakhs last year. I think there is a need to increase those limits also, because they were fixed almost 10 years back. 50,000 rupees for Shishu loan and 5 lakhs rupees for Kishore and maximum 10 lakhs rupees for Tarun. So 50,000, 5 lakh, 10 lakh are good enough for very tiny enterprises. But if you really want to look at the manufacturing sector, 5 lakh, 10 lakh is not a good money or good enough to start a respectable business enterprise which can provide employment to say 5 to 10 people. So Mudra loan also, I think we need to review. We had requested last year also to the government that these limits need to be increased, at least doubled. 5 lakhs maybe doubled to 10 lakhs, 10 lakhs maybe doubled to 20 lakhs. The Honorable Finance Minister, on the recommendations of our ministry, thanks to our Development Commissioner, I think raised from the upper limit from 10 lakh to 20 lakh in Tarun category. But they restricted it that it will be done only for those cases which have already availed the loan earlier and have repaid it successfully. So those cases will be very limited. We feel that these limits, since they were fixed 10 years back, and the cost of project, even for smallest of the projects, has gone up, almost doubled. So these limits need to be revised. There is another scheme which is being implemented by the Government of India, Ministry of MSME, which is a wonderful scheme, that is Prime Minister's Employment Generation Program, PMEGP. PMEGP is helpful in creating new business enterprises across the country, where capital subsidy is also provided from between 15 to 35%. That's a great scheme,
and this needs to be expanded across the country. The only limitation what we get is that there is a limited budget available in this. And I was looking at the figure, it was 13,550 crore over the last 5 years. For 5 years budget, 13,000 crore, which I feel is not enough. In fact, if looking at the requirement of the creation of new business enterprises across the country, I think this needs to be substantially increased, because this is one scheme which can really enthuse the young generation, first generation entrepreneurs to consider setting up new business enterprises. So that is an area which I thought let me flag. Non-banking finance companies have been doing a great job. I think almost 12,000 crore, in 11 to 12,000 non-banking finance companies have been licensed by the Reserve Bank of India for operation in India. It's a big number, in fact, as compared to the banking system. The non-banking finance companies, the problem is they have very limited resources, and they raise their resources from the banking sector only. One issue which I would like to flag is that earlier till 2012-13, the credit, because since NBFCs are raising funds from banks and then on lending to smaller ones, micro, small, medium enterprises, the credit being made available by banks to NBFCs for on lending to MSMEs was being classified under priority sector. But suddenly Reserve Bank of India withdrew this classification of tagging it as priority sector credit. The result was that the banks became very reluctant in providing funding support to NBFCs because they were not getting classified under the priority sector and not helping them to complete, achieve their target of priority sector lending. And the whole thing, the funding also became costlier because of this. Not only availability, reduced, but cost also went up. So we have been requesting that since NBFCs play a very important role in the country, providing credit access to the micro, small enterprises, the priority sector classification on raising resources from the banks by NBFCs should be restored. Reserve Bank of India considered this partially on our recommendations, and they provided, that only up to 20 lakhs per borrower would be considered as priority sector. The requirement, in fact, of the micro, small, medium enterprises now with the increase in definition to 500 crore, this 20 lakhs is peanuts. So this also, I think, needs to be re-looked at and considered if the government feels and can take up with the Reserve Bank of India that if NBFCs have to be strengthened and credit to MSMEs need to be given a push, this policy change will be a very helpful, measure. Our colleagues talked about TREDS. TREDS is a wonderful scheme. It has been doing a great job, in fact, in providing receivables credit. But TREDS is available only in a limited manner, where the large corporates who have to accept the bills, who are the buyers of the goods from micro, small, medium enterprises, only when they get registered. The large corporates are reluctant in getting registered because they have to give the acceptance. Since it is a no recourse facility, they are compelled, in fact, to make the payment on the same day, which reduces their flexibility. So this was made compulsory by the government, in fact, that more than 500 crore all companies have to register, and then it was reduced to 250 crore that all companies, corporates have to register, but there is a reluctance. I think this needs to be looked at, and they have to compulsorily somehow have to come and onboard it. The problem will not get solved even there also, because they have to accept also, the bills have to be accepted. If they get registration done but don't accept the bill, then also the problem continues. So there was an alternative mechanism in TREDS which we had suggested earlier, that even if the bills are not accepted by the buyers, large corporates, even then the TRED should be able to discount the bills if the banks are willing to discount on the strength of the seller, that is the MSMEs. So that scheme was being considered, but somehow it got stopped somewhere. So if that also modification is considered, that based on the strength of MSME's creditworthiness, the bills can be discounted. If the discounting institutions, that is the banks, are ready to do that, then at least the scheme should permit. So that policy change also we had requested that it can be considered. There is another point, fund of funds. Fund of funds was implemented by the Ministry of MSME, which is a wonderful initiative. And basically the objective was to provide equity support, venture capital support to the small enterprises, micro small enterprises. But in fund of fund, basically what is happening is the money is being provided to other venture funds, that is from the government fund, main fund, to the daughter funds. And then daughter funds are deciding as to whom the money is to be given as equity. What we had requested was that since it's a large fund which has been created by the government, out of this fund, some direct funding, direct participation in the equity listing also should be done by the government. If MSMEs come forward to list their securities on the stock exchanges, which is a great initiative again promoted by the Ministry of MSME. And stock exchanges have been working over the last almost 13-14 years now. But the number of SMEs which have listed is very small. The reason being the lack of trust of the people. Participating public have to have the trust in the issue of the SMEs. There are thousands and thousands of SMEs which are ripe for listing. But two things. One is the public trust in the success of the listing, and second is the cost of listing. So success, for making it successful and bringing public trust, we had requested that government should participate at least 10 to 15% from the fund of fund and subscribe to the successful or merit-oriented SME listing issues. Because when SMEs go for listing, naturally their due diligence and all evaluation is done by the merchant bankers. And wherever there is a, premiums being secured by the SMEs, naturally they are merit oriented. There should not be any fear from the government also if 10 to 15% participation is done from the fund of fund. That will bring a lot of confidence. In fact, since government becomes a participant in that, public will substantially come and subscribe to those issues. So that fund of fund also can be maybe modified to some extent, and this facility can be created. Another issue, I have discussed issues with regard to the financial access to finance, but for marketing, in fact, I have one or two suggestions. I know I have exceeded time a bit. Marketing development assistance is a great scheme, in fact, being run by the Ministry of MSME. And a lot of benefit is accruing to the MSMEs who really want to participate in the foreign exhibition or domestic exhibitions and display their products and vendor development programs. I think one thing which needs to be done is that it has to be expanded with a substantial increase in the budget. Substantial increase. I would request the Additional Secretary and Development Commissioner, he's there. And because there are thousands and thousands of people who are interested to go to foreign countries to exhibit, and especially now when we find that we have to really survive ourselves in the global scenario, I think this scheme is playing a wonderful job. The only thing is only very limited number of people are getting benefited. So this needs to be expanded. Budget can be increased so that large number of participants can take advantage of that. And lastly, the market intelligence. The information with regard to availability of opportunities in the international markets, that market intelligence, I think some work has been done, but it needs to be further strengthened so that if I want to export to a particular product, I should know that which country needs my product, what are the prices at which those countries have been buying from other countries. So that kind of an intelligence, if that can be centralized and is readily available to all the MSMEs, that will be a great help to the MSME sector in global integration. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite the Federation of Indian Micro and Small Medium Enterprises, that is FISME, to address the topic on infrastructure and technology adoption, regional competitiveness, and capacity building for MSME's growth. Mr. Anil Bharadwaj, Secretary General from FISME, will talk about infrastructure, technology, and competitiveness for MSMEs. Please, sir.
If the presentation could be put up, please. Namaskar and greetings from grassroots organization of MSME, Federation of Indian Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, a network of 743 MSME associations, both geographical and sectoral. Today is a very important day. I have been associated with FISME for more than 2 decades, and this is the second time that CAG has turned its gauge on MSME. The first was under the CAG, Mr. Rai, Vinod Rai. And so I congratulate. Maybe there could be other occasions that I might have missed, but this is my second time that I'm participating. CAG's gauge is so important. If I take the analogy of Vedic parlance, it is like Jupiter's gauge, Brahaspati ki drashti. It has a gauge, auspicious gauge. Wherever it goes, it creates auspicious impact. Today is very important in any case. Today is Jaya Ekadashi. And today is the day when Jupiter and Moon are conjunct. Even more important day. So thank you very much for choosing this day and choosing MSMEs at your center of gauge. I would like to attract your attention or gauge to 8 specific areas. The first is the question that why a pan-India horizontal audit on EODB for MSMEs is necessary. I have a simple thing to say that 99% of MSMEs remain micro, as you know, 8 crore enterprises, 99% are micro enterprises. Of that, only 2.5 lakh are factories that are employing more than 10 people. So it's a huge, huge difference. And there are huge variations across the states also. So there is a need to see why from 8 crore or 7.5, but I think the portal, our champion of MSME issues, Dr. Rajneesh is here, so he would perhaps vouch for me that already there are 7.5 crore registrations at Udyam portal. As a matter of fact, the back end may be 8 crore. But we have just 2.5 lakh factories. So there is definitely a need for the CAG to turn its gauge and see that why this is so. Why enterprises are not growing naturally from micro to small, small to medium, and medium to large. To give an example, like variation in how it happens, for example, in the Factories Act. It's a central act, but registrations under Factories Act differ variedly in different states. There are more in Tamil Nadu, more in Gujarat, more in Maharashtra, very less in North, very less in Bihar. Why it is so? The second is on the issue why traditional ease of doing business assessments miss MSMEs. Because I think we just pick numbers, 7.5 crore registrations or 8 crore registrations or whatever the number may be in future. But actually the problem or pain begins after registration. And we have very little data that what happens thereafter. The gap between registered MSMEs and operationalized compliant MSMEs, the number is very less. the number of MSMEs that are having industrial connection for power is 30 lakh. So they must be that they are operating from areas where access to power is difficult, or they cannot, quote unquote, access power in the right manner. So there is an issue of cost of formalization. There have been number of studies worldwide. Fernando de Soto, the Peruvian economist, did a fantastic study and wrote a book, The Other Path, that why micro enterprises or informal enterprises remain informal because of the cost associated with formality. So we need to know what is the cost and what are the factors that are hindering formalization. I think CAG's lens is also required in this direction. Third, infrastructure as a core audit dimension. See, MSMEs operate from infrastructure that does not sufficiently exist. A majority of them are operating from home, are operating from non-conforming areas. And why it is so? This is very interesting. And I think you need to perhaps appreciate the problems in which we are operating. In 1950s, government engaged Ford Foundation. They were invited for city planning. Now, India is a very old country. Some of the cities are 2,000 year old. Varanasi is 2,000, maybe more. Some are 1,000 year old. And here comes a bench of experts from USA, and they do the city planning, and they juxtapose the plan on the existing cities. That these would be the areas for recreation, these would be the area for business, and this would be the area for school, and so on and so forth. But these cities have been working, living for hundreds and thousands of years. And suddenly what happens is that all the businesses that were operating in the cities became illegal, quote unquote. And once you are categorized as operating from non-conforming areas, you cannot access, you cannot register, first of all, and for example, for Under Factories Act and other things, because they require, these laws require certain compliances to be met in terms of space. Also, you cannot access institutional funds. And that's why, as SP Kumarji was saying, that in spite of everything, the number of enterprises accessing institutional funds have not improved more than 15%. So majority of them still is outside. So it's time that we say the urban planning is reimagined for growth. And we see that how enterprises that are already operating, working for years together are formalized. We come out with some scheme, MNST, whatever, or we provide alternative means for them where they can operate, and ultimately take them into the mainstream. They become formal and they grow. Now come to the technology dimension. Say MSMEs largely operate on obsolete or self-fabricated machinery. Technology schemes, unfortunately, have been, I would say, they're supply-driven. Dr. Rajneesh would pardon me. But one of the most important schemes used to be CLCS schemes. I think it's time that with a greater outlay, this scheme is revived, although it is there now, but with a very small outlay, where funds could be tapped for technology upgradation. Then also, now we have DRDO, we have CSIR labs, we have DST labs, which DST and CSIR labs, they were established precisely for the purpose that they will develop those technologies which are required for the industry, by the industry. Now the question that CAG has to ask is that billions of rupees we are pouring into you, how many technologies you have been able to commercialize? Let's ask this question. And you'll be surprised by the answer. I had a chance to visit NASA a couple of years ago. NASA has a special center where the only purpose of this center is that whatever technological spin-offs take place with the funds that are provided by the federal government in USA, the first right to those technology is for small businesses. That is the task of that particular office. All the technological spin-offs.
So I think we need to learn from the best practices that are happening. A lot of R&D is being R&D money is being spent in other institutions also. But those, on one hand, we have millions of MSMEs which are thirsting for technology, technological upgradation, compliances. Recently, we signed only yesterday, day before yesterday, India-EU FTA. Huge, very, very important FTA. But I think we need to see that whether our companies, our MSMEs would be able to meet those standards, whether they have access to those technologies. I think this is the area where CAG lens perhaps would create very positive outcomes also. On regulation and compliance, from Inspector Raj to predictability. See, it is very clear, many previous speakers have already spoken about it, multiple overlapping inspections raise compliance uncertainty. There is fear of discretion, which keeps enterprises informal. But the important question that we need to ask is whether inspection intensity is leading to compliance outcomes. If the more you increase and the less is the compliance, then we need to see that whether our process is right. We need to go back to the drawing board. Secondly, we have to have regulatory impact assessment before we come out with any regulation. Globally, this is a standard practice. But here, we have the law first, and then people cry, and then we try to see that what can be done. Then third is the use of accredited third party for three things: awareness creation, hand-holding, and conformity assessment, which is currently being done by the same institution that has created the law. So we need to separate these two things. Lawmaking should remain with the government, but so far as the awareness creation, hand-holding, and conformity assessment is concerned, that should be given to third parties which are accredited. On finance behavior as an ease of doing business variable, again the same thing that, that how much money we have lent, this data you can have from RBI. But post-sanction, what has been the conduct of the banks? What has been the relationship? How many people are satisfied with the services that are provided with the banks? We have no data. We don't want to collect that data because that is very uncomforting data. I give an example of SMA disclosure, special mention account. So this is a scheme by RBI where if there is a delinquency of 0 to 30 days, SMA 0, 60 days, SMA 1, and SMA 2 if it is more than that. Now the moment SMA mark is there on an account, the banks take the back seat. Most of the cases, SMA 1, they stop all the services. Now it is very interesting. I think one of the speakers also mentioned, I think maybe Dr. H.P. Kumar. Now this is a very interesting situation, or rather painful situation. The moment a company faces some trouble, because maybe his buyer has not given money in time, or something else has happened, or for example, some war has happened, at that time you need the support of the bank, who will give you a little extra money so that you tide over that crisis. But here, what happens under the SMA, the moment some trouble is there and you fail to pay in time, maybe 0 to 30 days, when one day is over, they stop most of the banking services. So, for small sickness, the company goes bust. Who is gaining from this? We need to ask. I'm coming close to my presentation, so don't be too much worried. It's the second last slide. Business exit and failure, the missing audit lens. 97% of MSMEs are proprietorship partnership firms. In spite of our best efforts, FISMA's efforts, we were the first to give and create the first draft of IBC. But we were also very interestingly, MSMEs have been, or 97% of MSMEs remain outside the architecture of IBC in the current format. So we need to also ask the survival, what is the survival rate? Disclosure of number of births alone would not make any sense unless we also tell that how much is the number of death, so that you know that what is currently surviving, what is the survival rate. And then you can compare under the horizontal audit, the survival rate in a particular state is better and is not good in another state, and then you can compare. And then we can take some remedial measures. And finally, I come to how AI could be used to strengthen a pan-India ease of doing business audit. There are a couple of things, but I'll just focus on one. And that is that we need to have a nation-wide grievance and feedback redressal mechanism. We already have enormous amount of data now, thanks to digitalization and digitization of records, etc., filing. We need to employ LLMs and AI to come out with insights that where the problem is and why the problem is and what could be done. And I close with this remark that, as CAG, I need to tell you already know that ultimately you are seeing that what is being spent, expenditure to that the activities that are being carried out. And you also definitely go to the level of outcome. But I think there is a need to go a step further from expenditure and activities to outcome and impact. I'll just give you one example, and then I'll rest my case. Now, India EU FTA is signed. As a government agency, I come with you and say that, this is money I have spent for awareness creation. So for awareness creation, activities done, expenditure, all the documents given. But whether the awareness has really happened, that is one question. And ultimately, that alone will also not, even if people are aware that, okay, there is business now opportunity for European Union, but whether it is resulting in outcome, whether our exports has been able to increase or not. Because even if awareness is there, even if I am aware as an MSME, but there may be absence of testing labs, there may be lack of mutual recognition agreements between testing labs of India and testing lab of Europe. So even if we have spent all the money, the export will not happen. And if export will not happen, whatever we have done becomes useless, isn't it? With this, I close my case, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be on this table.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Additional Deputy CAG, Sri Pravir Pandey, to give the closing remark for today's conclave.
Thank you. Mr. Anil Bhardwaj's speech, I think our lens is getting thicker after your speech. We have, ladies and gentlemen, we have seen the very inspiring talks and speeches from our esteemed speakers. So a very big thank you to all the esteemed speakers and participants. I am filled with optimism for the direction of our effort and the outcomes this audit plans to bring out for the future of this sector. We have heard the policy makers from the central government, the state government, Mr. Manish Sabharwal, the industry, and the conclave has highlighted this sector's pivotal role in driving the economic growth, innovation, and employment with a clear call for digital transformation and adopting sustainable and efficient qualitative practices. The discussions emphasize strengthening industry-government collaboration, improving credibility of reporting based on strong linkages between the various stakeholders, be it the central government, the state government, industry, entrepreneurs, and the auditors. This also underscores the point that the strategic shift, a paradigm shift which is happening in our own department towards more pan-India horizontal audits, cutting across verticals towards an integrated audit approach, which seems to be the right roadmap for the future while leveraging the unique position of the CAG. Issues were raised on the matters of procurement in the MSME sector, and I would like to inform the esteemed gathering that CAG has constituted a very high-level working group with representatives at the level of Additional Chief Secretary from state government, from the industry, from our own department, to examine the various redundant and duplicated procedures for procurement. The committee examines case studies cutting across various infrastructure verticals and gives advisories and recommendations to the line ministries for implementation. We have taken note of the concerns regarding procurement in the MSME sector, and CAG has kindly agreed that this committee may look into the problems faced by the MSME sector so far as procurement is concerned and the preferential purchase policy is concerned. The committee would be examining it in detail. From this conclave, we recognize that 5 or 6 important areas have emerged. That is, the issues of digitization, integration of digital ecosystems, market access and finance, the policy domains, the empowering of regulatory frameworks, formalization gaps, infrastructure issues, and the pain points regarding the compliance burdens. We have a tight timeline to follow. Now, with this conclave and the regional meetings we have had and we are planning to still have, we have received excellent insights which provide us a roadmap for the future. We look forward to taking this momentum forward while collaborating with the stakeholders who are present here, and more, we are going to increase our horizon of engagement with stakeholders with the objective of the CAG's organization making a valuable contribution towards the overall objective of a Viksit Bharat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Finally, I request Sri Harshit Todi, Director, to deliver the vote of thanks.
A very good afternoon to Honorable Comptroller and Auditor General of India, Secretaries to Government of India and State Governments, Deputy and Additional Deputy CAGs, Member of various federations, respected seniors and dear colleagues. As we conclude the first session of the conclave, it is my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks. Firstly, I extend my deepest gratitude to the Honorable CAG of India for his visionary leadership, unwavering guidance, and support for this initiative. Thank you, sir. My sincere appreciation goes to the senior management for their invaluable guidance and continuous support in steering this initiative. I would like to thank ADI Railways and mentor of this audit for his guidance right from the inception of this audit. He guided us to focus on wider stakeholder consultations, assess actual ease of enterprises on ground, and highlight good practices and systemic gaps. My heartfelt thanks to our distinguished speakers from Government of India and various federations and associations. Your profound insights and extensive experience have provided us with more clarity on this audit on ease of doing business in MSME sector. This will enable us to appreciate the initiatives in the area of policy reforms, digital transformation, and so on. My sincere thanks to the officers from state governments for giving your valuable inputs. I would also like to thank the lead auditor, Sri Manish Kumar Sir, PAG Audit 2 West Bengal, and Sri Satish Mohan, Senior DAG and Master of Ceremony. Sir's leadership, meticulous planning, and coordination for this pan-India horizontal audit involving 31 states and UTs has set an example for future such audits. I thank all my seniors and colleagues from headquarters and field audit offices and their team who actively participated and constructively engaged in the conclave. I also extend my sincere gratitude to DG staff and his team for their meticulous and tireless efforts in logistics management, ensuring the success of this event. Finally, my sincere thanks to the management and staff of Bharat Mandapam, ITDC, and ITC Modya for their services. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, Harshit. Delegates, participants, we will now break for lunch. The lunch is being arranged at the leaders' lounge. Thank you. presentation by group officers, wherein selected officers will present on specific topics. Each presentation will be of approximately 10 to 15 minutes. We will take up the presentations in the following sequence: Maharashtra, Gujarat, West Bengal, Telangana, Uttar Pradesh, and Odisha. Now I invite, to begin with the session, I invite Ms. Subhangi Gupta.
No, Satish, can I intervene, Satish?
Yes, sir.
I'll just take 1 minute. I would request Deputy CAG Defense and Deputy CAG HR to give their views before we go ahead with this session. And when the presentations are being made, I would request the AGs, principal AGs concerned of that state to give some opening remarks and then the presentation. So may I invite Mr. Subir Malik.
Thanks, Pravir. Well, I have to share that I and the defense wing are a very interested party in participating today, because we are also doing a similar kind of thing. We had started, doing some kind of a study about 5-6 months back. We just did it in a couple of army installations, looking at delays in payment, because we had heard of this kind of complaint and we had analyzed some data. So we started doing that, and then somewhere down the line, I think Manish had made a presentation, so that gave us an idea that we should look at it at a slightly bigger plane. And then, we borrowed even the guidelines and everything from him. We tried to look at it, how it is for the defense. And we are going to do an ease of doing business, but ours won't be MSMEs. Ours will be the defense industry as a whole, with a specific focus on MSMEs. So, perhaps because of the... today's discussions were interesting. We have also had a number of interactions with industry. We had with the MSME, the defense MSMEs, as well as the defense industry as a whole, the section of CII which is specific to defense industry. A couple of interesting things which I found, probably it's because of the fact that I did not know actually before coming here that 99% of the MSMEs are actually micro industries. So I presume that the defense MSMEs will be within that remaining 1%. So some of the issues which were raised today regarding, all the pains after registering to continue in the industry as a registered body for an MSME is a problem. These issues did not crop up in our discussions. But what was very noticeable is that here the focus was more on, the problems related to compliance to various regulations and, a lot on those lines. There was a lot of inputs and feedback on that. In our case, this part was not... Obviously, people referred to it, but more in passing. There was a huge focus on payments. So, delay in payments, also LD. I mean, they feel that LD is imposed very liberally or unfairly. And the common view, even from the big companies, was that usually the amount which you pay as LD often is almost the entire profit. So if that goes away also, so at least for that section of a big contract for which the LD was imposed, you make no money. So that obviously is pinching everyone. Then there was a lot of talk of reverse LD, that the policy says there should be reverse LD, but nobody gives it. So I think perhaps it appears to me that in the defense specific arena, probably this payment delay is a bigger problem than in the general. This is a takeaway. Of course, there are some new ideas which did crop up. We are having a meeting tomorrow we are actually behind. I mean, you all are far ahead. We have not yet made the guidelines. In fact, we have done a lot of study. Now our teams are going for pilot study. So tomorrow we are making a checklist for the pilot study. So we'll discuss that tomorrow in the light of these discussions. From next week, the pilot will start. So I just wanted to share that one basic difference between the defense sector specifically and, the general discussions which I heard today. So it was very useful to have this, and I mean, we had all sides. And also, I think we will also go to MOSPI and then, get see what defense-related data we can pick up from there. So these are my takeaways from today's discussion.
I think the process that we adopted for doing that entire journey is well documented.
Yes, actually, we have taken a lot of inputs from him. We started right from, I think, September or October. He gave me the guidelines saying that अभी तक approve नहीं हुआ है, मैं आपको ऐसे ही दे रहा हूँ, ऐसे ना दे दो, कोई बात नहीं. You're sharing within the department. He was a bit hesitant, but I bullied him into giving it to me. So he gave it to me in September when it had just been made. So we have taken his advice and this thing, and we'll continue to take. I was saying that we are going to write piggyback on you, so we are going to do that.
Just one very quick input for DI Defense, that for both ease of doing business in MSME and for multimodal transport logistics, we have created MS teams. So we are documenting step by step what we have been doing since beginning. So if one follows the MS team, there is a kind of a laid down SOP now.
Good, that's very good. We'll also, in fact, I was about to find out that how do you intend to put the findings together. So if you are doing some sort of automation, we'll borrow that model also. Thank
you. Respected CAG, Subir and Praveer, good afternoon to everyone. I found this workshop to be extremely useful, and I would like to first appreciate the excellent efforts made by the team under Mr. Praveer Pandey to get inputs from different stakeholders from the government. I think the intervention from government really helped us to understand the significant initiatives which have been taken in the recent years to facilitate the working of the MSE. And then the subsequent voices or the inputs from the industry told us what further needs to be done. Few takeaways from me. I was really impressed when the secretary mentioned that he wants to see it as a partnership rather than as an audit assignment. I think this is very encouraging. And I think, more and more we engage with external stakeholders at the initial stage itself before taking up the audit, because generally when we do a performance audit, our intervention starts, engagement with the stakeholders starts at the level of the entry conference, etc. But early engagement with the stakeholders is really extremely helpful. And maybe I was wondering, in case if the ADM is still not been finalized, maybe, we could request the ministry also to be part of the team to finalize the ADM. And this is what we have done in the FLN audit, where we had a similar workshop and in which the ministry said they would like to be part of the team to finalize the ADM. So maybe that is something which you might like to consider. Then there are a few points which I found to be extremely useful from the inputs. I had seen the ADM. I was wondering whether one of the suggestions made for inclusivity, in case if it has not been adequately addressed, whether you would like to consider that also. The greater participation of women, I think that is what the lady spoke about, inclusivity. So maybe that is something which, in case if it has not been adequately factored, you could consider. Sir. Then two things which Mr. Bharat said, three things which he said, I was very impressed by that. One is the regulatory compliance assessment. He mentioned that whenever any new regulatory, reports or any complaints he's been introduced, whether an assessment is made of what is the impact of this regulatory complaints, or sometimes what we call as the cost of compliance. I think maybe that is something which we could consider checking. The technology absorption. So I was saying that, there is a lot of, like he gave the examples of DRDO, ICAR, etc., where a lot of money is spent on research, etc., and how does this get absorbed in the MSME. I think that is something which I thought again was interesting, and maybe multiple stakeholders have talked about this, doing an interstate comparison to see what is working well in some states and why it is not working well in some other states. Maybe I think that would really be extremely useful to a lot of people. And one last point, which was, I think while the ministry person kept on talking about the increase in the quantum of credit guarantee, the threats, etc., but the industry say what happened is maybe while there has been an increase, there are still large number of applications which get rejected. So how we would look into this, I think is again worth considering. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Can we proceed with the afternoon session, sir?
Thank you, sir. Now it's a technical session. We have shortlisted 6 offices. We have shortlisted 6 offices to give a presentation on the areas of the ADM. And we have had many webinars where we found that Maharashtra government has done a tremendous progress in decriminalization. So I have asked the group officer then in the Mumbai, why don't you do some in-depth some study, maybe preliminary study, and show us what can be done, what kind of data we can do, how para can be developed. So before that, I request Datta Prasad Sirisat, Accountant General Audit to Maharashtra, to initiate the discussion.
Good afternoon, sir. And as just mentioned, that we have been having various meetings at the level of ADI, sir, also, and with the PAG West Bengal regarding holding up this audit. And we had the Development Commissioner of Maharashtra sharing his experiences of how Maitri as a single window system have kind of evolved over the years. And the interesting part of that discussion was that various offices which were participating, they were very much interested into how the experience of Maharashtra has been there, and they were comparing with the experiences with their own offices. And as mentioned by PAG West Bengal, that we have been given this area of decriminalization of the provisions in the acts. And then we could see that in Maharashtra, there was a high-level committee chaired by Additional Chief Secretary Industries, Additional Chief Secretary Home, and Principal Secretary Law and Judiciary, which was formed in 2022, which have identified from various provisions which are relevant to the MSMEs and have now decriminalized many of the provisions. The journey is still on, and we have come out with the government of Maharashtra has come out with the Jan Vishwas Act 2025. So in today's presentation, we have kept the theme of decriminalization initiatives in Maharashtra. I would ask my group officer to present the.
Good afternoon, Honorable CAG sir, all the senior officers present here and my colleagues. I am Shubhangi Gupta, posted as Senior Deputy Accountant General in the Office of Accountant General Audit to Maharashtra. I am thankful for this opportunity to share the decriminalization initiatives that has been taken by the Maharashtra government for ease of doing business for the MSME. My presentation basically covers the overview of the MSME sector in Maharashtra, and thereafter I will be sharing the decriminalization initiatives done by the Maharashtra government. The registered MSME in Maharashtra is around 46 lakh. This is a slightly older data, I must mention here, because as per the latest data presented today, they are closer to 90 lakh. But here I would like to mention that as CAG audit, we would like to verify how many are registered MSMEs and how many are actually operational MSMEs. As mentioned in today by one of the speakers, that the maximum percentage is of micro MSMEs, which is around 45 lakhs in case of Maharashtra. Small is 1.5 lakh and medium is just 0.18 lakh. And even in the employment generation by the MSMEs, out of 2 crores, around 1.8 crores is the employment generation by the micro sector of the MSME. So that is one area, as the speaker.
Is this as per the new definition or is it the old definition, this one?
So this is this is as per the old definition, sir, because it is 24 data. As of today, the export turnover, out of the total export turnover of India, around 15% is contributed by Maharashtra state, which is around 5.5 lakh crores. As we can see in the Maharashtra, there are 7 divisions, basically, or 7 regions to be called, under which the Industries Department has Joint Director of Industries, and all the districts are divided into these 7 regions across Maharashtra, which are Amravati, Aurangabad, Konkan, Nagpur, Nashik, Pune, and Mumbai. Coming to the focus sectors of MSME in Maharashtra, auto and auto components is one of the major areas in Maharashtra. Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, or Aurangabad as earlier it was called, is one of the major region which is actually significantly ahead in the entire country for auto and auto components. Then there is chemical in the Konkan region. Electronic system design and manufacturing is mainly in the Pune region. Agro and food processing is spread across different regions. Pharmaceutical is majorly in Nashik region. Textile again is spread across, but majorly it is in Latur and in Nandurbar, all these districts. Then renewable energy is again one area where Maharashtra is making significant ahead. In fact, the Auric city, which is a joint venture between Government of India and Maharashtra state government, has lot of micro industries which are manufacturing solar panels. So they are incentivizing companies which are into renewable energy. So these are the few focus sectors of MSMEs in Maharashtra. Second part, you can see which are the main state schemes in Maharashtra for MSMEs. So parallel to the PM Employment Generation Program, there is CM Employment Generation Program. Basically, the entrepreneur can bring their proposal for getting a fiscal incentive by the government of Maharashtra, and collateral-free loan is given to the particular entrepreneur. Here, during our pilot, we found that the number of applications submitted vis-a-vis the number of applications actually approved, there is a huge gap. Though we have not been able to analyze why applications are being rejected, that will be what we will be seeing during the audit. But just to give an example, for the last year, there were around 3,500 applications under CMAGP scheme, but only 700 were finally approved and were given the fiscal incentives. So during audit, probably we will be covering that area to see what are the shortfalls. Then there is package schemes of incentives. So in the package schemes of incentive, the main incentive with Maharashtra government offers is the stamp duty exemption, electricity duty exemption. This is the two main. Then there is the electricity tariff subsidy. So Maharashtra is facing actually a challenge in the commercial and industrial tariff. Whenever we talk to the industry, they tell that that is one big reason when they have to choose between two states is the cost of per unit electricity. So here Maharashtra is facing is slightly higher as compared to other states, but they are working on that. We will also be seeing that during our audit period as to how they have been making efforts to reduce the per unit electricity cost. But in the package scheme of incentives, apart from these, for example, right now Maharashtra government is pushing across for data centers, so they are giving land at much cheaper rates. Again, we will be seeing that during our audit. Then one district, one product. Uttar Pradesh has done a very good work in that. Similar to that, Maharashtra also has identified that. And as the Industries Department was sharing, like just recently, Ratnagiri Alfonso mangoes have been awarded as #1 in the ODOP. So again, we will be seeing how well it is implemented at the ground level. Then a very important scheme is Maharashtra State Industrial Cluster Development Program. The clusters is one of the basic foundations for these MSMEs, because as one of the speakers also mentioned that in the clusters, there are many common facilities they get, such as the effluent treatment plants, the testing facilities. So during our pilot study, we found that in many of these cases, there is an effluent treatment plant, but not working. There are testing facilities where the equipment has established, but due to the lack of O&M, the equipment worked, but thereafter it stopped working. So we plan to see all these small issues which clusters are facing across in the state. So in our sample district, we will be looking into that. Coming to a brief structure of Industries Department in Maharashtra, Maharashtra being big state, it has, as you can see, it has the Development Commissioner Industries under the Principal Secretary. Apart from that, there are multiple state PSUs. For example, MIDC, Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation, which majorly looks after developing industrial areas, and in those industrial areas allotting to the land to the industries, from ultra and mega project to micro, small and medium industries. Then there are certain defunct, not exactly defunct, but certain not working PSUs like CCOM, which was earlier established for giving financial assistance to business ventures. As one of the speakers again mentioned that credit facility is one of the key concern area. So Maharashtra is trying to revive, and we will in audit see how are their initiatives in reviving CCOM. Then Maharashtra Small Scale Industrial Development Corporation, Khadi Village and Industrial Board KVIB. Then there is Maharashtra Petrochemical and Chemical Limited Company, MSFC. Government and Printing Stationery, and there are some Regional Development Corporation. But our main focus areas will be here the Development Commissioner Industries, because under them are the District Industrial Centers, which are actually the nodal agencies for the MSME. So that will be our area during the audit, where we will be seeing the implementation of the PMEGP, CMEGP and cluster schemes, and doing the ground level, seeing the ground level initiatives for EODB by the Maharashtra state government. Now, this is one of the ease of doing business, the most shared, the most highlighted initiative of Maharashtra state government, the Maitri Act, under which they are giving the right to services, where they say that for the services they have given the number of time-bound days under which the service clearance has to be given to the industry, and if the particular department does not give the clearance, it will be counted as deemed approval. So here again, as auditors, we will be seeing how well Maitri Act has been implemented. Under the Maitri Act, they have the Maitri single window system also. Again, that is in the audit, we will be seeing how actually the single window system is there, whether it is just a covering single window or whether it is actually seamlessly integrated to multiple departments. Here I have just covered the brief of Maitri Act. So as I mentioned, it has 128 services in the Maitri single window system. It plans to have an integration with the national single window system, which we will be seeing how seamlessly it has been implemented. What are the various approvals that the industry needs? What they can raise their queries, their grievances on the Maitri portal. There is also a module where they have opened any act for the inputs from industries. That is the online public consultation module. And most importantly, all the data related to land bank, the services, the incentives available is there on the portal. So this is again one area that we will be seeing in detail during our audit. Now coming to the main topic of which has been given to us is the decriminalization initiatives for the ease of doing business. So as it has been already covered that, what is the main problem related to decriminalization, because an over-criminalization creates a pervasive fear, and over-reliance on punishments create a citizen-state relationship based on fear and not on trust. So as Government of India's vision, minimum government and maximum governance, so that is the whole idea behind the decriminalization initiative. Government of India had the Jan Vishwas Act in 2023, and Maharashtra state had their Jan Vishwas Act in 2025. So the whole idea is to move more towards governance and minimum government. As part of the legislative reforms, as I've shared, that under the Jan Vishwas Act, 7 laws have been decriminalized. In the 7 laws, as you can see, major are the labor laws. Here I would like to mention, I will be covering in my further slides, but the maximum number of laws in the entire, for which the industries have to go, are maximum in the labor department and then in the urban development department and the revenue department. These 3 departments are the departments which have the maximum legislations which are having criminal provisions which needs to be decriminalized. Also, I would like to mention here that while we were doing this study, we found that certain other states have done quite a good progress in that. Here I would like to mention that Gujarat has already decriminalized 11 acts, like Maharashtra has done 7, Karnataka has done 12, Haryana has done 42 acts, and Odisha has done 16 acts in their Jan Vishwas Act. So in our audit design matrix, I have covered the 2 questions, audit questions, under which we will be seeing the decriminalization initiative, that whether government has framed and implemented any legislative strategy to facilitate EODB for MSME by decriminalizing the provisions of non-compliance and undertaking broader deregulation measures, and whether there has been increase in number and reduction in the time of MSME registration post the implementation of reforms. So these are the 2 audit questions under which we will be seeing the decriminalization initiatives. As respected the Accountant General had also mentioned that Maharashtra started the exercise in May 2022 by creating a committee headed by ACS Industries, ACS Home, and Principal Secretary Law and Judiciary to do an overall analysis of what are the acts in Maharashtra government which are having different criminal provisions, and the entire study as to how how many can be decriminalized, how can be partially decriminalized, how many can be omitted. So in total, 525 provisions from 41 legislations were identified. I'm just sharing a rough glimpse to get an idea. So as you can see, these are departments and sub-departments. The first four: Labor Commissionerate, Department of Industry and Safety Health, steam boilers, and Labor Welfare Board. These are the first four related to Labor Department, which has total 11 legislations, under which the legislation and the subsections, as you can see, which are having criminal provisions. That is 201, 98, 1 and 1. So these are the major, so the maximum number of provisions which are having imprisonment provisions are under the Labor Department, especially under the Department of Industry and Safety Health. That is the serial number 2. You can see in the third last column, 98 provisions were there. So similar exercise was done for all the departments as a home, housing, urban development 2, revenue, school education, cooperation, animal husbandry, agriculture, like that. 92 different departments and 525 provisions were identified, which are having some kind of criminal provisions in their act. With that, they did an exercise of how many can be decriminalized, how many cannot be decriminalized, how many cannot be compounded further. Here I would like to mention, if you can see the second row, cannot be compounded any further. While during the process we were studying this, I would like to show here, though this has already been decriminalized, but I wanted to show what are the kind of provisions it had. So while we were studying, for example, Department of Industry and Safety Health, here there were provisions like cleanliness of wall. This was earlier having a two-year imprisonment provision, which has now been changed into a fiscal penalty. So other states can also identify whether such basic such basic compliances are having imprisonment provision. For example, signboards to be displayed, drainage system. And there were also something like, while I was seeing this, whitewashing of the washrooms. If your washrooms are not whitewashed, you can be given an imprisonment, which has now been changed into financial penalty. This has been done by Maharashtra state already, but this can be seen by other states. So these are very basic provisions. Going back to the presentation, so this is the analysis done. Right now, where the work we have to be seen is compounding to be introduced by substituting imprisonment. These 98 provisions are the one which are still hanging, where sort of there is the general administrative department and industries feel that it can be imprisonment can be substituted, but still the action has not been taken. So
just a moment. This first one, just go back.
Right. 1 second. Which one?
The
Sir?
first one, that can be decriminalized.
Yes, sir.
Who is saying this? You are saying this.
No, sir. The industry department study that has been done.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is all the data we have taken from them. We are not seeing, sir. So basically, these are the different categories. So right now, during the audit, we will be focusing on these 98 provisions, which they have themselves agreed that it can be converted to a financial penalty, but it has not been yet done. So that can be our input as to push across for these provisions. Moving ahead. The Maharashtra Jan Vishwas Act, it got the governor's approval and was published in the Government Gazette on 31st December 2025. There were total acts identified with criminal provision for this Jan Vishwas Act 26. However, only 7 acts were amended. Remaining, they have kept it for phase 2, that is the 19 acts. So again, during our audit, we will be focusing on what action has been taken by the state government for those 19 acts. Under this 19 acts, they have done a preliminary study that 5 need not be amended. For this, they have hired Vidhi Legal Consulting Agency. Vidhi Legal Consulting Agency is also Government of India's consulting agency for the Jan Vishwas Act. So Government of Maharashtra has hired the same. So we will be going through their communication and their suggestions to see how much has been implemented by the state government. These are the 7 legislations which have been decriminalized under the Jan Vishwas Act. Again, as you can see, these are mainly from the Labor Department, Medical Education and Drug, 1 Revenue and 1 Finance. These 7 have been partly decriminalized, and in some cases there is rationalization of punishment. In rationalization, it means that imprisonment provision, which was maybe earlier say 2 years, have been reduced, or the imprisonment provision has been done away and made it into fine. So fine is a criminal provision and penalty is a civil comes under the civil provision. So somewhere imprisonment has been converted to fine. That is the rationalization of punishment. So right now, what is the scope and present status? Currently, laws in Maharashtra are 624. To mention, these are not all related to industry, but this is the overall features. And 624, 153 are having criminal provisions. Vidhi, again, this input we have taken from Vidhi. So they have analyzed 31 acts, 26 with the number of criminal provisions, 7 have already been amended, and as I mentioned, 19 are for the phase 2, out of which they have already identified that 5 cannot be decriminalized and 14 can be decriminalized. Here for the 14, this is again the brief journey so far, but for the 14 acts, I would like to mention that the main 3 departments to which it concerns is Urban Development Department, the Revenue Department and the Labor Department. So these 3 are the bottlenecks where whatever communication of the industries department we could read, that there the decriminalization initiatives are needed. And secondly, in the urban development department, there are acts as old as 1888. So Bombay Municipal Corporation Act is 1888, which is having criminal provisions which still industries are to comply, otherwise they can be penalized for the same. This slide shows the brief journey of Maharashtra so far. So they had done before 22. 22 was one landmark here as they started and they have formally made a committee. But before 22, they had done certain amendments in GST Act, in Labour Commissioner and in the Department of Industry and Safety Health. They had compounded certain sections for minor offences. In 22-23, as I was mentioning earlier, that the entire committee was created and they did a detailed study of 92 legislations, and they have already decriminalized 138 provisions in 7 Act. Now the journey ahead is for 25-26, the phase 2, again as I mentioned, studying the remaining acts which have been identified. So the next step for phase 2, how is the process being doing? So when we had a discussion with them, the way they are asking the departments to study is whether the matter is outdated and law is no longer needed. Has the same or similar law been repealed by other states? Does the law contain any discriminatory provision? Has the law been recommended for repeal by any state or center committee? And one new step which they are doing is that the laws to be analyzed keeping EODB, ease of living, and number of FIRs. I think the gentleman from Team Lease, Mr. Sabharwal also mentioned that though the non-ticketing has an FIR provision, but till date only 8 FIRs are launched. So similar exercise is what they are doing in Maharashtra, that the acts which are having criminal provision, they have asked to give the data of how many FIRs have been registered till date for them. If there are actually no FIRs being registered, then they are pushing across to the department that they should give a consent for decriminalizing that act. So this is the process which is now ongoing for the phase 2. Right, that's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Very detailed study, Subhangi. I think, sir, this decriminalization aspect has not been done in many other states. So this type of finding you will not find, but those states who have already decriminalized may kindly see this PPT and try to analyze in a similar manner. We'll see how these reports data can be clubbed in the template. Thank you so much.
Material of any state, I think this should be mandatorily
analyzed by everybody.
By everybody.
Yes.
And so much of work has happened already. I think everybody should just copy that template.
Yep. Now the second state, analysis has to be done. Yes. Yes.
करके आपका this depending on the maturity of it, you can put it as a chapter in your SFAR or your compliance report, whatever you do on that respective state.
Gujarat, Bijit Mukherjee.
Respected CAG sir, ADIs and DIs, good afternoon. I'm representing Gujarat here, which all of you are well aware is an industrial powerhouse. So around 20% of India's industrial production comes from there, 27% of India's total export. Corresponding to that, it's also a leader in textiles, chemicals, engineering, and the automotive sector. If you see the profile of the MSMEs in Gujarat, they follow that pattern. So out of the 29.27 lakh MSMEs in the state, 98% of which is micro, 1.85% is small, and 0.15 is medium. They also follow more or less the same pattern where textile and apparel, food processing and micro food units, chemicals and plastics, engineering and fabrication, pharmaceuticals and medical devices, these are the areas in which these MSMEs are primarily concentrated. One of the good things about Gujarat is there is a very nice integration of the MSMEs, the industrial park, and a lot of other state acts and rules which actively encourage the MSMEs in Gujarat to flourish. And as per the national level performance monitoring started by DPIIT since 2014, in 2015 when the ranking first came, Gujarat was #1 in EODB. And as recently as 2024, it has also achieved the top achiever category, top achiever status in 2 categories. It is leading the way in various parameters like reducing the compliance parameters. Some 2,400 business compliances have been reduced. Nearly 300 citizen-centric compliances have been reduced. Shubhangi mentioned about decriminalization. So out of those 11 acts, more than 500 odd supposedly criminal activities have now been decriminalized. Now, I'm not sure whether toilets in Gujarat are painted white or not, but I do know that until this decriminalization happened, if in a small industry the workers hung out their dirty linen to dry, that was a criminal offense. So those are now no longer, they have now been deleted. There is a lot of digitization which has happened. I mean, the investor facilitation portal, about which Arshad, my deputy CAG, will show later on. It has improved the registration and the approval across 18 departments through end-to-end digitization. So whether it is application disposal, the pendency reduction in timelines, or eliminating physical checkpoints, in all of these, the state has made rapid strides. And we are, in the second week of February, we are going to have meetings with the Gujarat State Small Industries Federation and the Federation of Small Scale Industries. And we are also inviting the industries and mines representatives who were here this morning as well, so that we can hear both sides of what is the need of the MSMEs, and also as a counter what the departments are doing or plan to do in the coming days regarding that. They are in fact the IFP portal, which Arshad will be demonstrating, that is IFP portal 1.0. They are very much in progress about IFP portal 2.0. In fact, in one of the slides in the morning where certain comparative portals of the states were shown, if you recall, sir, that in Gujarat's case, DigiLocker or some such was not there. So while some integration across 18 departments have been done and some basic data move from one department to another, the basic documents don't move. So in IFP 2.0, for example, these issues are going to be sorted out. So with that as an introduction, sir, I would like Arshad to make the presentation.
Good afternoon, sir. Respected CAG, sir.
senior officers of the department, colleagues, and dear friends. As stated by respected Principal AG, sir, as far as ease of doing business, sir, in Gujarat is concerned, pertaining especially to the MSME sector, there are many best practices, primarily emanating from the fact that, as the age-old adage goes, the early bird catches the worm. There has been a first mover advantage which Gujarat has had, given that an integrated investor facilitation portal, a single window clearance system, has been in effect even at a nascent stage since 2010. And from the first year of EODB rankings, that is 2015, Gujarat has been ranked 1 and subsequently also in the higher achiever category ranks. Sir, without further ado, I would like to continue with the presentation, sir. With respect to industries as a whole, Gujarat's contribution to India is integral. 40% contribution to India's total cargo handling, 27% contribution to India's total exports in FY25, and 20% share in India's industrial production. With respect to MSMEs particularly, as PAG sir had pointed out, there are 28.9 lakh Udyam registrations as of December 2025. And in the Business Reforms Action Plan 2024, Gujarat has achieved top achiever status in 2 categories, one with respect to construction permits and the other with respect to the services sector. So this has been the ranking which Gujarat has been able to achieve over the years. So with respect to the reform framework done to enhance the ease of doing business ecosystem in Gujarat, there are 4 main pillars. One would be the Business Reform Action Plan and how it has been, the reforms which have been suggested by DPIIT. In fact, 7 reform exercises have been done since 2015, and in BRAP 2026, 74 reforms across 9 areas for business transformation have been envisaged. It is as part of this that the Investor Facilitation Portal and its integration to the National Single Window System has been implemented in Gujarat. Further, there is also a state-led initiative, which is that of the District Business Reform Action Plan, where 6 pillars have been identified and 154 reforms targeted. This is commencing from end 2025 onwards, and it's a work in progress, where these 154 reforms across 6 pillars include district services, property records, access to credit, etc. Sir, as mentioned earlier, just like how it has been done in Maharashtra, there has been a Jan Vishwas Bill 2025 where 500 plus minor offences have been decriminalized in Gujarat. These include matters like penalties for unpaid electricity bills, penalties with respect to unused industrial land, selling dairy, etc. Deregulation is also a matter of immense importance, which has been highlighted by the Industries and Mines Department of Government of Gujarat, where currently deregulation 1.0 exercise is complete and 2.0 is being initiated. Sir, as part of the deregulation exercise, the main aim is to reduce the compliance burden as well as reduce the cost of regulation as well. So around over 2,400 business-centric compliances across 18 departments, in fact, have been streamlined. Around 290 plus citizen-centric compliances, as well as the decriminalization, as I had mentioned earlier. This involves repealing the redundant compliances, digitization of processes, simplifying the certifications, reducing physical touch points so that there is lesser scope for discretion, increasing the license periodicity, and abolishing renewal requirements. For example, as far as district industrial center inspections are concerned, DIC clearances are concerned, the regularity has been reduced. That is, currently, earlier it was once in 2 years, now it is being done once in 4 years as far as industries are concerned. Similarly, with respect to abolishing renewal requirements, there are no trade licenses in Gujarat as of today. There are only clearances under the Shop and Establishments Act, and this is a one-time registration, unlike in some of the other states. It's a lifetime and there is no renewal for the same. As part of this, some of the best practices which we have noticed through our constant stakeholder engagement has been, one, with respect to the MSMEs, there has been an exemption from state approvals for 3.5 years, as has been discussed in the conclave earlier, where the situation is similar in Kerala and Tripura as well. Similarly, in Gujarat, as in 2019 onwards itself, the motto has been first production and then permission. So for 3 years, no approvals required. Then further MSMEs get 6 more months to comply with any of the approvals that are required. Similarly, we have digitization of land records, which have been done to the through the ORA's portal that is there. Then these over 8 crore land records, as well as digitization of processes like inheritance, mutation, etc., have been included in the IORA portal. We also have self-certification for over 14 labor laws, which have been implemented in Gujarat. And in many of these, there has been an exemption up to 5 years. In that sense, once self-certified, the next inspection will happen for these MSMEs only after 5 years for all inspections under these 14 labor laws, sir. Then there are Gujarat GST Seva Kendras, which are in which Gujarat was amongst the first movers in order to establish the same, where currently they have been able to reduce the registration time for new firms from earlier 25 to 30 days to today 6 to 7 days. This has been because they have increased the number of such Seva Kendras across districts. As I had mentioned earlier, so there has been an elimination of trade license, and now the only clearance is required is that of under Shop and Establishment Act, which is lifetime. And finally, the Investor Facilitation Portal, which integrates 213 clearances across 18 departments of Gujarat and seamlessly integrates this also with a national single window system. Sir, I'll be doing a demonstration of the portal towards the end of my presentation. The best practices continue, sir, and there is an impact also as which can be seen. The first two, sir, are an outcome of monitoring and supervision at the highest level. Now, application disposal and pendency reduction figures are being monitored not only at the Industries Commissioner level, but also at ACS Industries level and at the CM level, as these data feed into the CM's dashboard. For example, sir, as far as application disposal has been concerned, the reforms that have been undertaken have resulted in a doubling of the applications disposed per working day from 199 in FY24 to 412 in FY26 as of January 2026, sir. Similarly, there has been a reduction in pendency of applications, and this has been a 6-monthly figure which is being updated. So in June 2025, there were pendency of 42,000, over 42,000 applications, which has been reduced in January 2026 to 21,900. One of the focus areas in all these reforms is to eliminate physical touch points, to have as many of the clearances and inspections done online or reduced, and if there are physical touch points, to reduce the degree or exposure for the same. Hence, the online services have increased from 93 in 2025 to 124 in 2026. These are recent reforms, and these have been integrated into the IFP portal as well, sir. As part of eliminating physical touch points, as I said, sir, it is not only about doing away with the physical visits, inspections, like, for example, done by DICs earlier every 2 years, now every 4 years, but also initiating standardized procedures for the inspection so that the time for the same and the discretion for the same are limited. Similarly, sir, there has been a reduction in timeline, and this is interesting, sir, because Gujarat has enacted 2 acts. One is a Single Window Clearance Act, that is of 2017, and the other is Right to Public Services Act, which is of 2013. Under these, there are services which have mandated timelines, and these have been reduced as per these 2 acts. So for nearly 71 services, the timelines as mandated by the acts have been reduced, sir. There is also a wide category industry list which Gujarat maintains, which means the industries under this list are exempt from the permission that is required to establish, as well as in order to operate as well. So this, sir, there has been an exemption, and earlier the list had 174. This has been increased to 762 industries in this white list by the end of 2025. This includes, for example, the right to establish and to operate, which is being given by GPCB, the Pollution Control Board, for example. Earlier it used to be 120 days. Now it has been divided into 3 categories, green, orange and red, where for green it takes 7 days, and for red category maximum of 20 days only, sir. So now we go on to probably one of the most successful models of integration of digitization, which is that of the investor facilitation portal. So it is a single window system that has started work in 2010, and currently 213 registrations across 18 state departments where end-to-end digital processing is happening, sir. We have also checked based on the access given to us, sir. This end-to-end integration we are talking about is not where we log into onto IFP through their website, and then we are redirected to some of the other departments' websites and we have to fill the data. Rather, there is a common application form, and data seamlessly transfers from the from IFP portal to the other required portals, like for example IORA, etc. As of now, the investor base, there are around 8.3 lakh investors who have been registered and 26 lakh applications have been processed through IFP. It has also been seamlessly integrated with the National Single Window System for Unified Services, and online payments facilities is also available. As I said, sir, some of the advantages that IFP has would be, one, that there is a common application form, so there is no requirement to repeat the information that is being put up. This reduces compliance burden, saves time. There is also an interesting Know Your Approvals module, so which I'll be demonstrating as well. If we are a new investor and we want to know, for me to start an MSME specializing in this particular sector with XYZ parameters, what are the approvals that I will need to have from the various departments? This is available to the public, sir, which I'll be demonstrating. There is also timeline tracking at different levels, sir. At the applicant level, there is also timeline tracking at the approval level and monitoring at the state level as well. There is also central inspection system. This ensures that the inspections that have to be done within the mandated timelines are being monitored, and there is no excessive resources being utilized for the same. Particularly with respect to the MSME ecosystem in Gujarat, so as far as financial assistance is concerned, assistance of more than rupees 7,900 crores under 1.35 lakh applications have been dispersed in the last 5 financial years. As pointed out earlier, sir, protection then permission is the mantra that is being used, that MSMEs have with respect to Gujarat. In terms of ZED certifications, which are sustainable MSME certifications, zero effect, zero defect, Gujarat ranks first in India with around 57,000 certifications done as on December 2025. Also, another new recent reform has been the setting up of regional councils, where claims up to rupees 1 crore and any disputes with respect to the same are cleared at the regional council levels itself, just for micro small enterprises. These facilitation councils are in 6 cities of Gujarat, sir. So now I would like to move on to the second part of our presentation, which is with respect to the progress with respect to this performance audit done by our field officer. Following the feasibility study, we had prepared the guidelines and ADM and forwarded to the lead office, and the pilot study, which is ongoing, as part of which the sampling methodology has also been forwarded. The stakeholder engagement is an ongoing exercise and will still continue. We are planning it in 2 phases. Sir, with respect to phase 1, which has been nearing completion, this has been with the department. For example, the Industries Commissionerate, we have a separate MSME Commissionerate. Indexed B, which is the staff arm that manages the IFP portal. We have had entity presentations, a walkthrough of IFP for all the audit parties involved, as well as the headquarters of field office headquarters staff, and a webinar which has been completed in January, sir, in which other field offices also participated. Phase 2 is with MSMEs and Industries Association. This office has reached out to the Gujarat State Small Industries Federation as well as the Federation of Small Scale Industries and have invited for engagement in February 2026. They have been reached out to in writing as well as orally, and they have intimated that they would be willing to attend the same. As far as access to data, sir, is concerned, what has been completed is a downloading of data from the Udyam portal, for which the lead office had given us clear instructions. What is in progress is, sir, is the analysis of the data. Some exploratory data analytics has been done, which I'll be indicating in the coming 2 slides. As far as the investor facilitation portal is concerned, sir, we have a walkthrough read-only access at the moment. We are at the moment following up to ensure that we have backend data so that data analytics may be done on the same. Sir, as part of our exploratory data analytics in our pilot study, there are 2 matters which came to notice. We'll have to explore this further because it may not be, it could be potentially ghost entities, but it could also be data integrity issues. So this will need to be scrutinized, which is in terms of how thousands of these registrations have any generic or addresses remaining unfulfilled. The number of such registrations have been indicated in the diagram, sir. So this will have to be seen as to, have to be verified in the ground as to why the addresses for communication are so. Similarly, sir, this is for us to analyze which are the months, for example, to be looked into in terms of looking at the data which has come into the investor facilitation portal. When we did anomaly detection through the isolation forest machine learning algorithm, we looked for top 5% deviations from the timeline. We have identified certain districts, district industrial centers. For example, in Bharuch, Feb 2024 saw an anomaly. Anand in August 2025 and October 2025. Similarly, there has also been a dip in October 2024 in Bharuch and Morbi. Again, these will have to be ground truthed, sir, because and will have to be checked also with the department. These could be because, for example, if there has been a drive done by the MSME department to increase registrations, then they may actually have at the district industry center level, then that may have resulted in an increase. An anomalous increase which may have come about, but that could be very much easily explained. These will have to be scrutinized further, sir. With respect to the sampling methodology, based on the guidance, the note given to us by the lead office, we have selected 5 sectors, which are chemicals, industrial machinery and equipment, agro and food processing, textiles, and cement and ceramics. From 19 such sectors that have been earmarked, that have been divided by the government of Gujarat themselves. From them, based on the sampling methodology, we have selected 6 districts and 12 clusters. The highlighted districts also have a geographical spread. These have been indicated in the map. Sir, during some of the other audit findings which our parties, our audit teams were able to find from the field, some of the desirable features of the investor facilitation portal. The good news is, compared to many of the states, the ease of knowing applicable approvals, most of the user manuals, application status, the final certification, downloading, etc., user feedback and grievance modules, a single sign-on ID. So all these have already been integrated. PAN, GST, and some of the central portal integrations. For example, for environmental clearances, user agency needs to apply on Parivesh, which is maintained by MOFCC, and that linking is still yet to be done. A unified payment mechanism and a DigiLocker integration, so that, and a central repository of documents, so that these can be easily uploaded as clearances demand. These are being envisaged by the department already in IFP 2.0. Another, sir, audit finding we have had is a mismatch, which we have already discussed with the department, and they have talked about rectifying the same in the upcoming IFP 2.0, which is potential rural-urban divide, sir. As far as urban MSMEs are concerned, the clearances needed under Shops and Establishment Act can be done through e-Nagar portal, which is integrated through IFP. So it is very easy, sir. As far as rural MSMEs are concerned, they cannot access e-Nagar, and they have no other portal on IFP. Therefore, a physical touch point is necessary, which leads to a certain disparity between rural and urban MSMEs. The impact is something which the audit teams will be analyzing in due course of time, sir. Similarly, sir, a refund gap that is there on IFP, this also has been accepted by the department and said that they would be rectifying this in 2.0, which is that there is a common application form and payment of fees which is available on IFP. But if the application is rejected or if the application is withdrawn by the applicant, then the refund of the fees is not automatically done by the portal. Physical touch point is again necessitated. This leads to delays and disincentives. These are some of the probable audit findings and which we have linked to our audit objectives also, sir. These are potential audit findings, sir, based on the guidance that we have got from the lead office. Sir, may I also show the portal, sir? This is the end of the presentation, sir.
It's okay, Arshad. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Just one thing which I, with permission, sir, I wanted to point out that this is what we have been grappling with since the first meeting in Mumbai and then Puri and then yesterday. Probably when we met you people in Mumbai, Bijit and your team, that was very early in the thing. This is the danger of veering the audit towards, getting into a lot of our traditional audit approach. That is not the point here. The point is whether we have to focus on the ease of doing business. The reforms and the policies, the regulatory framework, are they helping in ease of doing business or not? I mean, ghost, ये है, वो है, ये एक अलग तरीका. That audit can be done separately. That is a different audit approach. हाँ, तो ये अभी इतना डीप में जाने का इसका जरूरत ऐसा थोड़ा देखिए संभल के.
Now, I invite Satish. The topic given to team was DIC. It's a part of our ADM that everybody has to select few DICs, and because these DICs are responsible for overseeing the work of Common Facility Center, we have got few examples. My party visited few CFCs, so I want to show what we have find out, and because you all are, whenever you visit any clusters or CFC, you are likely to see these points. Satish, please be brief.
Good afternoon, sir. Respected CAG, all officials. Sir, we have visited some of the district industry centers and some clusters, and I would like to show the first slide giving a nice picture of the. Sir, the first slide will give a nice picture about national share, manufacturing dominance, employment contribution, female-headed establishments, women worker out of the total workers. But if you go on the state expenditure, it will be very meager, less than 1%, and I have seen the data for the most of the states. For UODB, this is the one. So we will be commenting in 1 or 2 lines that these are the observations. So the state has to give more emphasis. Second one, with respect to ease of doing measures adopted by the West Bengal, yes, of course, lot of initiatives are there, like a single window system, common application form, industrial infrastructure committees, councils, and clinics. All these facilities are available. And apart from that, the schemes also available in the West Bengal. So the first slide and the second slide will give me the good picture that there is something, good pictures about the West Bengal. And we have selected some industries and the districts. These are the industries and districts selected for the state of West Bengal. And among the selected districts, DIC North 24 Bargana was made. We have visited this on 6th of January and 15th of January in between. So the main functions is implementation of the state scheme, clearance for pollution for less than 5 crore projects, and employment guarantee program, cluster development, ODM registration. So these are the main functions of the DIC. But we have included audit objective 2 in the audit objective 2, 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3, like initiatives and schemes to facilitate MSME and establishment of infrastructure. Last one is parks, clusters and facilities, whether they are performing their roles or not. So quick brief of what kind of topics, observations that are coming up. So West Bengal portal, it says that only 23, but actually 77 clusters are there, and that also been formed after 2018 only. So we have included one point on 2.2.8 that talks about monitoring mechanism to track the utilization and address the bottlenecks through digital dashboard. So you will be keep writing one point on this one, not going into the deep areas. So problem is that the lack of this data will leads to deprival of critical information to the MSMEs clusters sitting in the district. The second one, question number 2.2.4, 2.7, 3.5, it all talks about the common facilities availability and with respect to facilities providing matching the current technological and market needs. Then 2.3.5 talks about infrastructure and institutional supports like industrial parks, clusters, technical supports available or not at the district industrial centers. So we have come across these are some of the points. The clusters and manufacturers are asking that they want some automatic boring manufacturing machine, but the government is supplying some other machines. So you will be commenting these kind of things that there is a mismatch between the demand and the supply by the government. The next one with respect to survey, we have 32% in the cluster, 19 entrepreneurs were there, 6 entrepreneurs we have surveyed. So this is the observation from the survey. Awareness about the government schemes and awareness about the single window system, complaints registering through online, offline. So 100% of the complaints have been registered through offline. So critical finding is that the options of complaint resolution despite all grievances being received offline indicated that a weak grievances mechanism. So you will be commenting and you will be collecting information from all the district industrial centers. You will come up with the good observations in the coming days. And next one is with respect to leather cluster in Bharat. So with respect to leather cluster 2.2.3, that actively using parks or not. The stalls are allotted and after 90 days, if the stalls are not being utilized, so they can cancel and give it to some other one. But that things are not happening. And with respect to infrastructure in the district industrial sector, infrastructure like road connectivity and the facilities, so these all things are generally coming up in the DICs. And I hope most of the DICs in the other states also will be getting these kind of observations. Then with respect to survey in that particular cluster, we come across the adequate awareness about the scheme and a DigiLocker facility. So 100% of the people not aware about the DigiLocker and they are unaware about the single window system itself. Then with respect to grievance addressal, they also, the second cluster also, 100% is not aware about the grievances addressal mechanism available in the cluster. So it shows that absence of awareness regarding key digital platform rendering a digital initiatives ineffective, increasing resilience on manual process. So more than 90% throughout the state, manual process is happening. Then Karma Tirthas, some of the objectives of the scheme and implementation framework. So the Karma Tirthas mainly for small entrepreneurs. They will be getting some stalls and they have to use the stall. If they are not being used, then they have to re-allot it. So whatever we have found that most of the stalls are either they are not being utilized or been transferred unutilized or not allotted to the other entrepreneurs. So 2.1.1, 2.1.2, 2.2.1 and these are the objectives questions we have framed and we are getting points for these kind of questions directly from the field observations. Then with respect to stalls, some of the stalls, it's all the intended purpose is that it should be given for the entrepreneurs. But the stalls are being given for some clubs. So there is a poor monitoring mechanism that we will be commenting as part of the 2.2.8 and 2.2.2. So these observations we will be able to give in the reports. So these are the observations where the stalls been given to the clubs, local clubs, because the vested interest are there. Because of this vested interest, the entrepreneurs are not getting the opportunity. Rather than some XYZ is getting the opportunity of the utilization of the government stalls allotted for the specifically entrepreneurs. And other findings and systematic issues with respect to 2.2.1, plots, units in the parks, clusters and facilities have been allotted and fully utilized. So obviously on the ground level, there is some mismatch with respect to allotment, utilization and achieving the objective of the particular schemes. So by clubbing these schemes, visiting all the clusters in the coming days, so we will come up with the compile all the data. We can come up with the good observations, sir, with and linking to our ADMs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Satish. Now I invite Telangana office, Madhavi, PAG Telangana, please.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, seniors and friends. So in Telangana, we have this TS IPAS system, which has been largely lauded for its achievements. And when Telangana was formed in 2014, there was a lot of focus on how to improve the manufacturing sector, which was largely absent. So this TS IPAS had helped in enhancing the same, and Telangana has moved from rank 13 to the top position after the introduction of TS IPAS. So Manish Kumar sir had asked us first to arrange a webinar through the department, and at a very short notice, the department was cooperative. They came to our office and gave a presentation about the TS IPAS, its introduction, its features, and also what further improvements they are looking upon, and that they will come up shortly with TS IPAS version 2. So I request my group officer, Dr. Sanjay, to make a presentation on the same, and he will also talk about what further improvements can be done. That suggestions we will definitely come up with, sir.
Good afternoon, Honorable CAG sir, respected seniors and dear colleagues. So this presentation is given is on the TG IPAS system, sir, which is a single window system of Telangana. So it is one of the, in a recently workshop, in the Puri workshop, we were talking about the evolution matrix of the single window systems. Telangana single window system is one of the top rated single window system, and it started around in 2015 post formation of Telangana. So it's been some time which the single window system is being operating. So Telangana is one of the fastest growing states since formation. GSDP increased from 5 lakh crore to 14 lakh crore. There's a lot of government thrust on industrial sector. There are a lot of agencies. So we have the number of MSMEs, sir. Different surveys have given different numbers. So if we look at the last two rows, sir, 16 lakh registered as per Udyam, and there are 2877 as per TG IPAS. This comprises industries from micro to large scale industries. This TG IPAS portal is basically the single window system portal of the Telangana. And the TG IPAS is catering to the number we might, it's only 28,000. These are the entities which have got permission in the past 10 years. So why the number is less, I'll be explain the next slide, sir. So these are profile of the various percentage of the entities. So these are challenges, as we have, many of the speakers have told today, these are challenges. As per Telangana MSME survey, land, market, technology, finance, raw material, labor, they also have the seamless challenges in Telangana. So these were the, what happened, sir, post formation of Telangana 2024. To give a small information, sir. Actually, AP in 2002 started Single Window Clearance Act in 2002 itself, but the act was not implemented in full scale. So post formation of Telangana, when the government decided to talk to the associations on the problems that the associations are facing, so these were the problems that I've identified, sir. And based on the problems, they tried to bring out this IPAS system in 2014, sir. For effective industrial clearance mechanism. So the good things is that one single common application form will be generated. Basically, whenever the entrepreneur fills the, whenever the entrepreneur fills the basic details of the entity, sir, this hyperlinking is, whenever the entrepreneur fills the basic entity details of the entity, sir, this single common application form is generated and is transferred to all the departments, and this application form is dynamically generated. When the entrepreneur enters that the building height is less than 10 meters, the fire application will not go to the fire department. So based on the data only, the departments will be generated, sir. And this is the format of common application form and the basic data that had to be entered, sir. And it will be dynamically generated based on the data entered. It's an end-to-end online system, no physical touch point. And there is one provision called single online payment, sir. We can see the number of approvals are required and the number of payments that needs to be done is clearly displayed. And the entrepreneur also has the choice to make payment independently also. Suppose he thinks that there is a difficulty in getting forest department a permission, he'll pay only for the forest department the first go, then he can pay for the other entities in the next later stage, sir. That provision is also there for the entrepreneur. And defined timelines are created, sir, 1 to 30 days depending on the nature of the department's activity. And there is also provision of deemed approval. If approval is not given in like 30 days of time, the entrepreneur will be getting a deemed approval provision as per the Act, sir. And there are like CFE, CFO and renewal, 80 other services were also mentioned in the Act, sir. So what this TG iPass has done is what before, sir, separate physical applications, multiple departments, now single application. Previously bulky application with 100 files, now only they have rationalized only 8 documents, sir. Now online payment, unified payment, zero physical visits. Parallel processing, sir. Previously, the department after processing by one department, next department used to be taken up. Now, every department will go in parallelly, sir. And online status tracking facility, grievance status is there, toll free is there, sir. Single. And previously, departments used to raise multiple queries on the applications. Now, department can raise only query once. In one go, they have to raise whatever the queries they have, and the entrepreneur can give the reply. So they can't raise multiple queries. And there is one more interesting provision which says penalty for delays in the approval on the official, sir. These were the 3 changes after the bringing in the system, sir. This is a common application form, and this is one of the component which Gujarat also talked about, know your approvals. So this Telangana, I think, is one of the highly ranked state because of this component, where when based on the data itself, the system will automatically generate what all approvals the entity needs to get, sir. So this is one of the know your approval page screenshot, which looks like, sir. And the payment page again. And this is the final approval certificate the TG iPass portal which itself generates, sir. You can see for this particular business entity, around 6 approvals have been generated. And this is a digital certificate, and it's one single certificate will be generated, sir. And a legal body document. So, and based on in the past 10 years, sir, this is the status of application TG iPass. If you see the last row, sir, around 28,730 industries have been given. 19 lakh employment has been generated, and 3 lakh crore has been investment has been achieved by the state of Telangana, sir. And this is the rank of Telangana, sir, in the EvoDB. We can see, sir, 2015, the rank is 13. Immediately after implementation of the TG iPass portal, the rank jumped to 1, sir. And consistently from 2020 to 24, the state has been already is in the top achiever category in many of the categories. Large credit goes to TG iPass, sir. And TG iPass is recently recognized by Niti Aayog in one of its report as the national best practice also, sir. And a small preliminary observation, sir. This is my interesting observation. Deemed approval, they are supposed to get deemed approval provision. Deemed approval as per the Act if the 30 days has been crossed. But this has been not operational by the state, sir. Though Act says that they have to be operationalized, this is not operationalized. And exclusion of major service sector, sir. We are talking about EvoDB for both manufacturing and service sector, but Telangana EvoDB, the iPass system, mainly works only for the manufacturing sector largely, sir. Service sector, basically healthcare, IT, hospitality, tourism, financial, they have been neglected, though 65% of the state GDP is from the service sector, and they're still outside the single window system. And even if you see the screenshot of the Act, sir, which says both processing, service, manufacturing, everything, but they haven't implemented, sir. And we have seen that there are some delays in the clearing of applications also within time, beyond time, pending beyond timelines also. But interesting thing is, though they are pending beyond time, those Act says that there will be penalty on the officers. Till now, no official has been penalized, sir, till now. And this portal is said to be the single window portal for all the departments, but we have seen, sir, TG Pollution Control Board, Film Development Corporation, Transport Department, they are also operating and they are also taking their applications on their own. So this portal is still, I mean, it's evolving, not a full one, sir. And penalty provisions have not enforced, sir. And these are some of the grievances of the users, entrepreneurs based on the portal, sir. And we have classified basically on we have checked the wordings of the grievances, and these were the major grievances. So if you seek a non-implementation of the deemed approval provision, the entrepreneur says that approval is pending even after 30 days, pre-scrutiny of the completion, can this be considered as deemed approval? So there were some queries by the entrepreneurs on a lot of grievances, sir. So interdepartmental coordination, which the portals had to be there, sir. This lack of interdepartmental coordination, he says that the application has been given, but it's not reflecting in the MRO login. So we have to go and examine in the field, sir, whether there's truly interdepartmental convergence is there or not. And some data classification issues were also there, sir. It says that it's largely manufacturing, but in their data, it shows a service sector like flour mill, dal mill, even fabrication units. Pharma companies are also shown as service sector, and some coal mining agencies also shown as service sector. Explosive manufacturing also shown as service sector. And there is one error, issue like 5,000 employment is being generated by 3.78 crore investment. Some issues are there in the data, sir. We'll be looking into it. And these are the ADM questions, sir. We have linked our findings based on the ADM questions, and all the points which I've mentioned above has been covered in the ADM questions, sir. And thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Sanjay. Sir, while preparing the ADM, we came to know about the ODOP. I was thinking about then I learned about the UP is the pioneer. UP is the pioneer in ODOP, so I contacted PAG Rajiv Pandey that please hold a webinar for all of us so that we learn what UP has done and everybody will then evaluate this particular thing in their state. All the state, many states have done ODOP, but UP is the pioneer. I am requesting Rajiv Pandey to initiate the discussion.
Respected CAG, sir, ADI Railways, dear friends. Sir, being the largest, most populous state, UP assumes a greater significance in EODB in this MSE sector, sir. Just to give some pointers, UP has more than 90 lakh registered MSMEs, sir. And UP contributes about more than 14% of India's total MSME base. And it generates nearly 60% of state's industrial output, sir. And over the years from 2017, sir, as of now, 2024-25, the budget size has increased phenomenally from rupees 650 crore to 3,000 crores, sir. So that is a very important thing to ponder and look at. And then employment, in terms of employment generation also, sir, it is about more than 1.4 crore people in the state, they live on this. In 2022-23, sir, it was among top achievers under this BRAP ranking, that scale, measurement under that scale. And whereas in 2016, sir, it was just 14, sorry, sir. So that can just be seen that how much work has been done in this area, sir, and being done is still done. So that is just to flag this, sir. And then there is a well-established institutional framework, sir, in the state. We have just looked at this. There is a nodal agency which is called Invest UP, sir, which is for the EODB and investor facilitation, sir. And there is a state-level monitoring cell also, sir. That is EODB cell, which monitors the entire operations, sir. And there is under this digitization, sir, Nivesh Mitra is a online portal, which more than 400 services across more than 31 departments are providing online service, sir. So this is the scale I'm just giving it, sir. And coming to this, I think the decriminalization also, I would like to flag one important issue there. They have in around about 13 legislations, sir, about 99 criminal provisions are under the process of being removed, completely removed. And they have already decriminalized 40 offenses across 10 state acts and replacing imprisonment provisions with monetary penalties, sir. So these are some of the highlights, sir. And under this digitization program, sir, there is a Nivesh Sarthi also, which is monitoring this and the implementation of MSME sector, sir. No wonder that it has been ranked number 3 by World Bank, sir, in terms of ease of doing business in 2019, I think, 1918, sir. So in that context, we have been otherwise also interacting with the stakeholders, sir, with the state agencies and departmental heads. Before this actually ease of doing business was, we were asked to do this and take up this audit, sir. So coming to this issue, scheme of ODOP, sir, One District, One Program, which is one of the pioneering schemes supporting this MSME sector, sir. And we can just look at this figure, sir, from $10.72 billion in 2017-18. it has now come to the figure $21.75 billion in 24-25, sir, just in this, over a just very short span of time. Because they have done a lot of pioneering works, and when he called me up, sir, I thought this opportunity to conduct this webinar also, to connect all the AGs across the country, so that we can just flag this best practice of UP, which can be seen by other state AG offices. There were 67 ODOP products, sir, unique products, sir, out of 75 districts in that state. And about 44 ODOP products.
You mean GI tag?
44 out of 67, 44 are having GI tags. So they are working, there are three main components of this scheme, sir, which we will be just showcasing in our presentation. A margin money scheme, wherein the investors or these artisans, weavers, small entrepreneurs are being given subsidy by the state government, the margin part. Then they have created a lot of facility centers, common facility centers, where they're providing, because they cannot have those technology or that equipment or machines in-house. So they have created about 60, 70 facility centers where they can go take their products and they can do all those kind of things, take the help of the technology, processing, packing, or best technology available in this area. And third thing which they have provided is support for marketing, sir. That marketing is very important, because unless and until you reach the market, bring your product to the market, you cannot succeed. So what they have done, they have integrated the digital marketplaces, like say this Flipkart, Amazon, and many international marketplaces, and integrated with them, so that ODOP products are reaching the international markets. That is how they have attained this exponential growth in this area. So this we will be in that I think we have brought the experts from the state government, which conducted this webinar, and they came to my office, sir. And other than this, coming to this scheme, sir, the scheme guideline ADM, we have to meet the local requirements. We have customized, we have added some questions, we have intimated the lead office also. And one important area which we have tried to get the feedback of the local industry partners, sir. Not the government side, we have interacted, the stakeholders, but we also wanted to have their independent view. They have flagged several gaps, sir. Those we are going to look at this when we'll be actually auditing. So we have called this FICCI, SOCHM, PhDs, their representatives, IIA, CIIA, local representatives, and our officers, and we gave a structured feedback form, and we got their inputs in that. So that has also we have tried to rope in. So with this background, sir, I will request my Deputy AG, Akash, he's there, so he'll be just giving this. So focus on this ODOP scheme, Akash, yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Honorable CAG, all the seniors officer present. Good afternoon, Honorable CAG, all the seniors officers present here, and my fellow colleagues. Sir, I am Akash Chaudhary, sir, presently posted as DAG at AG office, Lucknow. So, sir, this is our brief introduction about MSME sector in Uttar Pradesh, sir. It has more than 90 lakh registered MSMEs, sir, generating 60% of the state's industrial output and providing employment to 1.4 CR people in the state. And sir, we are also seeing that the rank of UP has also improved from 14 to top achievers state. So, sir, as UP is continuously doing reforms. And sir, if we see the departmental framework, then MSME is a broad sector and many departments are involved. So there is core department of MSME and export promotion. Along with that, there is department of handloom, textile, cottage and village industry department and department of IIDD. Sir, this is the institutional framework. IIDD is the nodal department responsible for improving EODB ranking, and it is also the nodal officer for implementing VRAP reforms. And sir, there is state EODB cell at the level of IIDD, and then the line departments which are related to EODB. So there are departmental EODB cells, so they coordinate along with the district EODB cell at the level of DM. Then sir, these are some of the steps taken by UP in ease of doing business, like single window clearance system, which is the Nivesh Mitra, simplification of processes, like simplification in online registration on Udyam registration portal, then facilitation through Invest UP and Udyami Mitra. So in the Udyami Mitra is a concept of UP in which, sir, they have appointed some people at the ground level, at the field level, which will help the individual entrepreneurs to connect with the departments like fire department, labor department for getting clearances, along with the banks also for getting loans, etc. reforms. And sir, policy reforms are also done, like UP has backed up time-bound service delivery through UP Janhit Act. Similarly, sir, UP is also developing so many industrial clusters, sector-specific parks, and plug-and-play facilities through UPCDA and other industrial development authorities. Like they are also planning to build Trans-Ganga industrial sector and sir, textile park at Varanasi, leather parks at Agra and Kanpur. And then, sir, many credit support schemes are going on, ODOP, Prime Minister, EGP. Then, sir, grievance redressal or monitoring, that is also there in that Nivesh Mitra. So, sir, these are the steps they have taken. Then, sir, we conducted a meeting with all the local industry associations there to get their feedback. So, sir, when we talked with them, these are some of the issues highlighted by those local industry associations. They were saying that there was lack of clarity and awareness among the entrepreneurs. So, whenever government is launching new scheme, they are not aware of it. Then there is lack of interdepartmental coordination. For example, multiple inspection, as it was highlighted by speakers before also, like so many inspection by fire department, pollution department at different times. Then, sir, they were saying that Udyami Mitra's role need to be empowered from mere facilitation to empowered facilitation. Like they just help to connect with the departments. However, they are not able to, they just take the entrepreneur to the banks or the departments and they just connect them. However, they do not have any power or anything else beyond that to help that. Then, sir, there are delays in approval. For example, especially in case of UP in the pollution clearances, the timeline is 120 days in Nivesh Mitra. However, in some other states, it is 30 days. Then there was shortage of skilled and technically trained manpower, as it was suggested by those industry associations, because UP, sir, still is lacking on this front. And sir, regarding this grievance redressal, one more point which they told, like sir, in the EODV framework which they have told, they are saying that grievance redressal, everything is good. However, sir, the industry associations told that when the, so whatever grievances are there, they are at the district level, and then the DM takes a meeting, quarterly meeting with all the departments, and he also takes the grievances and calls the individual entrepreneurs. So DM just directs this department, okay, you do this, give this approval. However, sir, no follow-up action is taken. So these were some of the concerns told to us by these industry associations. Then, sir, this was our sampling approach. So we used stratified random sampling because UP is a big state with 75 districts, and we wanted all the districts to have equitable representation. So we based our sampling process on employment generation and made stratas.
Can you come to the OP, please?
Yes, sir. So this is our ODOP flagship program of GeoUP. So, sir, it was launched on 25th January 2018, sir. As sir already told, 44 ODOP products out of 67 have been awarded GI tag. So, sir, the key interventions which they do are quality, credit, design, and packaging. So, sir, through 3 examples, we will show what exactly, sir, through 3 case studies, how exactly ODOP helps in boosting the exports and the local industries. So, first is the example of Kala Namak rice. So, this is a rice which is native to Siddharthnagar district, and it is said that Lord Buddha also ate it when he came to visit the Siddharthnagar. So what the ODOP cell in UP did, they helped in distributing qualified certified seeds and renamed it as Buddha rice to give it a cultural connect with Southeast Asian countries, Japan and Korea, because here the Buddhism is there. So it helps in local connect, in developing the local connect there. Similarly, sir, in case of black pottery Azamgarh, there was lack of raw material. So they made a raw material bank, and also they helped in onboarding of the entrepreneurs there on ODOP, on these e-commerce platforms like ODOP.com, ODOPmart.com, which they have created, Amazon, Flipkart, etc. So as a result, we can see the sales improved, productivity improved, and MRP also improved. Similarly, in case of Gulabi Meenakari Varanasi, they helped in getting the market access by organizing fairs in their own state, by taking the entrepreneurs to the fairs in international fairs to other countries. In this regard, they are also providing financial assistance to these entrepreneurs who travel abroad to participate in these fairs, help them in setting up these stalls. And sir, this is the Nivesh Mitra portal, which we have, sir, already discussed. So, sir, this is all from our side. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Akash. I think the intervention by the UP government, requesting all the AGs to see this type of intervention, whether they have been undertaken or not, to boost the growth of the MSMEs. Now, coming to the last part of the presentation, sir, during the preparation of the ADM, we missed one point, that is preferential purchase policy. So now we saw that. So we missed that. Then we saw the ADM of the Odisha and Maharashtra. They included this point. So we have included this point. We have made this point to be included in all. And then we came to know that the Odisha government has got their own preferential purchase policy. So I have requested Atul to look into this aspect, do some research, and make some presentation. I have also requested him to, in the month of February, please do some webinar on this particular topic so that all of us are aware of it. So Atul, please.
Thank you, sir. Respected CG sir, ADI sir, and senior officers and friends. It was good that we got this topic, but then actually I start with the stakeholder engagement that we planned. So we did 4 engagements. First with the industry associations. We thought 5 will come, the chapters of CII, FICCI, they will come. But they were so enthusiastic that all the sector associations also came. So 20 plus associations come into my office and they shared their problems. They thought I am going to solve the problem today. So they told all the sector issues problems. So from there I got the lot of issues. So then I found that our guidelines are much simpler and it can be cut down. So just to say important issues, when I talk to the secretary ACS industry, he is looking after the EOD reforms, while the secretary MSME is not looking into the reforms. So he is the nodal person. So they are doing as a reform as a general, not specific to MSME. So some schemes are there for MSME, but they are doing as a general reforms. So that is the first part. And what also we found, whatever we are talking about Udam registration numbers, 12 lakh, like in my state it is 9 lakh plus, and the UAP, Udam Assist portal, is 12 lakh. But actual factories which come up after the full certification and operation, it was 1800 only. So compared to 10 lakhs, 12 lakhs, it is 1800. So huge gap is there, means people are not able to get. So that complaints are there that the user single window which they created is like what in the morning said, it is like submission platform. They have to run pillar and post to all departments and then they have to do it. So it is as bad as system, though it is said it is a good system. So similarly, they are getting like lands from the governments. In the Odisha, still auction is not there. So government decides whom to give land. Now heavy demand is there from the industry association because it will cut the cost to them, land purchase. But then lands are vacant. And thanks to CD sir, when he used the Vadvani Foundation, so we have done some work for the IDCO through Garuda Analytics. So they found vacant the plots in the Khordha districts. So we can use that input, and I told them to give me also input where the land was allotted, but 50% of land was not used for more than 5 years. So we are getting that data also. So as a summary, I can mention there also. So that input we can use. So many lands are there, but they are not giving to the industries. So that is increasing the cost. Other issue which I also like to impact is that the aspirational districts, backward districts. So we went to Gajpati, and DM very happily accepted, and then he coordinated. So their problem is different. They're saying, though Odisha is surplus power, but we are not getting the power. Though the private sector is there in the DISCOM, in the Odisha, in the country which is only the Tata is there, but it is more difficult, and the full 24 hours they are not getting. So that is a different issue. So with that, like lot of issues are there which like in today the echoed. Coming to the issue of the DIC, one more thing, they are saying the expertise of the DICs are not to handle various technology sector. So they are not able to guide them. So from there only one more feedback was there, which is like nobody is purchasing from the MSME despite the government norms are there. So we looked into the various roles, though as government of India has made in 2012 and the government of Odisha had made 2015, and then again it is amended in 2022. So some provisions were changed, which in the morning they were showing. So with this, I will request my Group Officer Sanjay ji to focus on the price and preference policy. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Honorable CAG sir, respected senior officers, dear colleagues and friends. Sir, Odisha is among top 10 performing states in India for ease of doing business as per BRAP assessment. It is consistently ranked among top 10 states with a specific recognition for excellence in single window system, land administration and online service through GoSwift. Sir, in Odisha, MSME is a separate department with different line organizations such as Director of Industries, the primary authority for promoting, facilitating and administrating government policy for growth of MSMEs, Odisha Khadi and Village Industries Limited, Directorate of Export Promotion and Marketing. He has 6 testing laboratories and nodal agency for marketing support to MSMEs. Managing Director, Odisha Talgur Sambhya Sangh Limited. Sir, Talgur, that is Jagri, promoting and marketing of traditional palm jaggery. Chairperson, Institute of Entrepreneurship Development Odisha, Executive Chairman, Startup Odisha, and different PSUs. That is IDCO for land allotment, EP call for approval of services, OSFC for sanctioning of loans, OSIC for purchase of and supply of MSME products, and a Startup Odisha for entrepreneurship development. Sir, GoSwift is a single window system in Odisha which has integrated 42 services from 10 different departments. All has been integrated to GoSwift portal via single sign-on perform. Sir, under GoSwift, there are 3 or 4 portals have been integrated. Go Plus, that is available for land, industrial land on a geographical information system. Go Smile for risk-based synchronized inspections from regulatory agencies, and Go iPass, Government of Odisha IDCO post-allotment services. And Go Care for CSR activities, developmental goals of the state. Sir, this graph shows the contribution of MSME to GDP in our country and Odisha, which reflects that percentage contribution of MSME in Odisha is greater than our country in last 5 years. Sir, there are 9.7 lakh informal micro enterprises and 12.52 lakh formal MSMEs registered in Udyam portal for Odisha states. There are 3 state functioning clusters in Odisha, namely rice mill clusters at Barghar, cashew clusters at Rambha, pharmaceutical clusters at Katak Bhubaneswar, and 4 clusters are under implementation from Odisha funds, that are engineering clusters at Shodwar, rice mill cluster at Balasore, cashew cluster at Brahmagiri, and printing and packaging cluster at Khurda. Similarly, 40 clusters under 6 sectors, that is agro, textiles, bamboo, honey, handicraft and coir in 16 districts are functioning under a Spurti scheme, Government of India funds.
ये स्किप कर जाइए, ये सब डिटेल हमारे पास है. आप टॉपिक पे आ जाइए प्लीज.
Sir, Odisha procurement preference policy focused on Odisha small and micro enterprises only, OSME. That is, we have included it in our ADM point 1.6. It is focused to strengthen local marketing base through preferential government procurement from local macro and small manufacturing units, market access to OSMEs, employment generations and growth. This policy is coverage and exclusive procurement framework is applicable to state government employees entities either fully or partially funded. Procurement is restricted to local manufacturing units only, and These procurement are done through three types of procurement. One is goods manufactured by OSMEs at contract rate. Director of Export Promotion and Marketing, DEPM is authorized to make rate contract for a specific item for a specific rate from OSME in Odisha, and for this purchase of these items, no any tender or bidding is required. State entities are required to purchase directly at the rate contracted, and when from their districts preferably. And DPM is also notifying exclusive list through intra-state bidding. Exclusive list from time to time revised, that is made from OSME departments, and for exclusive list only intra-state bidding is required. For this, no EMD is required, no turnover is required, performance security 2.5% only. For open tender, for non-exclusive items only, purchase and price preference is given where open tender is required. But for non-exclusive item, open tender is required where OSMEs are given 10% price preference, 25% quality reserved for OSMEs of total procurement quantity. No tender
Just to sir add, sir, meaning of that is like if suppose 100% quantity is there, so 25% will be given to the OSME, 75% given to the L1 who has corrected. If L1 is the OSME, then he will get 100%.
And for OSME, sir, in this process, no tender paper cost is required, EMD is exempted, and turnover is relaxed up to 90% of open tenders. And performance security is up to 75% reduced. Sir, quantity allocation mechanism under price preference. If L1 bidder is OSME bidder, then 100% procurement will be done through OSME bidder. If L1 bidder is non-OSME bidder, then if OSME price is less than or equal to 10% above the L1, then non-OSME bidder will get 75% of purchase order and OSME bidder will get 25%. And if OSME price is greater than 10% of above of L1, then non-OSME will get 85% of order and OSME will get 15% order at L1 rate if he agrees. And if he does not agree at L1 rate, then L2 bidder will be given option for supplying of 15% item at L1 rate. And if both denies, then only non-OSME bidder will get 100% of order. Where multiple OSME quotes the same rate, the OSME share is equally distributed among the willing suppliers. Sir, here are the procurement of goods from OSME in GEM portal. Source is NIC database. And so this graph shows that procurements from OSME Odisha in GEM portal and e-procurement portal of Government of Odisha is quite greater than 25%. And here the total share of OSME is more than 25%, that is 31.63% on GEM and 33.19% on e-procurement portal, sir.
Sir, we are trying to access the database of GEM and e-procurement so that we can analyze. Because if you go ask the department, then it will time consuming and we will not get the answer. So we will try to get the data only, and I think Manish sir should
approach Pawan Konda to get the DIM data and download the data for each and every state and give it to so that we can analyze. वो मिल जाना चाहिए.
Sir, here are some probable audit findings. Reserved item procured through open tender. As we met some stakeholder meetings, there are several points they have stated that they are not getting supply from them. Incorrect classification of vendors as MSME. Vendors were treated as MSME based only on Udyam registration without verifying turnover or investment limit. Limits should be verified. Preference margin not extended during evaluation. Price preference allowed under policy was not extended to eligible OSME bidders at evaluation stage should be verified. Unequal allocation among eligible MSME bidders. Where multiple MSME bidders quotes the same rate, procurement quantity shall not equally distributed among willing supplier should be verified. Delay in loan disbursement. A stakeholder indicated that financing delay restricts OSME from scaling operation and fully benefiting from the preferential purchase procurement framework. Delay in land and power connectivity affecting OSMEs, absence of quality and quantity electricity, lack of monitoring and reporting mechanism, lack of awareness among procuring officials. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sanjay ji. Preferential policy is one of the good measures to boost the MSMEs, and requesting all the accountant general to look into this aspect. And now, sir, this is the end of the today's session. We have selected only few offices, but requesting all the accountant general to continue doing the pilot study and keep it in report ready with you. It's a good practice to have a pilot study before the start of the field audit. Tomorrow we'll resume in the CAG's office. We'll have a presentation from the CRA.
Manish, just
Sir.
since Monica is here and CAG Saab is also here, so can we hear from you what is the plan?
Sir.
How you are going to?
Sir, first half.
CAG wants to hear now.
Okay.
You can just give
A brief glimpse of what your.
Tomorrow we are going to discuss, the some of the Income Tax Act provisions change in 2025. We'll also talk about the decriminalization of something, some provisions in the Income Tax Act. We'll also be sharing, because the request received from the Manish office. So we'll also be sharing what we will be able to do from the DT wings, and CR, I'm sure Smita will also do the same exercise, because the requirement we have received from Manish officer, we will not be have, because the income tax department, some of these details are not maintained by them, because some of these issues are the pain points of the taxpayers. So the information has to come from the taxpayer. So from Manish, I understand, because some surveys it is already scheduled, sir. So 20 odd questions he had asked us to, examine and give our feedback. So
I have
we had
asked her to give
circulated
me
all the
20 more
CRA
questions
offices, sir.
so that we can inbuilt in our survey question
Yes,
and give it to vendor.
Like today they mentioned about DGFT and customs.
Yes, sir. But the income tax are only 2 pain points today they discuss, sir. The time taken for PAN registration and hardly anything about, but when we discussed during the lunch break, sir, so I asked most of these speakers, sir, why they did not raise anything about the direct taxes except for this thing. So they said, we will share with you, Aram said, not in the, because here in the public forum, they were not willing to share their input. So they had promised by evening today, they will be sharing their inputs in confidentiality. They want to maintain. So I have to respect and just see, sir, how we neutralize certain things, and you just, take note of the issues and their concerns.
Problem of DGFT and customs.
Sir,
Who will take the lead for that?
Sir, I would like to add on that, not on behalf of headquarters, but as a field office handlings here. So this is a pain point, because the DGFT, the EDI system, and the customs, the iSCATE system, they are not talking to each other. Neither is the GST portal. So with respect to exports and even with respect to imports, so when they have to, from iSCATE, each bill of entry has to be manually filled in the GST or 2B portal. So that is something which is a pain point. And the other pain points are with respect to GST, I think just as an afterthought, while listening to the stakeholders, it reminded me, the pain with which they were speaking led me to think that I think we are in the right direction.
Because, and the point which the lady was referring was with respect to that the GST, which is, they said, is in process, that the monthly and the quarterly returns, GST are 3B, which is a monthly return, then you have an annual return. So the only point is GST wing is not looking at MSME sector per se. Like the composition scheme, wherein you have a very, I think you don't have to fill in that many returns, you just fill in one return, but that is for turnover cases less than 1.5 CR. And here we are referring to MSME sector 500 crores now, turnover. But the other fact is that 99% of the, I think the turnover is less than 1 CR. So to that extent, if we can just amalgamate there, so that pain point would be with respect to GST and customs. I think that we will be able to make a point. Thank you.
Sir, I'll add on to what ma'am had just shared. In DT also, sir, they don't maintain the data specifically for the MSME. So we'll see, sir, because this is only activity code. If we can get from the income tax department, maybe we might be able to extract something. But as per the income tax data, they don't, focus on, some category, sector-wise, assessees or taxpayers.
So I with my in my talks with some MSME entrepreneurs, sir, I stumbled across an important fact in GST, sir, and that is affecting the working capital of the entrepreneurs. And that's a very important point that I have yesterday requested Aman and her team to look at and give us some information. That is, so this is a very important point because the MSME has to make a payment within 180 days, along with the GST compliance, etc. But the suppliers who are providing various things to the MSME manufacturer, they fail to upload their invoices in time. So therefore, this guy is not able to claim his reversal, input tax reversal, sir, and his funds gets blocked, and then it becomes a vicious cycle, and his working capital shrinks. So that is one point. That is an ease of doing business area where we can look at, sir.
Being a devil's advocate, so उसमें भी there were so many फर्जी वो जो ITC claims हो गए थे, उसके कारण सर, I mean there has to be a balance. So as he says, okay, that point would be well taken into. But the other point is if the supplier is unregistered and maybe there's no supply which has happened, so that is the link again which we'll have to complete the chain. Then we can fructify and produce that. Thank you, sir.
So just before we close, I'll just share why. I don't know. First is compliments to all the presenters who made a presentation. Fantastic deep dive into the sector to learn about the specific item that you were allotted to. I think that is the type of work that each of the AG offices will be required to do in respect of their state. I just need to make this distinction from your regular work that you do, which you have been doing over the decades, wherein Praveer just tried to highlight that that is not the priority in this audit. This audit is supposed to be more facilitative and more partnership oriented with the stakeholders for enabling or pushing the envelope for change. Okay? Whatever routine historical compliance audits you need to do, that you need to do separately, and don't mix it up with this. This is more of a progressive initiative, and we need to keep it in that context. Second, we are always enamored by budgets. In Government of India, the budget of Petrol Ministry will be the least. But the economic activity that ministry generates is the maximum. So in your routine prioritizations of compliance, risk assessments, that will never come into your bucket. I can tell you, 5-10 years down the line, this is the sector that will explode exponentially, and if you are not engaged or adequately prepared, you will not be able to contribute in this sector at all. It is imperative that all of you and your field formations get to know this sector well. It is only then will you be able to understand which is those areas, sectors that you need to dive deeper into. Second. Third, please do not assume that this is just a one-off exercise. You have seen the length and breadth of the issues that are emanating from these discussions. Some of you have identified those priorities. It could be plug and play of industrial corridors. It could be, looking at DGFT and customs linkages and so on and so forth. All of these things can't happen in 1 year or in one audit cycle. These will have to be multi-year projects. So therefore, I would request ADI Railways to kindly, in your discussions tomorrow, identify the topics that will need to be prioritized. You've got a good sense of what is really important. I think you've got a fairly good idea of what is there. I think we need to prioritize what is it that you will do in the next 4 years also in this specific sector. While those themes can be new and topical for that particular year, like this year, I think you're focusing on textiles, agri, and so on and so forth. What are those areas that you will do in the next 3 years? Need to have a fairly good idea based on the experience that is there around the table. After doing that, you need to also have a template ready that you do these things as a routine follow-up audit as we go along. If single window system is an item that you have audited this year, it is not going to be audited after 10 years. It will be re-audited every year to see what type of delta change happens, and that has to appear in all compliance audit reports of the states, either in the SFAR or in the compliance audit reports of that. So how do you temporize these things? For me, and I think for the organization, this is the most important activity that I perceive. As you have heard from DI Defense and others, it's a simple template that is going to be replicated across different wings to see that these happen. And looking at the presentations that were made and the type of groundwork that has happened, I'm extremely confident that we will be able to give good audit products which will be of great value to the line ministries and other stakeholders. So I wish you the very, very best on this very unique and very difficult task that we have taken upon ourselves. And I wish you the very best on this. Thank you.
Thank you. We will assemble tomorrow in the CAG's office at 9:30.
Requesting all to proceed to the leaders' lounge for the tea.